All right, guys. What the fuck is up? We got a lot of people here tonight. Thank you for coming. It's the 11th edition of the Big Brain podcast tonight, and it's gonna be pretty pog. So I hope you guys are ready. It's gonna be some. We got a lot of cool people lined up tonight. It's a good roster, good topics and shit. So yeah, if you guys don't know, if it's your first time here and you haven't seen these podcasts before, it's the Big Brain Podcast. We basically bring a bunch of political streamers together. We talk about recent happenings, politics, anything that's in the news and shit like that. We go over it, and yeah, we try to do those topics some justice. Hopefully, there's some sparks tonight, but not too many. Hopefully, it doesn't get too spicy. But I don't know. We'll see. I'm gonna go ahead and switch over to my guests tonight and let them introduce themselves. So here we go. Hey, there we go. All right. Now I have you guys unmuted. Let's go ahead and wait. What the fuck? Who's the black corner up in the? All right. Anyways, I was gonna start off with his introduction. What the fuck? Where'd he go? Leaving me hanging. All right, there he is. Okay, cool. Hey, Middle American, what's up, dude?
Hey, what's going on?
Yeah, how you doing tonight, dude?
Very well. How's it going?
Good. You want to go ahead and introduce yourself? Let everybody in chat know what you're all about, where to find you, and yeah, all that good shit.
I'm a Middle American trainer for about 3 or 4 months now. Constitutional conservative. I stream between 10 p.m. Central and midnight, do daily politics, 5-6 days a week. Yeah, that's about all this.
Nice. You're breaking up a little bit, just to let you know. I don't know.
Okay. Yeah, my connection's crappy for some reason.
Okay, just wanted to let you know. But nice. It's good to have you, my dude. It's your first time on the Big Brain podcast, right?
It is. Yeah, first time on the big stage.
Hell yeah. I'm glad to have you, dude. It should be fun. Yeah, definitely. And then next we got Kormantine over here. You want to let everybody know what you're all about, where to find you, and all those good memes?
Yeah, my name is Andre. My channel is twitch.tv/Kormantine. I happen to be a writer from the Toronto area in Canada, and I run a Twitch channel called Kormantine, wherein on Wednesday evenings at 9 p.m. Eastern, we do the Black Socialist Book Club. So basically everything related to Black socialist theory and theoretical frameworks thereof, we study that on my stream.
Nice. Fuck yeah. What have you been covering lately?
Right now we're going through W.E.B. Du Bois's Black Reconstruction in America. And once we get past a couple of chapters, we're going to flip over to Cedric Robinson's Black Marxism.
Nice. That's actually really fucking dope. Yeah, hell yeah. Ahrelevant, you want to go ahead and introduce yourself? Let everybody know what you're all about?
Yeah, sure. I'm Ahrelevant. I'm more or less a guy that likes philosophy, and philosophy has a lot to do with politics, so I got into politics. And for the most part, I mean, I just like I like talking a lot of dumb shit about a lot of the current affairs. For the most part, I'm not a huge political guy. I like to shoot shit also on my stream as well and just hang out. So yeah, not really too much to me.
Hell yeah. Cole James Cash, you want to let people know where you're all about, what you're all about, and where to find you and all that good shit?
Oh yeah, my name is Cole James Cash. I run the Ghetto News Network. It's about, mostly street level politics, but enough about me actually, and more about myself. I represent something called the gangster left, meaning that, I don't be playing nice. I don't do civility. If I feel that you acting foul, I'm gonna call you out on it. Whether it be Twitch, whether we face to face, I don't care. As Bing Rames once said, I don't care if you in a, what is it? A bucket in Indochina. I don't care where we at, man. You know what I'm saying? If I need to see you, I will see you. If I need to holler at you, I will holler at you, and that's exactly why I'm here.
Hell yeah. Where can people find you? Like, what platforms you on?
Sure. Yeah, you can find me on YouTube. I don't know my YouTube URL because I don't think I can customize it yet. I'm very small time. I'm very like I said, I literally be in these streets. Ask Lance, man. I literally be in these streets covering stuff. I just started in March, but you can see actually find me at patreon.com/GNN channel 10, and it has my YouTube, SoundCloud, everything. Like Ghetto News Network is literally an entertainment thing where I post music, DJ mixes. I do interviews with artists, and then the political things like I'm pro sex work. You know what I'm saying? Pro leftist. You catch me at the ICE protests. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, you really catch me in these streets. When I say ghetto, I mean really being out in the streets on foot, talking to actual people, leaving the fucking house.
All right. I love the energy, buddy. Destiny, you want to introduce yourself?
Yeah, hey, I do politics and philosophy. I don't leave the fucking house, and I argue with a lot of people on the internet. It seems to be what I do, and I'm on twitch.tv/Destiny.
Nice, good shit, guys. I don't know what's going on with Pxie, but hold on, let me message her real quick. Well, first of all, we got our first topic. I guess we could just kind of like hop into this one. We got some Canadians, some Canucks in the chat or on the roster today. So yeah.
MindWaves, you mind if I shout myself out of here first?
Yeah, and I'll go.
Oh, Bastiat, did I totally skip you? I am so sorry, my dude.
Oh my god!
All right,
I am so sorry.
Let it slide, It's all good. I gotta chase that clout while it's fresh, man. My name is Bastiat. I run a politics, law, and economics stream. I'm a corporate attorney in fossil fuel business by day, and I do Twitch streaming by night. So check our channel out. It's a whole lot of fun, and I look forward to seeing y'all there.
Nice, good shit, dude. Bastiat is some good memes. I like your channel, dude. And your cats are cute, so that's a bonus. So
thank you.
I actually saw a video of you that you posted on Twitter with you in your backyard with your cats. You have a beautiful backyard, by the way.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that.
I heard you go kayaking. Is that true?
Oh yeah, we do occasionally do. I've been trying to do some more IRL streams. Occasionally leaving the house, not nothing too crazy. But we did a stream on a kayak a couple of days ago. It was a lot of fun, and we played with the cats and do all that kind of good fun stuff too. So not all law and politics. Sometimes it's warm fuzzies too. So check it out.
Oh, and shit, did I skip over you too, Lance? I'm so sorry, dude. I'm terrible at this.
It's all right.
Go for it, my man.
So I'm Lance, one half of the Serfs. You can find us at twitch.tv/theserfstv. I go by he, him. I am a faux intellectual, so I'm happy to be surrounded by all these other faux intellectuals on a platform I'm sure some people somewhere are using to masturbate to right now. But I'm not going to kink shame them. Finish yourselves to completion. And then once you've done so, get ready, I guess, for a very intellectual conversation that'll be taking place.
Hell yeah, I like it. Hey, and we finally got Pxie's cam working. Now, if only a middle American can get his shit figured out.
Oh shit, Pxie, what's up, girl? How you doing?
I have a question. Did Middle America say he was a constitutional conservative?
I think so.
Yeah.
So, go ahead, Pxie, and shout yourself out. Let people know where to find you, what you've been up to lately, and all that good stuff.
Okay, so I'm Pxie, Pxie. You can find me on Twitch or Twitter. I honestly don't really have much of a life, so I don't really know what to say. I like debating online, basically, and finding random people to argue with me, whether it be like neo-Nazis or like incel-fascist, whatever. I really like social responsibility, so that's just like the corny way of saying we should support corporations that help the world somehow. And yeah, that's basically all you really gotta know about me.
Wait, what?
What? Oh, I'm Puerto Rican, if that matters.
Wait, what? You got a problem with that?
Yeah.
What's
wrong
up?
with corporations?
What? There's nothing wrong with corporations. I say support the ones that,
yeah. Oh yeah,
but support the ones that help the world somehow. Yeah. That's it.
All the libs are like corporation boner.
Heck yeah.
Heck yeah. Okay, so I don't know what the fuck's up with Middle American or Senator Sykes. I don't think Senator is going to be joining us for today. But let's go ahead and jump into the first topic, which is I really know almost nothing about. So hopefully the Canadians can fill me in, and probably the rest of the Americans. But what's up with those Canadian elections, and how did that go?
You want to answer that one, Lance? Because if you get me started, I'll be talking forever.
I think think that's a beautiful thing. I'd love to hear it. The Canadian elections went pretty close to what was predictably going to happen, which is that it was either going to be a toss-up between the Liberals or the Conservatives, assuming a minority government. This one went to the Liberal Party of Canada. They do not have enough seats to form a majority government. We live in a parliamentary system, which means that you require a certain amount of seats to have a majority. I believe it's 170 seats in the parliament. We don't get to vote for our prime minister. We basically vote for our local MPs, and then if those MPs conglomerate together in a giant blob of enough people, they form, the Captain Planet that is the Prime Minister of Canada. So because there is only a minority government, they're going to have to reach across the aisle to cooperate with other parties in order to pass legislation. Most likely they'll cooperate with the NDP, but they could cooperate with the Conservatives if it's something that the Conservatives would enjoy, such as passing a pipeline through the country or something like that.
Nice. Anybody else want to hop in?
Not much you can really say past that. I mean, for every party involved except for Les Blocs Québécois, it was a resounding defeat. Every party was chastened. The NDP lost close to half their seats. The Liberals lost something to the effect, I think it was like 25 or 27 seats. Mm-hmm. The Conservatives gained, I think, like 32. But after having an election where the governing party basically stepped on their dick at every opportunity and were just mired in scandal for the better part of a year, the Conservatives failed to capitalize. So it's bad on the Liberals for having all these scandals, bad on the Conservatives that they couldn't turn the scandals into opportunity for governance. In a way, bad on the NDP that they got set back so far, and they've got a lot of work to do to regain people's trust and build their way back to opposition, if not possibly forming government. And for Les Blocs Québécois, which is the default vote when people in Quebec essentially have nowhere else to park their votes, they end up winning, I think, like 30-odd seats in the province. So, not bad for them.
So...
Yeah, I have something I'd like to add.
Go for it.
You know what the Canadian election taught me? Because I'm American. I'm from East Oakland. I'm a Black Latino. You know what Canada has taught me this election is that y'all very friendly about your racism, man. And I say y'all, I mean, Canadian politics. And it also taught me that. Oh, go ahead, Andre.
No, I was gonna say we're friendly about our racism until Black people talk back. What tends to happen is that white people really like it when Black folks in Canada, especially people from the Caribbean, and also brown folks and Asian folks, they like it when people are grateful to them for having the the beneficence or the graciousness or to be able to allow us into the country, or however the fuck you want to describe that. And the moment that we actually start exercising some self-determination, thinking and speaking for ourselves, pushing back on that polite racism, then that overt racism comes out real quick.
Yeah, and that was the point that I'm getting at, is that it's a lot of being friendly don't mean you're my fucking friend, and that goes for some individuals in this stream, man. That being polite and joking about certain shit that damn well you couldn't walk into a room full of people of color and joke like that or say something like that. It's a whole lot of that.
Oh, yeah.
And watching that Canadian election and watching, Black constituents like that Trudeau dressed up in blackface. That's straight bullshit. And it taught me that, white folks are willing to tolerate a whole lot as long as it don't affect them. And even in Canada, which is supposed to have this great reputation, y'all do the same shit. You just friendly about it. That's what the Canadian election taught me.
Where that's rooted in.
I for one, am really glad that Canadians exercise their right to self-determination across all stripes, because this last election seems to have ensured, if nothing else, that oil pipelines will not be constructed in Canada. And, if I were a Canadian, I might be disappointed by that. But as an American...
Disappointed about what?
That we're going to have a stronger grip over Canada's oil supplies, since the only way they've got to get that oil out of the country now is through the United States.
What are you talking about?
Yeah. No pipelines through British Columbia, no pipelines through Quebec, thanks to the rise of Bloc Québécois. So I don't know where Alberta is going to send their oil if they can't send it through Canada. The only option they've got left is to send it through the United States at whatever terms we set forward.
The pipeline. Hold up.
Oil. How do you drive your cars without oil?
I mean,
how do you
in a couple
build
of
your
years-
products without oil?
You know, like let's say like the wild estimate,
Hold up.
random numbers.
Stop talking. Before anybody else talks, you got to know what the fuck you're talking about before you
Right,
come into
let's
these
hear it.
conversations. All right. Okay.
Let's hear it. Go ahead.
In our federated system, Alberta doesn't just unilaterally get to move their pipelines through the United States without federal government consent. The reason that the pipelines can't go through right now, I'll give you a couple of reasons. One is because currently, not every First Nations, the sovereign First Nation, through which the pipelines would have to go through their territory, has given consent. Without the unanimous consent of those First Nations, you can't actually build that pipeline. That's according to what the last Supreme Court ruling was. Secondly, the only reason that there's the currently existing pipeline from Alberta to the coast is because when the first pipeline was built, First Nations were not allowed to hire legal counsel. They were barred by the federal government from hiring legal counsel to fight their own cases in the Canadian Supreme Court, even though the treaty was signed between. Stop talking. Between the treaty was signed between Anishinaabe peoples and what was then the Dominion of Canada. And due to those treaty signings, the right of usufruct, meaning that you get to use whatever fruits come off the bounty of the land, means that they have the right of first refusal. For whatever fucking reason, we deemed it necessary to stop them from seeking legal counsel to seek redress in our courts, even though it was a treaty between two different nations. And they've always been held in our courts, never in First Nations courts. So to answer your question here, Bastiat, Alberta cannot simply move their oil through U.S. territory without Ottawa signing off on that. Ottawa will never sign off on that because then it becomes a sovereignty issue for Alberta.
But Ottawa already did sign off on that. Ottawa already supported the construction.
Alberta supports it, but according to the Supreme Court, they can't move that oil because they do not have the unanimous consent of those First Nations. They can't simply unilaterally violate treaties. It doesn't work that way.
And what I'm saying is now, with Liberals firmly in control of the government, and when I say Liberals, I mean left-leaning folks. I know that the Liberal Party is a Liberal, so apologies for that American use of the word liberal there. But now that left-leaning folks are firmly in control of the Canadian government, there is no chance that the pipelines will be built, and that really doesn't benefit Canadians, but it sure does benefit Americans. And Pxie, I know that Kormantine cut you off there. Is there something
it can't benefit Americans because the old... Okay, stop fucking debating hypotheticals because this doesn't work this way.
What's the hypothetical here? I mean, these are real pipelines, and they're not going to be built.
No, listen.
Well, I was going to say is like in a couple of years anyways, like if renewable energy does take off, which, you know, everything's like pointing towards it, like this matter is kind of like inconsequential, don't you think? Like if Canada, not just Canada, other nations are doing it too, right? Or focusing more on renewables. And
we're really far away from renewables.
I hate this conversation. I hate this conversation because we're debating fucking hypotheticals that will never come into existence. So why are we talking about this?
It's not a hypothetical.
Like
the Trudeau government
is entirely hypothetical.
What do you mean? Hold on,
this
Bessie.
pipeline already exists.
What do you mean by that, Kormantine?
What I mean when I say it's a hypothetical is that there's no way that oil is going to end up moving through U.S. soil to reach the coast, because that would then fuck with with our notion of federalism. So if Alberta unilaterally says, okay, you know what, we're not going to move it through the BC coast, we're just going to move it through the United States. They can't just do that without the consent of the federal government. It's not a provincially managed pipeline. It's a federally managed pipeline.
Yeah, I got you there. But why would it now? What I'm trying to say is that it would be far easier now for the federal government to make the decision to have that pipeline go through the United States than it would be to get it to go through another part of Canada.
Now we actually were going to do something like that. Yeah, we were going to do something like that, and then that deal fell apart between Trudeau and the Obama government. Do you remember that pipeline deal that fell apart?
Definitely. Okay. Yeah, and that deal, he made that decision because he knew that the pipeline wasn't going to be built through Canada anyway, and the end result has been that Canadian oil has been sold for much less than it would have otherwise been sold for, and that's benefited the American consumer. So I just don't see who wins. How do you
propose it's going to get built? Are they just going to expropriate land from Americans that happen to be in the pathway of that oil pipeline?
Oh no! I imagine what would happen.
The current pathway to the coast runs parallel to a currently existing pipeline.
Right.
What you're talking about is drawing up schematics for a brand new pipeline that we don't have a plot for. Like there's no schematic for it.
The Keystone XL pipeline, I mean, was put on hold by the Obama administration, but the plans for it have been around for quite a while. Okay. I mean, it wasn't to say that it was canceled. I mean, the president ruled against it at the time, but there's no reason it couldn't come up again. Okay. I mean, certainly a lot of things, for good or for ill, from the Obama administration have been reconsidered by the Trump administration.
Do you want to pull up a map to show where the source of the Keystone Pipeline is to its destination versus the Trans Mountain Pipeline to its destination?
Sure, but what's the point you're trying to make?
I'm just asking. Have you looked at the two?
Yeah, what's the point you're trying to make?
We're talking about two completely different schematics, bro.
Sure. Well, what I'm trying to say is that pipelines in general now are done in Canada, and that's
You
going to
can't
be
just build a pipeline. Okay. Do you think you can just like build a transnational highway wherever you please? Do you know how long that takes to plan
out? It takes time, but it's something that functioning governments can do. And in Canada, it's just not going to happen.
That even if they made an agreement on this, even if somehow an agreement was to come through on this, we would probably be looking at about like 2 terms away from our current office holders before anything like that ever got completed. So again, this is a hypothetical.
Well, it wasn't a hypothetical when Justin Trudeau bought the pipeline for $4.5 billion. Now it's just sitting there unused, unlikely to go anywhere because of the recent election.
Okay. So what's your point? The hypothetical is that there was going to be a pipeline built out to the coast, which they can't build according to the Supreme Court ruling. What are we talking about here?
I just want you to know you are as corny as I thought you'd be, and congratulations on that, my guy.
All right. Well,
as corny as a what?
All right, hold on. I want to get some other Canadians' perspective. I haven't heard Lance talk very much. Do you have anything to say on like this particular subject? I don't know. I don't know anything about this fucking dumbass pipeline shit.
I thought you wanted to talk about the election.
I was trying to talk about the elections, but apparently pipeline's way more contentious. But I don't know. It's up to you.
Energy's important, man.
Yeah, I mean that's Canada's hope for economic growth in the near future, and that's just been terminated.
That's just been terminated.
Good.
Man, what the fuck are you talking about?
It's good for Americans, but it's not good for Canadians.
Do you know
wealth just going untapped?
How much do you know about this country? Oh yeah, well, okay. Here's the thing. We also had another natural resource called asbestos, which in Quebec they call chrysotile. That was a natural resource that's currently going on tap because we no longer export chrysotile. Is it to the detriment of the country that we're not exporting asbestos?
No, I mean, assuming asbestos has no other productive uses, I suppose so. But I mean, to the extent it has a productive use of some kind.
Well, wait, it's not about productive use. It's about viable substitutions. There are viable substitutions for asbestos for insulation. There's not a viable substitution yet for petroleum or for.
Do you know where that oil pipeline is coming out of?
Like
in Alberta, right? And it's
we're in Alberta. We're in Alberta.
I don't know specifically. Somewhere around. The oil sands in the north of the province.
Okay, so if you go just a couple of hours south, that is actually the sunniest and windiest area in Canada. Mm-hmm. Guess what alternative energies we are looking at investing in right now? Sure. Solar and wind.
Absolutely.
And geothermal. Right, so there are alternative substitutes.
No, you're right. It's just going to be hard to sell that solar and geothermal to say China, like it would be easy to sell that oil to China.
I have a question. I'm honestly ignorant. I just want to be clear about it. Isn't Canada like a service-based economy rather than like? I'm not saying resources don't play any role in it, but isn't like the majority focused on service-based, or am I just confused?
I'm certain it is, right?
Yeah. Well, so like. I
don't think your exports are massive to any degree.
I
can look it
up.
So
even if this like affects the economy, like let's say like slightly negatively, or even like I don't know, a quarter of it negatively, which is still big. Don't get me wrong. I mean, it's not going to be like the freaking end of Canada, right? Or it's not even going to like really like as a whole like tear down Canada immensely, especially taking into consideration that Canada's economy doesn't even rely on this to begin with.
Well, so something that you should be really careful to take into account, right? And we learned this a lot with Brexit, and we've learned this a lot with our kind of anti-globalist sentiments recently, is that pain that's felt in your economy isn't felt all over your economy. It's usually highly concentrated into specific areas. So even though a country might benefit on the whole from globalist policies, there will be pain felt in specific sectors, and that pain will be incredibly visible. So shutting down sectors of your economy may be related to the export or import of oil or like the refining of gas or whatever. Even if the rest of your economy benefits somehow, that pain is going to be very felt, and it's going to be very visible. It's something that you should definitely keep in mind from a rhetoric point of view.
Well, I actually, according to a couple of Wall Street Journal articles, and as well as something that I read in several Federalist-funded articles, that we should move the fuck on from this shit and get to the next topic, bruh. Enough.
Well, what's your problem with pipelines, man? I mean, they make our lives
you don't
better.
want to talk about Canada?
Yeah. And
Next topic,
Well,
please.
It would be
so
great
I
to
was gonna
talk about-
ask.
it would be
Besides
great
energy,
to talk about Canada with people who know what the shit they're talking about. That would be fun.
Oh,
Well,
look, I know we
well-
can disagree, but that doesn't mean automatically I don't know what the hell I'm talking about. That's an entirely different issue. I mean, we're having a disagreement on the issues. It doesn't mean that we're both bankrupt on the facts.
All right.
no, you're just liberal scum, Bastiat. Don't you understand?
I am proud.
I mean, anytime somebody
God
like,
bless the
anytime
global
somebody
economy.
with a straight face suggests replacing like all of your fossil fuels with like solar and wind, like that's like a
I know
close-
you're not talking. What the fuck are you talking about, man?
just what I said.
Like, what do you know about
Wait,
my
the
country?
idea of
exactly?
solar, I know about
What do
solar
you know?
and
What
wind,
do
and
you
I know
know
that
about-
solar.
what do you know about my
solar and
country?
wind. It's not
Can
like you have a different sun or
Can
different
you,
wind. in your
can you talk to me about the total volume of oil exports? Can you talk to me about oil prices out of Canada? Can you talk to me about raw bitumen? Can you talk to me about that shit? I know you're not.
Quarantine,
talking.
you
The fuck
can
out of
export oil. You
Okay,
can't
it's
export solar
entirely
watts.
possible that maybe Canada has access to some secret technology for alternative energies that nobody else in the world has, even though that would be shocking. But okay,
here. We seem to be doing fine in our current capacity. So again, I don't know what you're talking
it's not about doing fine. That's not the argument. The argument is
We're
whether you're
doing
your
fine
country.
because
Doing fine isn't enough for everybody, dog, and not everybody in your country is doing fine.
Don't fucking
right?
call me dog. You don't know me like that.
Oh, okay, my bad.
I mean, I guess like the point that I was like trying to make here earlier when I mentioned renewable energy is that, you know, even if we're not there right now, currently, at least like all the data points that we will get there, like eventually, somewhat even like soon compared to like a bunch of other shit. I'm speaking very generally here, but what I'm trying to say is that like, you know, we're on our way there. We're not there yet. But to act as if it's like, oh, you know, a million miles away, it's not going to happen until like a century like later. That's not a very accurate description of the scenario either.
Well, I mean, you're right that in the long term, we'll eventually replace fossil fuels. But as Keynes said, in the long term, you know, we'll all be dead. And so, I mean, there's a lot of pain in the meantime if we just shut down an industry for, you know, on specious purposes or specious reasoning. So,
I mean, wouldn't the answer be to then just try to like retrain the people who work in like those services, or you know,
Retraining typically
Yeah.
doesn't work, unfortunately.
Oh, really?
No.
Yeah, it's not doesn't have a great hit rate.
So
just to
besides-
quickly answer your question, though, I wanted
go
to
ahead,
say, in British Columbia, for example, we actually generate a lot of our power through hydroelectricity, and that is actually exportable, as well as I think Quebec generates a lot of hydroelectricity, which they try to export to New York as well. So you can actually export different forms of energy, and the Canadian economy isn't based solely on oil. Stephen Harper tried to make the Canadian economy based on oil, which was effective for a while until OPEC changed the price of oil, at which point that changes everything, right? Yeah. And a lot of our economy is actually based. A lot of it is based on housing right now because we have a huge housing sector as well.
Well, I was gonna ask, like, what are the implications of the like results of this election besides energy? Like, and like, is there anything that like this election will like impact as far as like U.S. interests?
Sorry, can you repeat that?
Yeah.
He's
So
asking if
like,
there's-
so like, what exactly besides energy? Are there any other like maybe like negative implications or like negative like consequences of this election? And do you think like anything will like affect U.S. interests?
Affecting U.S. interests, I don't really know about that. There are some internal matters that there are left to be solved. For example, there's a like, you know about the Panama Papers probably, because that affected U.S. interests as well. But we had a side effect to that, which was the Paradise Papers. That was a trove of declassified documents, or basically like leaked documents, showed that, you know, multiple Canadian families and corporations that are like the wealthiest 1% of the 1% have been managing to evade taxes through specially located tax shelters. So the Canada Revenue Agency has been kind of slow-footed in going after them and making sure that they pay their fair share. The NDP has, at least, you know, for a few weeks before the election and all throughout the campaign, talked about making the rich pay their fair share. We've also talked about things like, ensuring that First Nations have potable drinking water, especially in areas like the Grassy First Narrows, where a pulp and paper mill dumped mercury into the water supply and poisoned people in that community. They've been waiting for decades for medical and for financial relief. Everything from solving regional trash fires that are happening right now to universal pharmacare, which the Liberals in some sense have pledged, and the NDP apparently is going to be pushing them to put it through. I don't know that there's anything that necessarily hugely affects U.S. interests except for oil exports, but I don't think it's a bad situation overall, because the NDP can bring some pressure to bear, and to the extent that they have progressive policies in mind, so can the Bloc Québécois. I think the biggest fight is going to end up being over immigration, which again doesn't really affect you all.
Okay. Yeah. Any other, like, Lance? Do you have anything to add to that?
No, not really. I mean, I'll be frank. I don't think everyone here has a lot of interest in this topic. We could probably move on to something else.
Yeah, we can see that.
All right, well, let's move on to a more contentious subject, maybe. Maybe the most contentious subject tonight. How do we all feel about using the N-word in private?
Let's do it.
I'm
sorry.
Good one.
Let's fucking go.
No, I don't know. Destiny, I know this has been a topic for you. You've already discussed this a few times, but I think we have some people on here that might have a bit of contentions.
Yeah, you think?
Yeah. So,
why would she hate? What do you mean? Yeah, you think? Why would you think that?
Well, look into the camera when you
Give
speak.
you that impression.
Boy.
First of all, don't call me boy, motherfucker. I don't know who the fuck you are, okay? Secondly, because you guys seem like you want to fight about every fucking thing you talk about. Holy shit.
Hold up.
You guys are
Why
fucking
does my Wi-Fi
here
smell
tonight.
so
Holy
shitty right
shit.
now, bruh? When last time you showered? Homie? Good God, man.
wait, what the fuck does that have to do with anything, dude? Come
I
on.
have no idea, dude.
Let's be real. So, anybody?
Yeah, talk to me, Destiny. Talk to me, homie. Talk to me.
Talking about what? What you want me to talk about?
So you being the racist that you are, why do you not
shots
acknowledge
fired.
that you're racist?
Why? Because I'm
Why
not
do you not
racist.
acknowledge it?
Why the fuck would I acknowledge I'm racist?
Why can't you just?
Here's a question.
Why can't you just be
Why
who
do you
you
think?
are?
Why do you think you have a right to tell me what the fuck I can or cannot say in my free time?
Because
when I'm on my own.
Here's the thing.
Yep.
If
Are you gonna tell me? Or are you
can't
gonna talk some
walk
shit?
into a- if you
Nah,
can't
you're talking
walk
some
into
shit.
a room
I ain't talking about
full of
walking
black
anywhere. I'm not
folks
talking about walking
and
anywhere.
say
Not
what
talking
you-
about walking anywhere. And I can walk wherever the fuck I want because I'm an American, okay? So you tell me why the fuck do you care about what I say at my free time?
A lot of Yakubian energy right now.
Yeah, you ain't got shit
God
to
bless
say,
him.
dude. You don't have shit to say.
Yakubian
You don't
energy
have
right now.
shit
man.
to say to me, dude.
But
Who's next?
let me put it to
Who's
you
the
like
next
this,
one
man.
on here?
I feel that you should just embrace being the racist that you are instead of thinking that it's cool to use the hard.
Wait, how does that? Wait, hold on. I have to stop you right here. How does this at all?
Well,
like,
no, let him go.
further
No, let him go. I don't need help
No,
against
no,
this.
no, hold on.
dipshit,
No,
dude.
this is
Dude,
like, how does
hold
this?
on. Dude, I don't
Wait,
help against this guy.
hold on. How the fuck does this
Oh
further
my
the
God.
conversation about this topic at all? Like this
not looking
isn't
to further the
productive. If
conversation.
you guys
He's
actually
trying to
wanted to have a
score
conversation about this,
fucking points
you
for
were
his
one of the
string.
ones that wanted to have this topic on the fucking list. Like, why, like, you could be inflammatory without like doing that. You could at least add something to the conversation. Like, are we gonna actually talk about this, or are we just gonna meme all day? Because if we're here to meme, we can meme. But like, what the fuck? Like,
I'll meme all day,
Okay.
dude. I fucking love
Can I
it.
say something?
Let me
Can I say
just
something?
ask you this. Let me just ask you this. Destiny,
Yeah, what's
man.
up?
How do you address this with other black folks? Because I'm black. How do you address this logically that you find this acceptable behavior? And for me not to call you racist because it's racist. You do racist things and then get
You
mad
can
I
call
you
me,
racist.
hey, you can call me whatever the fuck you want. I don't give a fuck what you call me. What I say is, in my private time, with my private friends, I make jokes that I wouldn't make publicly. That's it. And that's all the fuck I have to say to you. I don't have to say fuck all else to you. That's all I got to say. You have to tell me why you think you have a right to come into my private conversations when you're not there and tell me how the fuck I'm allowed to talk.
Do you go to Twitch cons or things like that?
Again, you ain't got shit to say. Yeah, man, fucking
Do
Twitch
you-
con. I'm going to fucking Amsterdam. What are you
Okay.
gonna fucking do,
I'm-
gangster?
I'm-
Come on,
I'm-
dude.
I'm just-
Mister, I'm from the fucking streets, but I don't actually live in the streets. Come on, dog. Fuck off. Get out of here with that fucking bullshit, dude. Sit in front of a fucking iMac over here trying to act like you're some fucking gangster, dude. Get out of here with that.
I'm not.
Get out of here with that fucking
This
bullshit,
is what happens
dude.
when
Holy
you don't
fuck.
leave the house.
When I
This
don't
is
leave the
what
house,
happens
dude, I've been
when
to
you
so
don't
many
leave
more
the
fucking
house.
all right,
conventions.
hold on. I'm gonna cut you off right there.
Oh my
Hey,
God,
James,
this
you need to calm the fuck
fucking
down, bro.
fucking
Hold
First
on.
Amendment.
This
No,
is
no,
the-
Bastiat, shut the fuck up. Nobody wants to hear your white ass talk about this
Right,
subject,
right.
Bastiat. All right, shut the fuck up.
Oh my
Hold
God.
on, Bastiat.
With no
Hold on,
consequences.
hold on. All right, Ahrelevant. I know you're sitting in here in the corner, fucking seething at the mouth. What do you wanna add to this conversation, Ahrelevant?
I guess Cole James Cash is getting twisted over the fact that Destiny is white and approves of people saying it in private. So I guess,
Yes.
I mean, I'm fine with people saying it in private. What you got to say? I'm black. I don't know if you know.
I think
A lot
that you
of
need to
people
spend
get it
more time with your own people if you find that to be acceptable.
That is
I
so
am
insulting
spending
to tell somebody they're not
plenty- Yeah,
black
I was
enough
gonna
to
say,
like have an opinion. What the
holy
fuck,
shit.
dude?
Okay,
Come
fine.
on, that's actually racist.
Holy
That's
shit.
actually racist.
God damn,
Thanks,
you're-
MindWaves.
Wait, okay, no, I have a question, right? I'm just trying to understand where y'all are coming from and stuff like that. So, why do you think like saying the N-word is not racist? Like, I want to.
So my stance on language, okay, is that as a public figure, I don't platform language that I feel is harmful to larger groups of people or further entrenches or further harmful
Platform
thought.
language.
That's what I do. That's my belief. In private, there are a lot of jokes that I think are funny, but are pretty edgy and would be irresponsible to tell around people where I don't know what they believe in. So if I have a friend and we tell edgy jokes about particular subjects, as long as I'm like reasonably sure my friends and me aren't racist, I think you can have a laugh like you would with a fucking Chris Rock show, with a George Carlin skit, with a Boondocks episode. There are things that you can enjoy privately that aren't harmful. That's basically my take.
But those people
Okay,
are
but
funny.
do you
You're not
see-
funny though, dude.
No, but do you see how like by the fact that people know you say it in private, at like being a public figure, that kind of defeats the purpose that you were
It doesn't defeat the purpose at all. For me to say like
You're saying, listen, you're saying, okay, well, I
Can I
say this
just-
in private and it's okay because my friends aren't racist, right? But as a public figure, I wouldn't say these words because they can be inflammatory.
First
but
of all,
there's
I-
already people out there who are like, well, Destiny says it in private as a joke, so why can't I say it as a joke? It's fine, right? Even though, like, they're just really using it as a justification to say
All
a
right,
terrible word.
Wait,
Thanks for
hold
that,
on, real
Pxie.
quick.
Hold on,
I
wait.
haven't-
All right, yeah, go ahead. And then
Okay, so-
hold on. Yeah.
I don't repeat any of the edgy jokes that I say in private. So just saying that I have a different stance on private or public language is not enough to like all of a sudden nullify that. Now, if I started to retell all of the jokes that I said privately, then sure, then that would be like a legitimate
You
argument.
ain't
Otherwise,
built like that to be speaking like that publicly because your heart pumps Kool-Aid.
All right, hold on.
All
I know
right.
Kormantine.
And then
Hold on.
second-
Hold.
and then-
Oh, yeah. Go ahead.
Okay, yeah,
Finish
no,
your
go
point.
for it. Whatever. No, go
Well,
for it.
I wanted to toss it over to Kormantine. I know he wants to get in, and now also anybody in chat that's like, "Hey, let this person speak. Let this person." Don't fucking moderate me moderating. All right, get the fuck out of my chat if you're gonna like say that shit. All right, I don't fucking need you here. All right, so fucking the next person I see that ats me and says that shit in chat, you're getting banned instantly. So shut the fuck up, okay? Kormantine, you can go ahead. You got the floor, dude.
You sure you want me to talk about this?
I asked you.
Well, listen, man. By the way, what's your actual name? What's your name? I know you go by MindWaves, but what's your name? Yeah, what's the name your parents gave you?
You can call me Destiny on that. All right.
No, there's a reason I'm asking.
There's a reason I'm telling you why. You can call me Destiny. All right?
No, not you. I know what your name is. I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to MindWaves.
Oh, okay.
My name's
You can
Ian.
stop talking.
For anybody that doesn't
You
know,
already got your piece in. It's okay. I don't need to hear you right now. MindWaves, what's your name, bro?
Ian.
Ian. Okay, cool. Ian.
Yeah. What's up?
So, Ian, did you get what you were looking for out of this? Like, is this what you wanted?
I could ask you the same question. I thought y'all wanted to talk about this too.
I didn't ask to talk about this.
That's not what I heard.
The reason I'm asking you that is because like what's actually going to get solved in this conversation? Absolute jack shit.
Nothing.
No one's going to get convinced of nothing. No one's going to get convinced of anything because everybody is incentivized to hold their position, right? Steven over there is incentivized to not give an inch on this whatsoever. He thinks it's completely okay. Rel is incentivized, as much as I respect the brother, Rel is incentivized to agree with him, and you're incentivized to hold this conversation. So what I'm asking is everybody getting what they wanted?
But if
Why
it's
do we
all
talk
about
about any
incentives,
political
I mean,
issue ever, then?
then
That's
that's
the
the
issue.
issue ever.
Wait,
Literally
you don't-
just described
you
everything.
Holy shit! Can,
Hold up,
can,
and I also
can
take
person
a-
respond?
Okay, I
Um,
take a point of contention that I'm agreeing with Destiny. Like it's
Yeah.
his point. Like what?
But the thing is,
Nobody
what does
cares
that
about
really
you,
say?
dude. You're
But-
not black enough, bro.
Yeah, I guess so, dude. My bad, dude.
Wait,
My
save
bad.
it.
I didn't say
My
that.
bad, dude.
Thanks.
I didn't say
Well,
that.
sure to
So.
just
To
go
be
out.
fair, you don't necessarily like you don't always like necessarily argue to try to change like the other person's mind necessarily. You kind of will
Yeah.
sometimes argue
Argue
to
for the
just
audience.
change for the audience, for people who are like in the middle, who don't really know where they stand or who are leaning one side, and to try to convince them to go to the other side.
But there's no convincing here, and I'll tell you my name. My name is Andre. All right. The only reason that my channel name is Kormantine is because there's a specific context that I'm trying to come from when I run my streams, the information that I give and so forth. Right. So, but my name is Andre. I ask people to call me Andre. The thing is, I have to ask, like, does anyone in this conversation study this for a living? Like, does anyone in this conversation studied whether it's sociology, history, etc.? Does anybody actually study this stuff, like what the effects are?
Yes.
Okay, so Cole does. All right.
Yes.
I happen to do that. I've been doing this for several years, right? So there's multiple studies, and there's one actually I'm going to cite to you right now. This was by Jeff Greenberg and Tom Pxie. They're two social psychologists. At the time, one of them was at University of Arizona, and Tom Pxie was at University of North Carolina, Chapel Hill. And they actually did study what the effect is of repeating racial slurs and racial tropes between closed company. And it's just a matter of simply overhearing it. It's not just overhearing it and acting it out upon other people, but there is an actual toxic social harm that's caused by the repeating of racial slurs and jokes in in-group scenarios. So no, there is no harmlessness here. For example, one of the conclusions they came to was, although the attitudes they expressed, that is test subjects they expressed towards blacks, may not be negative, they may still react negatively when they encounter out-group members under conditions that cue these previously acquired negative schemata. Meaning, if you make it a habit to joke among yourself and your friends about black people, to repeat the N-word, to say funny shit like that, and you say, oh, but it's okay that we're not racist, unfortunately, it doesn't really bear out in reality, because those people still have to go out and function in society. So when Cole is right, when he says, do you actually go outdoors? When you go outdoors and you have interactions with real people, they do express themselves. For example, if you get called up for jury duty, if you're in jury deliberations, if you're hiring somebody for a job, if you're encountering somebody who is a service worker, the presupposed notions that you get from joking between yourself and your friends then bear out in your encounters with out groups. Here's the problem with that. 70% of white people in America do not have any people of color in their social circle. So there's nobody there that they encounter that can say to them, hey, by the way, this thing that you actually said is very hurtful to me. They only encounter positive reinforcement for that. And even in situations where they do have people of color in their immediate social circle, i.e., everybody's sending me the video for whatever fucking reason of Trihex being very hurt by, when he said, hey, listen, the thing that you said actually hurt my feelings. And Steven's saying, well, if that's what you believe, that's on you. Unfortunately, that's not innocuous. That's not innocent. That's not racist. It actually is very fucking racist. And to me, it's emotionless. Like, what kind of void does somebody have to have inside them where a friend comes to them and says, hey, the thing that you did really hurt my feelings. And you say, yeah, fuck it, that's on you. It's borne out by intergroup relationships, and it's borne out by social psychology. So I'm not sure what anybody here is talking about when they say it's harmless.
Sure. So
I'd like to follow up with what Andre said. The thing is that for one, there's something very much I want to clarify too. If you spend time around your own people, or if you're a white person that grows up with a lot of black folks, there's a certain code and there are certain rules that are abided by. Certain black folks may be cool with you using the NIGGA, but a lot of folks may not be. But regardless of any of that, my point when I talk about, you must not leave the house and things like that, is because there's no way you keep that same energy with a hard ER in a room full of black folks. There's no way you keep that same energy having a discussion like this, getting, mouthing off saying, motherfucker, this and that and the other. You can always tell when somebody's genuine with that. The way that an individual moves, like I said, I can tell a lot about a person just by how quick I don't like to use the word triggered, but just that reaction and that defensive, it sounds like somebody got a lot to prove.
Dude, you've been triggered.
It's going to be a lot more to prove. It's going to be a lot more to prove if you start hollering at the NIGGER and justifying it. The moment you justify yourself making a racist statement, that makes you racist. And I don't see how there's any other argument. That's why I'm just trying to be funny about it. Because there's nothing logically that I can say or do other than make fun of it. Because the moment you start going with the hard ER and talk about, well, I find this acceptable, your white skin would find that acceptable because there's nobody, the one black person who tried to appeal to your humanity. This is supposed to be your man's. This is supposed to be your friend. Now, regardless, okay, you're right. I ain't shit. I don't know you. But this dude does know you. This is supposed to be your people. If you treat your own people like that, God, who else do you treat like that? You are unwilling to listen to another black man who's obviously felt enough oppression in his life to know, this affects me. But you have no empathy, clearly, and you have no sense of human emotion, as Andre already said, to say, what? This is wrong. what I'm doing is wrong.
Shit. Let me know when you're done fucking crying.
All right.
Fuck.
Maybe I
Destiny,
should
you
fall
want
back.
to respond to that, and then I want to toss it over to somebody.
Sermon
after
in
that.
church. Jesus. Okay, firstly, how are you going to talk about somebody trying to prove themselves or some shit when you've been here? How many fucking times have you said, I'm a lefty that doesn't care about what anybody fucking thinks and I'll take shit to you in real life? Dude, the person that lacks the most...
Why are you responding to him
Because
and
he
not
just responded to me, so I'm responding to him and then I'll respond to you next. Is that okay?
But sure, if you want to go ahead and do that.
Yeah, so chill. So you guys have been like fucking down everybody's throat like the whole fucking time. So don't sit here and say like, oh, well,
you're asking me questions that have to do with my realm of expertise. Of course I'm going to respond.
I'm not talking about you responding. I'm talking about you being insanely aggressive the whole conversation with no provocation. You did it with the guy in the suit.
What's been aggressive about me?
Guy in the suit.
Are you serious?
Listen,
okay.
Bastiat and I have a pre-existing relationship. I fuck with dude. Like, we have a back and forth thing. He can come at me and I can come at him, and I'm okay with that. So I'm not sure what you're talking about.
No, I'm the one that's been aggressive, homie. You can direct that.
You both have been pretty aggressive in here, but we can pretend that's not, I guess. Okay, I guess let's pretend that you haven't been aggressive at all. Okay. Yeah, Jesus, fuck. Also, when you talk about I guess like it's a nice story to say like, oh, like your friend is hurt, blah 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 blah.
As your father, I demand you address me with respect. I have not been aggressive.
It's a good meme. Holy shit! I'm getting fucking AIDS from this conversation. I need to move to Canada to get some fucking healthcare to deal with the cancer in this room. Jesus Christ!
You need to take a shower before you do anything,
fucking
bro.
Shit, dude.
You need to comb that greasy ass hair before you do anything.
Yeah, dude, that's right, man.
All right,
you know what a shower
nice.
person fucking looks like? Holy shit!
If there was any value to this discussion, I mean, if you're just going to repeatedly insult the guy, the value is gone.
Yeah, I don't think we gain anything from doing that. Like James, I don't.
Kormantine, again, I often disagree with Kormantine, but he raised a lot of interesting points. I don't know why you charged in afterward rather than like Destiny respond with all that
using the N-word don't grant me no respect, man. You using the N-word in the hard E. Be thankful that this is all it is.
Oh my god, dude, you're such an internet fucking tough guy. It's funny you talk about going outside. You're the biggest internet fucking tough guy I've ever heard in my entire life. Holy shit. Okay, to address Kormantine, okay? Wait, am I pronouncing that right?
You can call me Andre.
Okay, Andre. My name is Steven, okay? I'm sorry for being aggressive earlier, all right? So it doesn't surprise me that you would say that like a study would show that over a large period of time, people that use like certain slurs might start to take on certain types of negative opinions.
No, there's no might or over a long period of time. It's simply this is what happens. It reinforces it.
Okay, so when I say
the study was pretty definitive. I can send it to you if you like.
If you want to, you can. So
when it's not just one; it's several. But yeah.
Okay, so when I say might, what I mean is that I doubt 100% of participants showed this thing, right? There's probably a percentage of them. And when I say over a period of time, I don't think somebody saying one word one time instantly will make everybody become like very racist. It's probably something that happens over a period of time. I'm not saying it takes 50 years, maybe over the course of like a few weeks even it could be possible. Sure. But I think that it is possible to engage with certain types of humors in ways that make it so that you wouldn't have those effects happen to you. So as a counterpoint,
the problem is, I know that you would like to think that, but the problem is literally every single study that I've looked at that looks at this scenario, like there was that study, then there's also this book, Social Dominance by Jim Sedanius and Felicia Prado. There's this study, Two-Faced Racism by Pika and Fagan. There's Grant J. Silver from Marquette University. And then there's all of the footnotes from all of those studies, and they all reinforce the exact same idea. And I've been looking for studies that actually counteract what they're saying, because I always try to challenge myself and look at, hey, are there other studies that show the exact opposite or show that there's mitigating effects? And the answer is no, there aren't.
Okay, would you come out and say that we should ban all violent video games?
No, I would
not. Oh my god.
And that's not what that has nothing to do with anything.
So there was a massive study that came out looking at more than 17,000 people. Okay, this is a meta-analysis of over 20 different studies that showed an undeniable link between video games and violent and aggressive behavior.
Brooks told me to leave this shit alone.
Okay. Why are we talking about?
Maybe you should. If he told you to leave, then get the fuck out, because you haven't contributed fuck all to this discussion, dude. Holy shit!
I haven't contributed fuck all.
Okay, so there is an undeniable link.
Disproving the point there.
There is an
seriously though, James. If you don't have anything to add to the conversation, just don't fucking talk, dude. Like,
bro, we justifying using the N-word. What more do you want?
Well, you wanted to talk about this, so why are you getting triggered that we're talking about it?
Seriously,
like, if you don't like the subject, wait until the next one. Like, holy shit!
If you're too triggered to have the conversation, then just step out. Go get a fucking coffee or smoke a cigarette, and then come back in an hour.
When you take a shower, I'll smoke that cigarette.
That's a good one, dude. Keep fucking hitting the same fucking insult. Is that the one fucking thing you prep for this conversation?
Yes.
All right.
You repeatedly not showered.
Congratulations. Nice job. All right.
All right, James. All right. All right.
So
Really
it is
abrupt.
Finish
it is
finish your sentence.
undeniable, okay, that there is a link between violent video games and physical aggression. Okay, it's just like this has been borne out in study after study after study, and there was recently a massive meta-analysis that showed it. Right now,
By the way, who was the author?
can
I just want to. Who was the author of that study? I named the authors for you. Who was the author of the study that you're naming here?
I'll throw the link for you here. This is a story that references a study in the chat. And you
Yeah,
can go and look
yeah,
at it
yeah,
if you
yeah.
want. Okay.
Got
Okay.
it. Okay. Yeah.
So the my response to something like this is that I would hope that you could move people so that they are able to engage with this type of media in a responsible manner, rather than we need to ban people's engagement with this type of media full stop, because we think it's impossible to show people how to engage within that manner. Maybe it's my inner liberal that's coming out, but I'm not comfortable yet like ceding that much personal autonomy to the government or to social cues, saying like I can't even engage in this form of humor because I can't protect my mind against some sort of harmful thought. Like I mean, like if you look at my track record, now this is bad because it's a one-off anecdote, of course, but like I would say I've gotten considerably less racist over the past decade. Anybody that's followed my stuff has known that, but I still engage in edgy forms of humor in my free time, knowing that it's not representative of people at large. It's just shock value humor. I think that it's possible to push that line where, hey, like if you can engage in edgy humor without affecting you, don't. But if you can, it's possible to do it the same way that it's possible to play violent video games without showing like an increase in physical aggression, which studies do bear out happens. That would be my argument.
You know what? I'm actually not even all that concerned about why you use those jokes in private, because I really couldn't give a shit. What I'm concerned about is why would you say that on your platform that literally thousands of people watch? Because what you're doing here, it's funny that you bring up the video game example, right? So the reason that these studies come out about video games, there's a couple of lawyers actually that have been, trying for since like the 1980s they're running a crusade to ban video games. And that's the reason that I asked who is the author of the study, because I forget the guy's name offhand, but there's been one particular lawyer that's been on this tip, and it's not out of there being a real link, like a causal link between video games and violence, but just because he wants to get his name out there. But
Are you talking about Jack Thompson?
Yeah. But
Okay,
that's
really old video game. Yeah, that guy's a fucking idiot. I know you're talking about that.
But that's besides the point. The question I have about this is do you think that everybody who watches you has the sort of like mind palace you seem to have constructed for yourself, where they're able to cordon off all of those racist thoughts, attitudes, and behaviors from those jokes into how they see the world?
No, of course not. However, wait, real quick, I don't think that there's this like, because we're constructing like the mythical viewer where there's somebody that watches me.
I don't care about the myth. Listen, man, I actually deal with this in my day-to-day life, and I write about it for a living. So there's no mythical viewer. That mythical person that you're talking about is the person that when I go into the streets of Montreal after 10 o'clock p.m. at nighttime wants to step out into the street and fight me, right? That mythical viewer is the kind of person that, when a black girl at a school in Scarborough talks back to him, he pins her down and rips her braids out of her hair.
Okay, I don't. That's when I'm talking about mythical viewer, I don't think these are guys that listen to me that are like super racist and really hateful. But they're like, oh well, I like Destiny, so I'm not going to say these things in private. But as soon as they hear me say I have a different stance on public versus private,
why are you yelling?
Oh, now we.
Why are you yelling at me?
No, I'm not yelling at you, but you keep interrupting every single thing I say. You talk like three. No, you're not. You're trying to talk at me, like a lot.
Okay.
Right. So I'm just finishing my point. When I say mythical viewer, I don't mean that there aren't racist people out there. What I'm saying is I don't think there's a super ultra racist person that for some reason is like compelled by my arguments not to say like slurs in private, but he's still ultra super racist. But then when he hears I have that private public language, he's gonna be like, oh, I can go back to saying slurs.
So this is how I can tell that you haven't actually studied racism in your private life, and I have. And what I'm trying to tell you is what exactly what you're talking about right now does not exist in reality. See, the thing is, people make these normal ass jokes around normal ass other people. For example, I'm going to cite you something from a study that another one that I looked at. Okay, this is the Pika and Fagan book. This is a college student that's documenting a journal with herself and her mother. This is a white girl and her white mother. They're having conversations, and what she's been asked to do is to document instances where her mother says something racist that she might not have noticed before. So the first reaction, or the first one that she reports is this. She reports her mother's reaction to watching a TV program where contestants voluntarily engaged in odd behaviors. My mother and I were watching Fear Factor one night, and on the show, the contestants had to eat cow, sheep, and fish eyes. There was a black female contestant on the show. It was her time to eat the eyes. My mother looks over at me and says, I hate to say it, but she's black. She probably likes that stuff. She had a smile on her face when she said it and was almost chuckling. Couple of weeks later, there's another incident, he records. I'll skip past all the preamble. We're sitting watching the news like always again. My brother, white male age 28, of course has to say something about the war and the people that we're fighting. So we're just sitting there listening to the news anchor talk. My brother blurts out, I would much rather spend my tax dollars on the war instead of on fat shines, i.e. that slur for black people, dropping babies like cigarette butts. Those conversations that people have in private where they think it's just a joke actually do bear out. And I'll tell you
what you just said wasn't a joke. That was just flat racism.
Yeah, it was the mothers joking around.
She's not joking. That's like literally just being racist.
Okay, but that's what she considered it a joke. Is the thing. The mother considers it a joke, but she says it around her kids, and then her son starts picking up that language and adopts those behaviors. So what I'm saying to you is, it then bears out in real life. At some point, and I can cite to you Silva's study if you want to. You probably don't want me to. At some point, what happens is the reinforcement of those attitudes and behaviors is a subconscious social cue that they're of a dominant class, and they get to behave around the subordinate class however they want. How does that bear out to the subordinate class? I don't know. There's me walking through the grocery store one day talking to a friend of mine. I'm in the produce section with my shopping cart, and some old white dude sees me wearing a sweater that my fiance gave me, and it says Cassius Clay the greatest. And the guy walks over to me and he jabs his finger literally in my chest. Okay, and I'm like, what the hell's going on here? I thought maybe I took his grocery cart or something. He jabs his finger in my chest and says to me, if I wore that shirt, they'd call me a racist. What are you talking about? Who'd call you a racist? And he says, well, that's Cassius Clay. His name is Muhammad Ali, not Cassius Clay. If I call him Cassius Clay, they call me a racist. I'm like, well, that's probably because there's something wrong with you that they would think that you are. What I'm trying to say to you is, when people have those thoughts, attitudes, and beliefs about subordinate groups, what they will tend to do is use those subordinate groups as a pressure valve. So I talked to you before about jury duty, how people treat service workers, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. When they have those thoughts in their mind, it's like a mind virus. And when they encounter people and they're stressed out enough to simply take it out on people, they will do that to the subordinate class in a way that they would not do with private company, with polite company. So what I'm saying to you is, when you say that to your viewers, that it can actually be harmless, they then think it's harmless. They will try to compartmentalize it in their mind, and then it expresses itself in ways that are harmful to people of color, like myself, is what I'm trying to say to you.
I don't even know where to begin. Like, do you think does this feel like a conversation to you when you like rattle off like 15 different things and I like don't respond to like a single thing?
I'm just telling you what
like one of your examples here was literally like a parent talking to a child. What?
Okay. Well, yeah, because you're not on my level. I teach.
No. It's not about being on a level. It's about you having no idea how to have a conversation.
Well, the thing is, you don't know the things that I know. I debate.
It doesn't matter. You have no idea. You have no idea at this point what I know. You're not teaching me anything. I'm not even talking to you. I've never responded to a single thing you've said.
You don't want to learn nothing, man.
No, I don't want to say you're being talked at by some guy. No, of course not. Why the fuck do you think I came here for that shit? No, of course not.
Okay, fine. You don't have to respond to me that. I'm
not trying to respond aggressively at you. This guy is like fucking baiting me hardcore. Okay.
I'm just gonna ask you one question. You don't have to respond to any of that.
Sure.
Is there any calculus that you can arrive at, but which you could possibly be wrong? I'm interested to know. Is there any way that you do not have complete epistemic closure and you could actually be wrong in this scenario?
Yeah, of course. It's possible to be wrong on any particular point. Yeah.
Okay, so why is it that when a person that you or says he's your friend or he thinks that you're his friend comes to you and says, "Hey, this thing that you said to me really hurt my feelings," your closure was so tight that you couldn't even say.
This is a total non sequitur. This has nothing to do. It is a non
sequitur. The fuck?
What
is it? Wait, what do you think a non sequitur is? Hold on, I'm super curious over here.
The fuck?
Exactly. Shut the fuck up. The reason why it's a non sequitur, the reason why
human sensibilities,
we're not appealing to a human sensibility. We're having a discussion
your
on whether or not the word is harmful.
Your friend. He was asking you to be understanding, and you couldn't do that.
Yeah, and my mom asked me not to be a Democrat, and my mom asked me not to be an atheist. Just because somebody makes a request of you doesn't necessarily mean their argument has credence. That's not what we're here to talk about. You want to come here and talk about whether or not I'm cold or whether or not I could be friendlier to people? That's a whole other fucking discussion. If you want to,
is this how you behave with people?
But if you want to have a conversation about whether or not like some word is harmful or not harmful to say in a private setting, that's fine. But you can't pivot that. I would never want to be a good person in your eyes, dude.
James, shut the fuck up, dude. Come on. If you're gonna add something to the conversation, like have something like actually something actually to add to the conversation. Like, holy shit, I don't know how many times I gotta tell you that. I want to go ahead and toss it over. No, hold on. My bro Ahrelevant hasn't been able to talk this whole time. Please, James,
Well, he was
just hold on.
yelling the whole time, man. And
Dude, James, you haven't said anything of substance this whole time. If you're gonna have a conversation about the subject, have a conversation. Don't just shout out ad homs and fucking like stupid ass memes all the time, dude. I don't know what the fuck.
Ian, I got a question for you. How did you think that a couple of black people coming into this conversation were going to feel having this conversation with this person?
Hold on. I'm sorry. Wait,
hold on.
Is Ahrelevant not black? Is Trihex not black?
gonna
I've had this
say-
conversation with plenty of other people that have been pretty chill about it. If you can't handle the conversation, then you should just say it. Just say, I
I
don't
was
want to have this
literally trying to
conversation
hand the
and step back.
conversation over to a black dude, but I don't know if you guys consider him black or not. But I don't know. Irrelevant, you got the floor. How do you feel about this, dude?
Okay, it's very, in my opinion, all right? So, like, when it comes to things like this, we're essentially talking about edgy jokes for the most part in general, not simply the N-word, right? I'm assuming we would
Yeah,
bring
I'm
this...
not talking about saying like I'm with my friend and I'm like, yeah, I hate all N-words. I think
Yeah,
they're all
of
lazy
course.
or whatever.
Yeah,
I'm not
nobody
talking
said
about
that you.
racism.
No
It's
one
like-
said that you. No one said you did
Yes,
that.
they are, because you're the examples that you use in your story was literally like, black people are lazy. They're whatever racial slur you said or whatever. That was your example. Like, that's not what the fuck I'm saying. They're like quoting like the Boondocks or some shit.
Can I
Also,
say
Calling
something?
black people the
Literally,
N-word.
literally
Right,
talking about
okay.
slurs, bro.
Can I say something or state
Like,
something?
I don't need to mind meld with you to find out what it is that you're actually saying to people in your private life
Hold
for
on.
it to
I'm sorry.
apply.
I swear to God, I'm sorry for interrupting you. Okay? Do you think that every single use of the slur is the same? When you say literally talking about slurs, do you think that if one guy, like, let's say, you can still think it's racist, that's fine. But if one guy is like quoting like a Dave Chappelle skit in another guy, and then another guy is saying like, I hate all N-words, do you think that the use of the N-word there is the exact same? That a slur is a slur and it means the same thing?
What a stupid question to ask.
That's what I fucking
not-
thought.
That's
All right,
not a
go ahead.
dumb question,
No,
dude.
no,
At least
fine.
entertain the
He's got a fucking
question.
subject matter.
Wait,
He's got a
you
giant
finish?
fucking script that he can read off, and he can't fucking deviate
Are
from
you-
it.
are you-
Fucking people
question
like
for you,
that.
homie.
How are you going to debate? Hang on, stop! Everyone, stop talking. How are you going to debate me on my own fucking humanity? I'm saying that's a stupid question.
We're not
to ask.
talking about your
so
fucking
we're not
humanity.
talking-
That's not
I'm
up for
sorry.
debate.
Debate me,
Fucking
dude.
talking.
Don't debate
Jesus
fucking
Christ.
me,
You
dude.
get
What
to-
the fuck
you
is
do
this shit?
You do this for like-
Irrelevant, man. What were you gonna say? Irrelevant.
Okay, it's
Sounded
very
like something
listen,
was
No,
coming.
but
listen.
he asked me a question, right? Irrelevant. I'll let you talk. He asked me a question,
Oh my
right?
god.
This is your last time. Hold on,
Irrelevant talk, man. You
Kormantine.
guys
I
have
gotta
been
let
going back and
Irrelevant
forth for a
talk.
while.
Say what you gotta say, and then let
You
Irrelevant
can say
talk.
I won't
please.
respond. I won't respond.
So wait, Carmen.
I don't even really know. To be honest, I don't even really know why we're doing this. To be honest, like I really don't.
Okay, let Ahrelevant talk.
Okay,
Maybe that's what
Because
they're saying.
it's
Jesus, fuck.
let's have Pixie go because Pixie's literally
Oh,
been
yeah, I'm
trying
so
to get
sorry.
in for the past
Yeah,
like
my
hour
bad.
and a half.
But I'm sorry, but
Thank
Pixie's
you,
not black.
Irrelevant.
I mean, I love you, Pixie, but you're not black. You don't really.
I know.
get what I'm saying.
What does that have to do with the
Pixie,
appropriateness
can you
of the
please?
language?
Yeah, Pixie, can you please just go?
Okay,
Like-
so what I was trying to talk about before, right, I was trying to say is that, like, maybe I'm still confused about it a little bit, but I don't necessarily agree with your stance, Destiny, that, like, oh, it's okay since it's private and public, whatever, but let me just cut to the chase. Essentially, by admitting the fact that you say, like, the N-word, even as a joke in private, by admitting it publicly, it kind of, like, defeats your own stance in the way that now your whole entire public viewership, right? If they're racist or not, whatever, they're gonna say the N-word in private, and then they're gonna be like, oh no, it's okay, it's in private, I'm not racist, it's just a joke, as a justification, even though these people might actually be racist, right? You don't know that for sure. I correct me if I'm wrong, Kormantine, but like it also comes back to the point of like, oh yeah, when you say this word is like a joke or in a joking context, people automatically they kind of like normalize it in their brain that it's okay to use slurs like that or use stereotypes like that as long as it's in a joke. Except that's the thing. You don't really know if the people around you are 100% racist or 100% not racist or anything like that. So you really don't know if it's going to become a situation where it's like, oh yeah, like I'm totally not racist, but wink, wink, nudge, nudge, right? It's like, in a sense, it's kind of like rape jokes, right? It kind of like normalizes like that saying these things or that these atrocities are okay, even though they're not, because, oh, it's just a joke.
Can I ask on that really quick? So, do you think that rape jokes are also inappropriate in a personal setting?
Yes.
Okay, Ahrelevant. I totally stole this argument from you. Do you think that two
I'm
people?
gonna ask mine with-
Do you think, wait.
That
Do you
is
think that
fair.
if two people have a fetish for, I don't know if you're familiar with consent, non-consent. It's basically role play rape. Do you think that people should never practice that?
I mean, there's a very clear distinction between like having, a kink and being able to like set clear like consensual boundaries and things like that, and making like rape like jokes about like raping someone and being like, oh no, it's fine, it's just a joke, and let's see this chick. And
so what's the difference between setting a clear boundary and understanding, where my girlfriend understands I'm not actually raping her, right, and setting a boundary with friends saying like we're not actually racist, right? How can you set the former but not the latter?
Oh my god,
it's a great.
Here, can you give me like 1 second so I can like try to like?
Yeah, that's fine. That's totally fine.
Okay. So I want to ask MindWaves.
Well, what's up?
I know you've been throwing a lot of shut the fuck ups at me and this and that and the other, and I'm
just waiting for you to make a good point, my dude.
Hold on. I made my point earlier when, first of all, you knew who I was before I came on the stream. And that when it comes to people, I react the same way I would in real life if we were having this discussion. I react the same way face to face, etc. I don't come from Twitch. I have a YouTube show. I just started that. I don't come from none of that. All my activism and everything else is real life shit. So I'm reacting exactly how I would in real life. I'm reacting how I know a majority of the black folks and Latinos, because I'm a black Latino, would react in the face of blatant racism. Only on the internet do I have to deal with the idea that I have to somehow intellectualize, well, I should be able to use the N-word for this reason, and then we have to have a discussion about it. Most of these things aren't discussions because then, like I said, we're justifying I should be racist in my private life for this, and this reason. Okay, now I'm going to go ahead and justify why I should go ahead and use a hard ER. You want me to give you these great points that Andre's already given. Not only does Andre have these points, but he cites them. He uses cited studies. That's not good enough. So for me, I don't mean Andre's not good enough, but that's not good enough for some of y'all. So for me, I'm just like,
all right, hold on. I'm going to cut you off right there, bro. Hey, bro.
So me being a proud black Latino that I am, I'm not with the bullshit, and I'm just telling you straight up, this is bullshit, and I just wanted Destiny to solidify.
All right, bro. Hey, if it's bullshit, then why the fuck when I invited you on this show? Hey, bro. Do I gotta mute you, bro? Holy. All right, bounce. You bounce the fuck out, dude. Get the fuck out already, dude. Just get out. You didn't add anything to this podcast at all.
Hold on. So we both.
Hold on. James literally. No! Shut the fuck up! Holy shit!
I admire your consistency, Cole.
Oh my god. I'm gonna mute everybody right now. Everybody's gonna be fucking muted. I swear to God.
What are we doing here?
All right, exactly? Listen, that James guy, I don't know what the fuck his prerogative is here, but in DMs, he literally said he wanted me to add this as the motherfucking topic on the show. I don't know why he got so triggered that we're actually talking about it, and then he comes on and says, oh, I don't know why I have to intellectualize this. You wanted to have the conversation. I don't know what the fuck else to say. Holy shit.
Ian, why are you yelling?
Because I'm tired of why are people coming onto my show to have a conversation about this and then get mad when people are trying to have a conversation about it?
Hold on. Holy shit. How could you be tired? How could you be tired of the fact that a black man who felt a ways about somebody who has a very large platform on this site, and I'll tell you why he's upset. Because we talked about this beforehand, right? And I asked him, I said, how do you feel about this? We talked about this beforehand. His answer was this, and I kind of agreed with him. And that's that this platform, even though it's large, it's also very small, especially where it comes to people who just talk and shoot the breeze and talk politics, et cetera, et cetera. I will tell you that I personally would not recommend for any of my friends, family, anybody else who has an interest in politics, who wants to create content and so forth, to come into this milieu and have conversations with any of you. And the reason for that is, it is fucking toxic to expect that we would have to come into a conversation like this and prove ourselves. You know what I'm saying? When somebody has a platform that large and then says, yeah, it's okay if I do that because I'm not racist when I do it. What do you think it's like for the average person who tunes in and sees that and says, oh shit, if I speak up about it, I might get this exact treatment that Cole just got. You know what I'm saying?
Is the guy that wearing the suit? Is the guy wearing the suit?
How are you going to bring black people into this platform and then make us debate for our own humanity and change somebody's mind? You know what I'm saying?
He literally wanted to have the conversation. How can you even complain about having to have this conversation on a public platform?
Do you understand
both of y'all were the ones that wanted to have it?
Do you understand why he asked you to put this in the panel?
So he could go off and spew a bunch of fucking bullshit and shout ad homs endlessly? I don't know. I don't know why he wanted it. Why? You tell me.
He's going to yell at me some more. What do you want here?
Why then? Rationalize it for me.
Calm down, man. What the fuck is wrong with you? Ian?
I'm sorry, dude. It's my white aggression. I can't fucking help it.
Please, just talk to me then, Kormantine. God. Just
I've been
talk to
asking.
me,
I've been
man.
asking for you guys to have a conversation with Ahrelevant, but I don't know. You guys don't
He
seem
keeps
willing
getting cut
to.
off. I'm
James
sorry.
wasn't
I'll shut the
interested.
fuck up.
Kormantine wasn't
Okay.
interested. I don't know.
I can talk to Rel because Rel's a brother, and we don't agree on everything, right? And this is one of the things that we don't agree on, but we can at least understand that when we're talking to each other, we're talking to each other brother to brother, talking to each other soul to soul. We understand this shit. I don't think anybody else in this panel does. I think that's why some of you are starting to yell. This is what happens when you get challenged by black folk. When you get challenged by black folk, you like to just talk right over us.
Dude, that is some bullshit, and it's disgusting.
yeah.
It is
You're
disgusting.
doing
You
it
wouldn't
right
even
fucking
fucking
now.
pretend.
You literally
wouldn't even
just did it.
fucking pretend
You
like
literally
this is
just did it.
anything related to that type of issue. Fuck
literally
off,
just
dude.
did it.
Also,
Holy
hold on.
shit, that is
Also,
fucking
also,
disgusting.
hold on.
What the fuck is
Kormantine.
wrong with you,
You're
dude?
a
Holy
bitch.
shit.
Also, you told Pxie to be quiet like 5 times already.
Yeah, what about
Yeah, I
talking
told
over
you,
women,
what
dude?
the
What the
fuck?
fuck?
Yeah,
Because this is not because when it comes to this conversation, when it comes, okay,
Yeah, it wasn't.
no,
yeah,
no.
exactly.
Okay, sure, whatever. We're not talking about that right now. Okay, when I said, hey, listen, we can't talk about this because you're not black, so it's really our conversation to have. I really mean that. Black people have this conversation. Anybody who's not black does not get to debate it with us. I'm sorry. Of course, there's hope for human progress. You know how that progress happens when black folk tell you, "Hey, don't say that shit," then don't fucking say it. That's it. That's all you have
What
to do.
argument is that? I mean, again, that's saying one identity has
I'm not
precedence
here
over an argument. I
That's
mean,
the thing, I'm
in
not
that point, then it's hopeless to try and come to a common
Bastiat.
understanding.
Bastiat, I love you, but I'm not here to argue this with you. If you can't stop talking, if you can't stop talking, hear what I'm actually saying, okay? This is something I'm speaking to out of my soul, out of my humanity. And I don't debate my humanity with most people. I'm having this conversation with you all because I think it's important for this platform. And for people of color who want to be on this platform and see this kind of toxic behavior and say, fuck it, I'm never going to go near that. That's why I'm having this conversation with you all and for no other reason. And what I'm trying to say to you is you might be able to shout me down. You all might be able to talk over me. You might even be able to possibly win this argument in the eyes of your viewers. But you know what you're saying to everybody else who would want to be a part of this and have conversations and build communities here and possibly build movements? You're saying to them, you're not welcome. That's why it makes me upset that we're having this conversation. That's why Cole cashed out like that.
Cole cashed out because he's a fucking bitch, dude. Don't act like he was taking some fucking high ground on some moral bullshit.
Why are
he wanted
you
to show
talking
everybody
to
how
me like
fucking
we're
tough.
familiar
He
right
wanted
now?
to act like he was some
You're the
fucking
actual-
tough gangster.
why are you
He
talking
was
to
taking
me?
shots all fucking show. Oh, like some people here never take a
Listen,
shower.
I'll tell
I'm
you
on the
something
fucking
right now.
street, dog.
Steven, I'll tell you something
Come
right
on,
now. I'll tell you something right now. The talk that you're talking right now, if you came up by my old neighborhood and said exactly what you were saying, you
What
get
good
over
does that
fucking
do?
half
What
my
the fuck?
mind.
Come on, what are you on about, dude?
Do you think I'm gonna fucking roll
What the
by like
fuck?
some
What do you-
dangerous
what do you
neighborhood and be
think?
like, yo, guys, I
What
can
do
say
you
the
think?
N-word? Like, you think I'm a fucking idiot? Like,
Here's
of
the
course,
thing.
there's a
No,
different way. You act in different ways at different times. If I were to fuck my girlfriend in front of her dad, he would fucking shoot me. Like, yeah, no shit. You act differently in front of different people. What kind of an argument is
Why
that?
are you yelling at me?
What? Because you're saying some real dumb shit.
Why are you yelling at me? You can just talk to me like a human fucking being.
All right, hold on. I don't want to. Kormantine, I'm sorry, bro.
Like,
but
honestly,
you need to
like, what is
hold on.
missing-
Hold
what is
on.
actually-
Hold on.
what is actually
Kormantine,
missing-
hold
what is-
on, bro.
let me get this out. Let me
hey,
get
no,
this
no, no.
out.
Oh
He's
my
trying to
God.
talk
Finish
to
the
me.
fuck
Let
up,
us
dude,
know.
and then I'm
Let
gonna
us know.
pass it off to my other bro. All right, go ahead.
I just want to know what is missing in your soul that when you're challenged like this, you fucking start yelling. What's wrong
Oh,
with you?
oh no, I'm
You're not-
fucking done
like
with this,
two
dude.
people
Kormantine,
talk-
are you gonna start talking about souls and
okay.
like spiritual bullshit?
I'm done
dude? Come
talking till
on.
Irrelevant talks. I don't want to cut anybody off.
Irrelevant, go ahead, dude.
Okay,
You got the
I
floor,
mean,
dude. I've been trying to pass it to you like 5 times, but I don't know. Like,
Yeah, I didn't. I mean, Pxie got cut off a couple times, so I tried to hand it to her, but like, as well. But like, all right, okay. So we can. I didn't think that 75% of this podcast literally was not going to be able to speak on this issue, so we can make this quick. All right. So, Kormantine, do you agree or disagree that race play should be done sexually? Do you think race play is something that you should sexually be doing?
That
Or
you
do you-
should
Yeah,
be
or
doing
sorry,
it?
that you
Should.
shouldn't be doing.
Shouldn't?
I guess. Yes, you should not do that.
I think whatever two consenting adults choose to do is
Okay.
entirely.
Why doesn't it? Why
Hold
doesn't
up.
it work for
Stop.
jokes?
Will you let me answer the question?
Okay, I'm just trying to do it
fast.
fast because 75% of the podcast literally can't speak according to you. So, like,
Okay.
just go ahead. Go ahead,
think-
make it quick.
I think
Please.
that what happens between two people is entirely between them, with the caveat that there are power dynamics at play, right? Like the background radiation of white supremacy does exist, and you have to understand the difference between whether it's something that you want to do as an adult with agency, and it's something that you feel that you need to participate in to be accepted by the dominant class. And I think for a lot of people, that line gets very, very blurred. So when I say shouldn't, I'm not saying that anybody should or should not. What I'm saying is they definitely have to keep in mind the context in which this does occur and what are the motivations for it. So I'm sorry I can't give you a clear answer, but there's like a hell of a lot of sociology out there that has
no. Okay. No, I can even if I agree with that statement. All that's simply advocating for is better vetting processes with who you make those jokes for, to the same level as the people that you would perform a race play with. Well, yeah, it is. Well, it is.
No, it's not.
Should the N-word
You're talking about sexual relationship with a partner.
You said it was because it was informed consent, because you understand that individual.
You're talking about a sexualized relationship with a partner where power dynamics do factor into kinks and relationships between people.
Sure. You don't think power dynamics can factor into like edgy jokes?
Of course they can, but that's what we're talking about.
Okay, so wait, how isn't it?
Okay, so when the recipient of the joke accepts the joke because they want to be accepted, or
wait, hold on, stop. Why can't that work in race play? No. Just we got to be quick because 75% of
well, then you can't ask me complicated ass questions.
Okay. Why doesn't
you don't want an answer to it?
Well, it's because we're okay. Go ahead. We'll just sit here all day.
I mean, do you actually want to answer these questions, or do you want to
you literally just said it's because they're because
I'm just trying to find out. Before I'm trying to find out from you. Are you trying to dunk on me, or do you want an answer?
No.
He's not trying to dunk on you. He's trying to answer.
Okay, but if you can't bear me out to the answer to this question, maybe the question is not appropriate to ask in this format because you're not here for that. You know what I'm saying?
No, the only reason I'm doing this quickly is because 75% of this podcast cannot speak right now. That's the only reason why I'm fucking doing this.
All right.
Otherwise we would take this shit low and slow. I've done it on my stream multiple times with people for hours. I'm perfectly happy to do that.
Yeah, we had this conversation for hours the other day. Why are we back here?
Well, it's literally it's because I don't think that I don't think you took anything away from the conversation that we had. So I mean,
but everything that I cited in that everything I said to you in that conversation, and everything that I'm saying now is backed up by hard evidence. And what you all are saying is backed up by how you feel about it.
Great. So so just simply put, you said that black people that partake in edgy jokes might do it in order to feel accepted amongst the group. Why doesn't it work that way for race play? And if it does, why are you okay with it?
I just explained to you that it works that way for race play too. I just said that.
But why are you okay with it, but not edgy jokes?
Why am I? No, that's not. Oh my god, dude! It's so hard to have a conversation with you if you're not going to listen.
Okay.
I did not say that edgy jokes are not okay. I said that the N-word as a slur between people in polite company, that is non-mixed company, is not okay because it then reinforces the beliefs of the dominant class, such that people can end up taking it out on the subordinate class. They then reinforce thoughts, attitudes, and behaviors. We're not talking about mixed company here.
Okay, great. So if a black person is present, you're good, and they get.
No, I didn't say that. I didn't say that either, though.
No. I'm asking if a black person is there and they give their informed consent, you're good.
Here's where you're trying to lead me, and I'll give you an answer, not the answer, but I'll give you an answer. An answer can be a black person, if they want to have their friends say that around them, sure, whatever, fine by them. That's their prerogative. But I question the white person that actually wants to say it to them. That's all I'm saying. What is the desire behind that?
Okay, so did you or did you not state that race play is perfectly fine amongst consensual people, informed consensual people?
Okay, which kind of people, though, is my question.
Oh, a black person and a white person.
Okay, gotcha. So the black person may want the race play to happen, but the white person, again, I'll take it right back here. And I said these two don't necessarily have anything to do with one another, but because you're trying to smash them together, I'll give you the same answer. It would actually make me question why the white person would want to engage in that, to be honest.
Same thing with race play. Same thing with any
exactly.
But it's not the same shit.
Why not?
Because, Stephen, there's not a history of a dominant mode of oppression.
There's not a history of dominant mode of oppression by men over women. Spousal rape was a thing. You already started off on the wrong foot.
When you say something to me like, why not? Do you want me to answer the question? Or
the problem is you don't answer. The problem is you pivot like crazy because you can't just give like a simple.
Because these are not simple questions, and that's the thing.
Cool. So then,
but that's your no. I'm gonna stop you right there. That's your problem, though. You take very complex social issues and you want to smash them down to little tiny sound bites.
I absolutely do not do that, and I'm insulted that you even.
But you're literally doing it to me right now.
The problem is what you're doing is you cannot answer a single question to save your life. You have to pivot 15 different times. That's why when he asked you about whether or not it was okay for somebody to do something, your response was, "Well, I question the white man that would even consider doing that." Like,
of course I do.
It doesn't matter. It's not relevant.
doesn't-
And that's why he tried to nail you down on one question earlier, because you can't answer a simple question. So I will ask it again, and I'll see if I can get one answer without a 15-minute speech. Tell me why you think it's okay for somebody to engage in rape play, where there has been a history of oppression of men over women, and there continues to be to this day, but it's not okay to engage in race play.
Let me ask you a question.
That's
When
what I thought.
a,
I'm not answering shit.
No. Let me ask you. Do you want the answer or not? Do you want the answer or not? Do you want the answer or not?
You want to answer? You can
I-
answer.
I
I'm not going to
do.
play
I
fucking game,
would.
dude.
I guess
Okay.
I would.
I'm just going to ask you a question. Okay, so when a white woman who happens to be a slave owner and her husband passes away, where does the property go?
I mean, are you talking?
He's talking to you.
in her.
Yeah.
I mean,
Both of you. If either of you want to answer.
and the husband's away. You mean like in a different country? They probably goes to the husband.
No, it goes to no, I'm saying if the wife, her husband is a slave owner, right?
Oh, so okay.
And he passes away, where does the property go?
It's
Probably
like a
to
property
her.
law question here.
Yeah, I
I
don't
feel obligated to jump
remember.
in.
Yeah,
It would go to like a son or something, right? I don't think women
No,
could
it's
inherit
what
property.
Georgia?
I'm
What?
trying to say to you is we have this
Yeah.
belief that patriarchy works in one direction and it's very simple, but it doesn't actually work that way. The thing is, within white supremacist patriarchy, there are women participants, and not talking about women who are internalizing the patriarchy. I'm talking about actual participants furthering that project. So if you're asking me about this whole rape play versus race play, what I'm saying to you, there are different dynamics that hold here. If you're talking about two people that are part of a dominant class that engage in rape play between themselves, there's not a historical mode of oppression of white women. There may be a social stratification for them, but if we're talking about dominant and subordinate relationships where the entire class of people do not have rights and privileges and don't have don't have actual
Guys, shut the fuck
humanity,
up. Pixie isn't
treated like
muted. She
property,
muted herself.
then no,
right?
it's not the same shit.
Can you
That's
expand on
to
that?
her
What do you
own
mean?
stream.
Can you
Yeah,
expand on that?
oh,
There wasn't
dude.
historical oppression.
Okay,
of women.
maybe-
What do you mean by that?
That's not what I said. I said there has not been an historical subordination of an entire class of women such that they are treated as property. That's what I'm saying.
Really?
To you. Yes, really.
Oh, dude.
So
Fine
when
for
women
me.
couldn't vote, that didn't count as being kind of
Were
like
they,
property.
were, they
Yeah,
chattel,
I mean-
were they chattel though? Were they chattel to be traded among people? Were they chattel? Is my question.
Well, okay,
Were they
women
cattled? Were women sold in like sex slave trade? Were they married off by their families for stuff? Yeah. You're taking a big L. This is not the
I'm
topic you want to
talking
go on.
about
What
the
the fuck?
dominant mode of oppression. Okay, you're not listening to me.
I am listening. You just picked
No,
the
you're
worst
not.
possible example.
Wait,
You're handing me
no,
the
you're
biggest
waiting
W in
to
the
react.
world by pretending that women weren't subjugated by men
No,
throughout the majority
that's not
of
what
human
I said.
history.
That's not what I said either. The thing is, because you've never actually studied this stuff, so you can't understand what I'm saying. So you're reacting to things.
You keep making these appeals
You're
to authority
reacting
while
to- no,
taking
I'm not
L after
appealing
L
to
after
anything.
L
I'm
of dumb
literally
fuck
telling you-
argument.
I'm literally
Holy shit.
giving you what's inside the books I just cited. What
Okay.
I'm saying to you is, because you're waiting to react to me, you can't actually let anything sink in. I didn't actually say any of the things that you just said to me.
Really? What did I just say that you didn't say? And then I'm curious if the
I-
other people here thought that you said
I
it.
said that women were participants in white supremacist patriarchy, and I said the dominant mode of
Blacks
oppression.
were participants in slavery. What does that have to do with anything? Do you think that's an argument for or against anything? That's true, right? I would
The
never
next
use that as
person
an
that
argument.
says
Why are
Pixie's
you
muted
wait,
is
you
getting
think women
banned
participating in
permanently.
patriarchy-
Shut the
What is
fuck
it?
up, you
Steven, what
dumbass
is a
chat.
black? What is a
Jesus
black
Christ.
exactly?
Well, it depends on the time period you're asking, really. But I mean,
No,
right now it's
no,
a
no.
social construct for the way that a person tends to look, right?
Okay, but that's actually not true either.
Wait, what part of that is not true?
Literally everything you just said.
Wait, tell me which part.
Where does the phrase? Okay, how does
What? No,
black
no, no,
people
wait. Tell me what I just said isn't fucking true. Please tell me.
the thing? What you said that it's a social construct that
Yes?
describes skin color.
Yeah.
Yes.
What I'm saying? No, it's not actually.
What is it?
Black? Okay, when did the word black become popular in popular?
Wait, can you
usage?
tell me what it is instead of playing 20 questions? Just tell me what
No,
you think it is.
because obviously you can't understand this shit. So I'm
I
asking-
can
I'm trying to
understand this.
go-
I spent a great
I'm
deal of
trying
time
to go
studying
as
this
far
dumb
back
fucking
as-
shit for the horrible fucking arguments against race
Remember
realism
what
I've
I
had for a
said-
long
remember what I
time.
said-
So I want you to tell me what
Do I
black is.
normally
Don't ask
speak
me
like
20
this to my
fucking
chatters? Yeah, I
I'm
do. If
asking
you don't
you
like
not
it,
trying
get
to
the fuck
anything.
out,
I'm trying to
okay?
I have to go.
No,
I need to know how far.
okay, try right now.
The
Tell me what
fact
is black.
that came out of your mouth tells me that you don't understand it. So I'm asking
The
you how
fact
far
that
back
that
I
came
have
out of
to
your
go.
mouth tells me you're lying about your education. You're not educated. I've
Okay,
read studies
so-
and books and I know you're wrong. Unfortunately, I'm sorry, man.
Okay, so black came into popular usage
Yeah.
in the 1960s. It's actually the Nation of Islam that popularized it. Prior to that, black people were called Negroes.
Okay.
Okay,
The
so
fact
when
that
I
you think
say
that tells me that you're not
when I
educated. I'm sorry.
no, what I say,
Yeah, I'm
know
sorry,
about
man.
you know more about my history than I do.
Yeah, it sounds like
you
it,
trying
man. It just sounds like you haven't read any books or you don't know anything, man. I'm sorry. It's all right, man.
Okay.
It
Hey, what's
happens.
going on, everybody?
My buddy Hasanabi. How's it going, dude? How you doing, man?
Welcome
You
to
stepped
the
into a
party,
killer
comrade.
conversation, man.
All right, hold
know.
on,
I'm
hold
unclear
on,
what's
hold
happening here.
on, hold
I'm
on,
unclear what's really happening.
hold on, Kormantine.
Okay.
Hold on. What's
Yeah,
up,
yeah,
Hasan?
yeah,
How
okay,
you
go
doing?
ahead.
What's up?
I'm doing all right. I heard we were talking once again about the N words, and I was like, "This is it. We haven't talked about it enough." So I'm glad that this conversation's happening.
Thank God.
Yeah.
You excited to talk about some gamer words tonight, Hasan?
Sure. I honestly, I feel like I'm a little worried that I'm going to go over some stuff, or I'm going to ask some questions that have already been asked, because we've endlessly deliberated on this. So I apologize, but can I ask Destiny a couple questions about this, or is that okay with everybody else?
The first question you asked is how you've been doing, because I haven't seen you in a long time, buddy.
I know. I told you to get Pepto-Bismol when you were eating that hot chip, but you obviously didn't listen to me. That's why you were flaming out of your asshole.
Actually,
that's why I'm having this discussion now, because I figured the pain of this conversation will wash away the stomach pain. Okay,
the reason that you're having pain in this conversation is because you actually have no capacity to listen. You just want to react to shit that people say without actually internalizing it. You don't know how to have conversations with people.
Thank you for that.
All right.
But unfortunately, you're wrong, and you just don't have the necessary education to know why. But I'll explain it later.
Tell me how much fucking education I have, bro. Like,
well, that's what you've been doing.
Unfortunately, the fact that just came out of your mouth means that I know you don't have much education. I'm sorry.
Kormantine, do you do a lot of debates on the internet?
No, I don't.
I love your performance is incredible. By the way, I just got to say.
I don't know. Actually, this is actually the reason I don't do debates on the internet.
Yeah. No, I understand.
Because education, you know.
Because you're doing a remarkable job not taking the bait. I just got to say, so far, but like, you already know that the moment that you get mad, it's like everyone perceives you to have lost the debate, which you haven't. I'm just saying. So you're doing a great job. But I get mad all the time as well, so I understand.
I'm not mad. I'm actually just perplexed about people telling me about my own history is all. That's just weird to me. Yeah.
Yeah, it's definitely a heated conversation. Okay, so the thing I wanted to ask Destiny is just the basics. Like, why do you not want people to say the N-word in public? Just like really basic stuff.
So in general, I think you should stay away from certain forms of humor in public, because it can further like embolden racist thought, or can be basically hijacked by people that have certain types of thought and then used to kind of like further their own shitty beliefs, basically.
Okay. That's totally fair. But like the idea is that like the N-word itself is dehumanizing the black people and has been historically used to dehumanize black people and justify slavery and segregation.
I think there's two different things there. So the N-word has been used to historically dehumanize black people, of course. Intrinsically, by virtue of its own existence and just uttering it, I don't agree with that, no.
Yeah, I mean, if you read like Tom Sawyer or whatever, or Huckleberry Finn in a classroom, like the classic example that right-wing chuds probably... Is Bastiat right-wing, by the way? He looks so right-wing.
I like to put the look on, but though I worship at the altar of the free market, I wouldn't call myself a right winger, my man. It's good to meet you.
That sounds like a right wing answer to me.
Yeah, that's the most.
I don't think so. I don't think so. Markets are
okay. I don't care. Bastiat. We're not talking about that. We're not talking about that.
No. You asked me the question. I'm answering you, comrade.
Oh my God. Jesus.
Amen, brother. I love this guy. Fucking liberals unite. Hell yes.
Hold on for a second. Okay.
Neo-libs rise up.
All right, Alec Baldwin. Just chill for a second.
What's your beef with Alec Baldwin? You're on the same side of him on most issues, I imagine.
Exactly. This is exactly why you're a right-winger, but it doesn't matter. All right. Just stop talking for a second. Okay, so you were saying that the N-word in and of itself is not dangerous as a word, or it doesn't always dehumanize black people, like every utterance of it. Sure, I'll give you that. Or there are certain examples where you can use it. But my problem with this entire conversation has been that, like, you talking about it in public, don't you feel like that kind of undermines your entire point of view about...
Okay, so my response to this, because this argument has been repeated a million times, I think there is a measurable difference between saying I use jokes in private that I wouldn't be comfortable saying in public versus saying the actual jokes I say in private in public. I think there is a measurable difference in that. So, like, for example, I'll go back to the sex answer, right? Like it would be uncomfortable, but like I would be okay, like telling like my girlfriend's dad, like, yeah, we have sex or we sleep together. I wouldn't be comfortable like graphically describing the acts, because I think that there is a measurable difference there.
Yeah, no, I think there is a difference there, certainly, but the reason why you felt the need to elaborate on it or talk about it, and obviously there's been a lot of backlash since you did this. The reason why you felt the need to elaborate was probably because you were worried that if someone leaked it, because you do use it in private, that it might compromise your position, right? Is that
No,
incorrect?
I'm not worried at all. The only thing that happens is that anytime some particular group of people get mad at me, they dig through stuff or they act like stuff has changed. This is literally the stance I've had on language for the past 7 years. Nothing has changed. I've always felt this way. It's just right now on the internet, I've got a new group of people that are mad at me, so they've decided to jump in on it like I've never said it before, and they've turned it into a whole new
No, I
argument.
think we know you've said it before. Like,
No.
no.
It's not. First of all, nice framing. It's not about whether or not I have or haven't said it before. Okay, which is not even really the topic of debate. It's about whether or not I've had this stance on public versus private language, and I've always been ultra clear. I don't care what kind of jokes people make with their friends. I care about the ideas that people have in relation to voting. I care about the way that people conduct themselves in public platforms. These are the two types of like areas that I can police, that anybody can police, and these are the two areas that I'm most concerned with: is how people vote and how people act in public.
Can I say that this is kind of missing the point?
I don't care what you say,
that,
but okay.
Well, I know you don't. It's fine. You're paid not. It's okay. You're paid not to.
Well, yeah. The problem is that you lack the education to talk about it. So I don't really care what you say.
No. Hold on. Okay.
Listen, Hasan, let me stand up for myself.
What's up, Kormantine? Go ahead.
I don't really care what he wants to say about my education. I know who I am. I know how educated I am. I know the work that I've done. He doesn't know me from shit, so it's okay. I'm not hurt by that. And it's also okay because generally the first thing that somebody wants to come back on when challenged by a person of color is to say, well, you lack the education to talk about your own fucking experience. It's kind of bizarre to me, but it's also not, because this is also inside of the
Well, it shouldn't be bizarre to you. You've been doing it all night. So yeah, I would expect you to understand it perfectly well. You employed it all night.
If I'm telling you things and you're just waiting to respond to me and not internalizing them or citing your own information, it tells me that you don't have a background on it. So yes, I'm going to say, how far back do I have to go with you here?
Yeah, and that's the problem. And that's why I realized when you even ask that, I know just by what you're saying, you don't have the necessary prerequisites to have a conversation. I do. Do you see how stupid it is? Wait,
Kormantine, hold on. I don't want to have this conversation. This is so dumb. Kormantine, hold on. Kormantine.
MindWaves, you have to understand that, like, when he constantly says that, like, oh, well, you're not qualified. Like, I can't have the conversation.
Yeah, I've been black my entire life.
Who cares? Just because you're black doesn't mean you have a good stance on public use of language.
Well, from two matters, from a standpoint of epistemology, from actual like learned knowledge, actual lived experience, and actual education.
Even from lived experience, you can go from Chris Rock, who's using.
Oh my god, I am not interested in the conversation about who is or is not qualified to have this conversation. Sure. Can we just
comedians like Richard Pryor? Comedians like Richard Pryor have been against the use of the N-word even in comedy, right? These are two black people whose lived experience is right or wrong. Just because you're black doesn't mean you have like necessarily the correct insight on this. You do have like some personal experience that you can share that might be unlived by most white people, I would imagine, but that doesn't make your argument automatically correct.
Yes, but the thing is, I'm not here to argue with you. That's the thing that you don't
understand. What are we here for? You're just here to talk at me.
No, I'm not here to argue with you. I'm here to talk to people that are watching this platform right now. Okay. Couple of things. One, because of the audience that's currently watching the show, this entire spectacle that we're involved in right now, who might be a person of color and say to themselves, wow, do I actually want to participate on this platform with people like this that I'm going to run up against? And then two, people who might watch you or anybody else that seems to agree with you, that'll say to themselves, oh, wow, it's actually okay for me to do that shit around black people. And I'm trying to say to you, and what Cole tried to impress on you, is that no, it's not okay. And it actually has effects on us, whether you want to believe it or not. It's okay. I'm not here to convince you, because I know that you're paid not to believe anything that I say.
First of all, you don't know what the fuck I'm paid for. You have no fucking idea who I am or what I've been paid to do, okay? So shut the fuck up with that, all right? You clearly have no fucking idea what you're talking about. So I don't know why you would accuse me of doing that.
I'm just gonna say to you, try to use words to me on the internet right now that you used to me for a face-to-face. I'm trying to do that with you. I would ask you to have the same amount of respect to do that to me. That's all I'm asking.
All right, well, if you're in Amsterdam or whatever fucking next convention or Politicon or some shit, we can talk about this face-to-face. I'm pretty much the same person as I would be.
You're not going to have this conversation with me.
Why? What are you threatening to do?
I don't know. I thought when I handed it off to Kormantine, we were going to get like.
I don't give a fuck.
I'm just saying.
All right, hold on. No, I'm not interested. No, hold on.
Ian, I think this is a basic thing that should be required when we're having a conversation. Talk to me the way that you would if we're face to face. That's it. I don't talk to you.
Dude, come on. That's so dishonest. Like, you were posturing this entire podcast. Don't pretend you weren't posturing. Come on.
What do you mean posturing?
Posturing, like, oh, you don't have the education to talk about this. Oh, what's wrong with your soul, dude?
Trying to act like you're the sole authority of like who can or cannot say the N-word and in what setting. Like, come on, dude.
I don't know about Ahrelevant's experience, but obviously for Kormantine, it's a subject that's important, because the conversation that's taking place is like the usage of a word that like actively and continues to harm people that look like Kormantine. Like it's understandable that he's going to have a passionate reaction to this. Like, I think we are all capable as at least people on the left to some degree of understanding that, right?
True.
Like,
yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, it's
which is
totally
why I've been trying to
reasonable
pass
for him
it off to
It's
Ahrelevant.
totally
this whole
reasonable for him to be. It's totally reasonable for him to be a little bit passionate about this issue.
Yeah, but it's really
I think.
like I literally sat in front of a fucking Jesse Lee Peterson audience, like arguing with a fucking black cop, and this guy's telling me that like if I was talking to him in person, I'd be like a cowarding white man. Like it's hugely posturing, and it's huge like internet tough guy behavior. It's just dumb as fuck, and it doesn't do anything to further his argument.
What I'm saying to you is, please talk to me and show the same kind of respect that you would have for a face to face. That's it, because I'm doing that to you right now.
I show
Okay,
respect to
I've
people.
also seen you on Jesse Lee Peterson's. I've also seen you on Jesse Lee Peterson, and your posture is infinitely different in person.
Watch the last conference that I was just on. My posture is the exact fucking same. You can pretend it's not. Maybe you haven't seen it, but it's literally the exact fucking same thing. If someone says some real dumb shit to me, or if they start this bullshit like, oh, well, I could tell you're not educated, even though I'm not going to tell you why, or I'm going to diatribe you for 20 minutes and I can't respond to any of your questions, then yeah, I'm going to be really fucking indignant against them.
Okay, but that doesn't even matter. It's irrelevant because we're having the conversation on the internet regardless. Thank
you. I agree.
I personally don't think that's not that important to me, at least. But I also totally understand where Kormantine's coming from. So but going back to my original point that I was trying to have earlier is like, so you don't think that having this ongoing debate over and over about like you justifying the use of the N-word in private is not going to have a lasting damaging impact that undermines your original position that you want to minimize harm as best as possible, or even as a moral egoist, you want to build
I don't think there are.
I don't think there are. That is like better for everyone.
I don't think there are genuinely
equal.
I don't think there are genuinely racist people out there that stopped using language because of my point of view. I don't think those people watch me, right? I don't think there's even people on the fence.
There are people who you recently converted from the alt-right who absolutely did hold on to genuinely racist positions, though, that are currently watching this podcast and probably feel emboldened with their previous positions now that they're seeing the person that they respect the most literally belittling black people.
Come on, dude.
No, hold on. In a way that you and I both know, where you trigger someone, they're going to respond in a specific type of way and react in an emotional way, and your audience especially is going to react to it.
Both of these guys have been triggered the entire night. Not as much Kormantine, to be fair, although I do take issue with the way they argue. But like that other guy came.
Dude, we're talking about the N-word, dude. We're talking about like defending the.
If you can't have the conversation, then don't. That's not my fault that you're triggered by the conversation. I don't take responsibility for you there. I'm not going to sit there and endure your verbal abuse because the conversation triggers you. Like, of course I'm going to fire back. What the fuck do you expect?
There is literally nothing that could, I guess, help you understand or empathize with Kormantine's situation, I don't think.
It's not about empathizing with the situation. I can empathize with him. I just disagree with the arguments.
There isn't any singular word that is so toxic and associated with so much negative history.
And I don't say it around him. It's not his business what I say in private.
I know, but when you defend, and your quote verbatim was, I say the N-word in private all the time. And when you defend that, and when you say that, it all of a sudden becomes a public conversation.
Okay, so hold on. I have a question. I'll pass this off to you, Ahrelevant, and then you can respond. Does the context matter of like how you say it in private? Does that matter to you?
Absolutely should.
So Ahrelevant, go off. Yeah.
Oh, I thought that was directed at Hasan. So, so for me, absolutely, 100%. But also, just to target your point there, that like talking about it does damage. You could stop asking him about it, and then he'll never talk about it again.
Hey,
I mean, that's a solution. If we're being real. But also, just if we want to get like rooted back on topic, I'm not sure if anybody has anything more necessarily to talk about that specifically, but I believe I was hitting a point where Kormantine, you said that you're okay with race play amongst informed consent.
That's not what I said. That's not what I said.
Wait, are we going back to race play, or should I respond to what Ahrelevant said?
Oh, sorry, go for it.
Context is important as well. I understand that context is important, but again, saying like, "Oh, I say the N-word all the time in private," kind of eliminates that context, or at least offers context, don't you think? Ahrelevant, if we're being honest. Like, and also, there are logs. Like, at the end of the day, there are logs of Destiny using the N-word in exactly the way that we are all thinking that Destiny would use the N-word.
Sure.
I don't think
Wait.
still
Okay,
does.
wait. Hold on. If you're just gonna come in here and speak a bunch of shit, there have been times where I've made really edgy comments in my chat room. I think it was like 2 years ago, and I've changed my mind on that. I used to consider like my chat room to be like a pretty closed forum, and I should be able to be edgy in there. But I've rethought that. That is something I've changed my position on. Much as I'm sure you've changed your position on things too. And definitely, if people like fucking Bad Bunny are floating around at the end of this conversation, right? People like that have been like 3 months ago saying words like that. If you guys are gonna let her fucking slide on that shit, then I think it's okay that a person that has like a history of arguing these issues should probably be okay to slide on.
A lot of are fake. That's
Okay, wait, come on, dude, you're talking for 10 fucking hours, okay? So yeah, I have used like really edgy jokes in situations that are more public than I should have. I acknowledge that, and you know what? I don't make those edgy jokes in my private chat anymore. I've also said way worse shit if you go back a few more years, and you know what? I've changed my opinions on those things as well. Sure, like if you've come in here to cite shit for me at 5 years ago, like we can play. We've already played that fucking game. Like if you want, we can play that fucking game all day. But I don't want to fucking do that here right now. That's not relevant to this conversation at all.
What it is that causes you to just raise your voice and yell over people than simply saying, hey, you know what, maybe that's not okay, and that's it. I'm not sure why this is so important to you.
Why would he get so upset when people are trying to characterize him as being incredibly racist?
I don't know why we
so
weird. Talking about Bad Bunny, by the way, but I mean, I don't really defend Bad Bunny at all. I don't know if you know that.
No, I know, but I know she's got
the only time I've ever like defended what Bad Bunny has done is when I said you have done the same exact things as far as groping me, but that was pretty much it.
Sure.
Pxie, go ahead. I know you wanted to hop in here.
Okay. So I guess like this is a point that I was like just trying to say before, and I'll say it again because I might be getting a little bit lost in the conversation. But I think the point that people are trying to like make Destiny is that, you know, let's say that for whatever reason, let's say you're 100% right in the sense that you yourself are definitely not racist. Even though you say the N-word in those jokes, it's just for edgy humor or whatever. Even if you yourself, like theoretically 100% not racist, the point is that these jokes, because of the context they hold, when you make them, whether it be in private or public, they do tend to like either reaffirm other people's biasness or like subconscious bias that they might have like, you know, that they might not even be like realize that they have. So when you constantly like make jokes that like dehumanize like a whole classification of people, even if it's just for the shock value, what you end up inadvertently doing is, you know, kind of like, I guess like shifting or like reaffirming people's like subconscious bias that has a very real world effect, whether it be like in hiring. For example, we know people with black sounding names are less likely to get hired for a job than white sounding names, or whether it be in things like, you know, as extreme as like hate crimes. So I think that's
if you take this position, do you agree that like every single person that's ever made like a racial joke is like contributing to racism? And you can answer yes, and it's not a get you.
As a matter of fact, yes.
Okay, so people like George Carlin or Louis C.K. or what about black comedians that do it? What about people like Chris Rock or like MacGruber with the Boondocks or Dave Chappelle?
Is there a context where racial humor is acceptable, especially when it involves using slurs?
Oh my goodness. Okay, so if the context does exist, the last people that have the ability to exercise it without being racist are the people on this panel right now. If you can't understand the context in which we live to be able to discern these things, then no, you don't get to have that conversation, unfortunately.
So another non-answer.
You're not a George Carlin. That's not a non-answer. It's just saying that you're not able to
dude, you
do
can't
it.
answer a single fucking question.
I just answered your question.
You didn't answer shit. You just fucking gatekeep. That's all you've done all
I mean,
night.
okay,
Nobody here actually
Hold
thinks
on,
there should be
hold
kind
on,
of legal
hold
restrictions
on,
No,
hold
I've
on,
been quiet
hold
while
on.
You people have been going back and forth. Just a minute here. Nobody here actually thinks there should be
Alright.
legal restrictions on what people say. Are there? Right? Nobody is on that train, right? We're just talking about niceties, right?
Legal restrictions, I actually do think that, but for another thing, that I think would be getting off topic. But when you're talking about like the whole like, oh, are there any racial jokes that are acceptable at all? You know, I feel like the line can be clearly drawn if the joke is implying like something negative, or whether it's like, you know, implying something that's like kind of inconsequential, right? So if somebody makes like a joke about like how Puerto Ricans are like very loud or whatever, like, you know, that's a stereotype rooted in like some sort of truth, but it's not like negative at all, at least, you know, the way me and a lot of other people see it. But if somebody says a word like a joke that has the N-word with it, that has like a very negative historical context, and then you add upon something that like also implies that Black people are lazy or like, you know, criminals or thieves or whatever, then yeah, that joke isn't acceptable because it has like a negative context and like a negative implication.
Wait, what you just said was literal racism. Wait, hold on. The implication that like Puerto Ricans are always loud, like that can be like literally racist. What do you mean?
I mean, why do you think, like, I don't see
that
how...
implying like any group of people has like a particular trait because you've seen it in some, like that's by like saying like all Asians are good at math or all Black people have big dicks or all, you know, whatever people have whatever stereotype, that, like that's literally racism.
Oh, Destiny's using this opportunity to say all of his racist jokes.
Good meme.
Okay.
Good meme.
Look, the thing I wanted to ask was, in all seriousness, I think there's a very particular image that people have in their minds when they think about two white guys saying the N-word in private, which is, I'm assuming, what is happening, right? Like, I don't think you're saying the N-word with a hard R with your Black friends, considering that your one very public Black friend was very upset. It's kind of why we're having this conversation.
Wait.
So
why would you bring this? Wait. Why would you bring this up when if I could show you, if I showed you that I did have a Black friend that was cool with it, would you walk this whole argument back, or are you just trying to score brownie points?
No. Hold on. I want to understand. I want to understand.
Let Hasan finish with the question. Hold on, Destiny.
Can I just finish my point? Wait, why are you jumping on the point? I didn't even end it yet. I wanted to understand in what context do you think is acceptable? Is there like a joke that you could perhaps fill us in on where you have used the N-word? Because like the stuff that I have seen, it doesn't seem any different than what other gamers and the people that you literally debate on the internet would say. So if there's like a particular joke that you think is acceptable to say the N-word in, Black person, white person, because I already said like context is still relevant in this conversation. I would love to hear it.
Sure. So there's 3 different jokes that we looked at on stream yesterday. One is a South Park joke with the Jeopardy thing. Another one is the story that the white guy tells not Danny Gambino, Danny Glover's. Fuck no. What is Childish Gambino's name?
Donald Glover.
Donald Glover.
Oh, it isn't. Okay. Yeah, that Donald Glover's white friend tells him in Atlanta. That's with the soft A. And then there was the and then there was a third joke too that involved the N-word. But like all of these kind of lose their impact if you don't have the actual word. But like that's some example of like racial humor that kind of like necessitates like a slur for it to have its impact or whatever.
Okay, and that's the contextual. That's what you're talking about. You're just retelling jokes that you've heard before,
sure.
Or are you just running around and
just calling Black people the N-word? Like, is that the?
No, not calling Black people the N-word. Well, I mean, when you say the N-word, you are saying that Black people are the N-word. That's literally the implication of the N-word, right? Isn't that the reason why we're having this conversation? Because it's problematic.
Not necessarily, but like I think I just gave you some examples where you can have like racist like words like the N-word that can be part of a greater skit that can be funny. What about Dave Chappelle's act with the N-word family, right? Like that's another example of a joke that like kind of necessitates like a slur.
Okay, I've got a question, and I
wait, no, hold on, because that was a gotcha question, and I want an answer. So there's some. So then, do you acknowledge?
I'm genuinely interested in finding out in which circumstances. Is it okay?
Do you acknowledge that there are funny circumstances to use it?
Or your Black? Wait, what?
Can I stop you real quick? It's just I'm getting a headache, and the reason for that is it's like, why is I guess the thing that this all really boils down to is like I'm not really interested in what context it might be okay, which is why when I keep getting asked this question, I'm like, actually, it requires about 3 or 4 more questions to unpack it. What I'm saying is, why do we need to have this conversation rather than the possibility that you could just say, Steven, you know what? Yeah, it's kind of messed up. I'll try to not do that anymore. Why is that so hard for you?
Why is it so hard for you to just fuck out of my private conversations and then we never have to talk about it? Look how easy that is.
I have nothing to do with your private conversation.
Oh, well then great. Then we don't have anything to talk about.
Well, as a matter of fact, we do because when you say,
so you do care about my private conversations.
Okay,
don't say
the reason why we're having this conversation is pretty obvious, right? It's because you at some point,
guys, why
they're not. My private conversations have not been made public.
Conversation is because at some point throughout your
nobody knows I've said the N-word. They only know that I've said that I say it.
Hold up,
okay, but that's the whole point. The reason why we're having this conversation is because you at some point or at multiple points throughout your like online career or whatever, in order to either make a point or just to let it out, have admitted and continue to admit and defend that you say the N-word in private. That's why we're having the conversation.
Because people like you keep
asking him. So
It's
stop
not just that you
asking
say
him.
it.
The only reason
It's
we're
not-
having this conversation right now is because you guys wanted to talk about it.
I know, but isn't it? Look,
Wouldn't it be easier for you to just not worry about my private conversations? Wouldn't that be?
No,
wouldn't that be
it-
so
or
much
how
easier?
about-
It would
how
be much
about-
easier if you were just like, I don't say it anymore. Just like
You want me to lie about it?
it?
You want me to make you feel
Well,
better?
I think- yeah,
I'm not
you
going to
know
say
what,
anything
honestly,
edgy in private
I think-
anymore. There you go. Do
Do
you
you
feel
want me-
better about it now?
you
You
want me
feel
to be
good?
honest?
It's just
For
love
real?
All
it.
right, hold
Like,
on,
I
hold on.
think
All right, no, hold on. Everybody,
I think
hold
it
on,
would
hold on,
cause
hold on,
less damage
Hasan.
overall if you lied about it.
Hold
Yeah.
on, Hasan. Hold on. All right. I know Lance has been
Yes.
trying to get on this. Lance, you had something to say.
Oh, thank you.
Well, the
Yeah.
point I was trying to make originally
Yeah.
was, yes, I think you lying about it.
Did he get a name change?
I'm gonna kill.
Is that
I mean,
Lance?
but come on, dude. Him lying about it literally.
Oh my God.
This is great. Yeah,
Okay.
no, the reason I was quiet for a long
Go
time
on.
is I didn't think this was something that, a mostly white panel should be sounding off about. But I will say this, as someone who doesn't like scream the N-word at inanimate objects and chairs and stuff like that. What do you lose, Destiny, by not saying it in public versus what
I
you
already
gain?
gave you 3 examples and none of you refuted them. So that's
Wait,
what I
wait,
lose.
no,
I
no,
lose
no,
the
no, no,
I lose
I'm
the
not-
ability
I'm
to.
not saying in
Sure.
terms of your language is being censored or anything like that. Like
Okay.
you've lost the ability. I'm censoring you, but I'm just saying what do you lose if you don't say it anymore, even though you could say it? Like what? Like you
I
could
lose the
say it.
ability
You
to
have the
tell some
power
jokes.
to, but you just
Yeah. I lose
stop
the
doing
ability
it
to
as
tell
a
some
personal
jokes.
decision.
Yeah,
Why is that
I lose
so
the
You lose
hard?
it
ability.
on free
you
jokes.
lied
Is that
about,
the
or
joy
if you
of
lied
the-
about not saying it in private, even
What?
though you do say it.
Yeah.
What
Why
was
would I
the
lie?
thing?
I don't want to
This is-
lie about my positions. I don't feel good about that.
But I'm just saying,
I
what do you
know
lose?
that
And this
your
conversation
position is already
isn't
shit.
just to
But
be
if your
clear. This
position is already
conversation isn't
shit-
specifically about whether or not Destiny can say the N-word. This is just like a general, like in general.
I
like-
mean,
I
it's a
mean,
pretty
all
specific
right.
conversation.
I
Hold on,
mean,
hold on. The point
I know,
is,
but
I just
reason
don't want
why
it to
I
turn into like
question-
character assassination. Like this has
No,
nothing to do
now
with
you don't want
Destiny.
to be MindWaves. Don't worry. It's not
That's the
gonna
whole point of the show, MindWaves. Come
Thank you
on,
for your concern, my
scavenger of
dude.
human misery. That's the
My
entire point
damage-
of this format.
No, it just
My
seems like
damaged soul. My
no,
damaged soul. Thanks
the
you. My lack of
conversation about
humanity
whether or
screams
not
out to you.
Destiny has or has not said that, like it's not interesting to me,
No.
right? I wanted to have this as a topic because I thought it'd be interesting to like actually have a nuanced conversation about whether or not this could possibly
Well, it's impossible
be
to have a
acceptable
nuanced
in like some.
It's impossible
Okay.
to have a nuanced conversation when there's somebody who has experienced complete epistemic closure to accepting new information. That's
Your
the problem.
experience has nothing to do with epistemic.
I'm not
anything. I
talking
don't know
about.
why
I'm
you're
talking
bringing it
about
up.
you have experienced epistemic closure such that you cannot accept new information and possibly reconsider. That's it.
That's
Like,
not
the
true. But
problem here.
wait, why did you ask me earlier if I would change my mind? And I just told you I would. Now you're telling me I have epistemic closure.
Okay, serious question. Okay,
All right.
serious
Yeah,
question.
serious question. Here
Okay,
we go.
Destiny,
Yeah.
you say certain things in private that you don't say in public.
Yep.
So why not follow through on that similar principle and just say that you're no longer saying it, even if you do continue to say it in private? Because if your entire purpose here in not saying the N-word in public is to potentially like mitigate any sort of additional damage or like continue to justify using it and help, I mean, and give other people the opportunity to use it, then why not just lie about it?
Sure.
Just lie
Okay,
about
that's
it.
a fair question. Sure. The thing is, that's not my goal. My goal isn't harm reduction in society. My goal when I stream is that I like following arguments to where they go, and that's what I enjoy. Literally, that's like the foundation of every single thing I do. When we debate economics, we debate social issues, when we debate trans issues, whatever we talk about, that's my enjoyment. My goal on this platform is not to maximize like the spreading of positive public messages. That's a big byproduct of what I do, and if I can do that, I like to do that because it's enjoyable. But that's not like my 100% absolute stated
So
goal.
this is all just
Wait,
hypothetical.
you say it in public, then?
confused.
Well, hold on.
I'm-
If you enjoy saying the N-word in private, why don't you say it in public then? Doesn't that also maximally increase your joy?
No, because I don't want to empower groups of people. It doesn't increase my joy.
Okay,
I don't
but
like
don't
the
you-
idea that somebody could take what I say and then run with it in some racist fucking manner. I don't enjoy that.
Okay.
What I'm trying to say to you is
but
that
you-
they would
but-
do that anyway by you.
So if
making
we were to
it-
show
I
you-
would rather.
Wait,
if a racist
hold
person-
on.
if a racist person-
Kormantine.
Yeah.
Go
Well,
ahead.
Kormantine said they'll do it anyway.
Okay.
So
All right, sure.
if Kormantine is
Which are
saying,
basically like you just have no responsibilities. What I'm trying to say here, like, what do you think people who are watching this right now would think of trying to participate in this platform? What do you think people think? You have no responsibility because this is all hypothetical to you. This is
what do
not
you
your
mean
life.
it's all
Can I-
hypothetical to me?
It's all
There you go,
hypothetical because it
irrelevant.
is
I
not
won't-
your
Yeah,
life.
can I make a
I'll
statement
explain-
on why you wouldn't lie?
I'll explain to you why it's hypothetical. Because you
go
said
ahead.
you said a second ago what you lose is your ability to make jokes, but you would actually rather lose a friend somebody who trusts you, somebody who likes you, somebody who wants to be around you. You'd rather lose that.
Dude, why do we do these dumbass arguments? Actually, and the answer is yes. I stand for my principles. I don't put my friends before my principles.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Wait, I have a question.
Destiny.
it's not the principle to say the N-word. No.
So
It's such a weird hill to
Stupid.
die
No,
on.
hang on, hold on. Captain English second language over here. Slow your fucking roll, okay? It's not the principle on being able to say the N-word. It's the principle on whether or not I feel like I should be able to enjoy. Also, by the way, I like how none of you response. If all of you guys felt consistently about this, every single one of you should be rallying against video games because the established link between video games. Can you shut up for 1 second while I respond to Hasan? The established link between video games and aggressive behavior is undeniable, and the fact that you guys don't have a strong stance on that, while you'll sit here and roast me over this dumb shit, even though you know it's fucking dumb. Can I finish one sentence, dude? Even though you know that this conversation is dumb as fuck.
That study correct, just in the way that you're responding to people.
You got it, dude. Oh my god, and you're proving me correct to say that you don't have any education. Keep it up, dude. Keep up the great work. It's not about whether or not I can say or not say a particular. It's not about whether I can say or not say a particular word in private. It's about whether or not I feel like I should be able to engage in edgy jokes privately that I wouldn't feel comfortable doing publicly. And I think I have that right. And I am more comfortable admitting that publicly at the risk that there is some racist person that didn't say it before but now is going to, rather than sacrifice or compromise my ability to have private conversations with other people without having your hand in that conversation. Yes, that is a principle that I do respect.
Wait, Destiny,
I totally understand that. I totally understand that.
Clearly don't.
Hold on, chill. Wait, Pxie, go ahead. Go ahead, Pxie.
Okay, thank you. So I just remember watching a video of yours, Destiny, like a while ago. You were arguing with this vegan dude, blah blah blah, and you stated clearly that when it comes to your principle of morality, your whole like stance or your whole premise is usually just like, you know, as long as you're not harming another person, you shouldn't do it. Like, right? Like, you know, just don't harm other people. And that was like your main principle when it came to morality. Do you not hold that anymore? Has things changed?
That is not my main principle when it comes to morality. My main principle is maximizing for my own preferences. And part of the ways that we do that is through altruistic behavior. But when somebody tells me that they're uncomfortable with something that I say in private, that then your comfort stops where my privacy begins. Okay, if you don't like the fact that that furry porn exists, you don't have the right to tell me not to masturbate to it. Or if you don't like that I might say a certain joke or believe in a certain religion or whatever, if I do it on my private time, I couldn't care less about somebody getting
about it on your show.
We're only talking about it because people like you only want to talk about it. Like you guys, I've been.
You brought it up. You said it on your show.
Hold on. I have a 10-year body of work talking about social issues. Okay? And the only people that have brought this up obsessively have been people on the left. So if anybody's getting empowered right now, it's because you guys want to use this as some kind of
hold on. I want to ask a follow-up question. I want to ask a follow-up question to Lance. So Kormantine, you're gonna have to stop for a second.
It's our fault.
Ian, please don't talk over me.
This is my show. What do you mean don't talk to you like that? Dude, you've been talking half this fucking show! Please shut up when I ask you to shut up!
Ian's gotta run the show.
What are you talking about? I'm trying to ask Lance a fucking question and you're over here spouting off bullshit. Come on, Kormantine, I love you, but what the fuck is this?
No, I got it. Only
You're
the likes
still
that agree with you get
going!
to actually have a
Oh
conversation. Holy shit, dude.
I'm gonna mute you, dude. Come on.
Well, I mean,
MindWaves.
that's been happening
Lance,
throughout
hold on,
history. It's
no.
not a brand new thing.
Oh my, I'm muting you, dude.
Happening
All
throughout
right, fuck
history,
it.
dude. You're the
Jesus, I didn't want to mute you, dude, but this is what it's come to.
Destiny.
I can't. No, Hasan, you're gonna have to wait. I'm sorry. All right, Lance.
What the?
Hold on.
Even talking?
All right, hold on, Lance. So you were trying to say that like possibly by Destiny admitting that he like says this in private and like him defending it or whatever is gonna like embolden racists. Like, how do you think that actually happens? Like, why do you think that?
I'd like to pass my turn on to Kormantine now.
Oh, fuck off!
Well done. Hey, MindWaves, or Ian.
Am I
What's up,
still
my dude?
muted or not?
Ian,
You're not muted.
That's solidarity right there.
Oh,
Hell
I'm
yeah.
not. Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Sorry.
Kormantine, you're unmuted, by the way. Just if I try to moderate,
No,
respect
I
it.
just wanted to correct one thing, which was you said it's people on the left that approach you about this, and I'm saying no, it's actually a lot of people of color that have been having this conversation, whether you want to accept it or not.
No, not people on the right and not people on the center. It's only been people on the left. Don't pretend it's just people of color. It's not
There's
true.
there's no right.
Yeah, I wonder why progressive people of color would have an issue with this versus, you know.
We literally have a
Hold on.
We have a progressive person of color in here trying to defend the private use of the N-word, but nobody's been willing to like listen to him. So
that's cool.
Wait. Oh, by the way,
trying to shut him down.
I don't even know if Ahrelevant and I might disagree on this. My point was always and still is to this day. Why not? If your goal is harm reduction, at least for your own personal benefit, and it obviously is, then that's why you don't use the N-word in public.
I'm not on anybody's side, you fucking dumbass chat. All right, I'm not on anybody's side.
No
I'm just
longer
trying to
given out to racist people
Ahrelevant
who
actually
could use
fucking
the arguments that
speak
you're
for once.
currently
Holy
advancing
shit.
and probably are. Why not just discontinue saying that you say the N-word all the time in private, and then yell at furniture in your house all the time if you want?
The foundation of socialism, lying for exigent purposes.
If people want to make my argument to say like,
okay, you
racist
think I'm a
words
Destiny
privately,
dick writer?
they could
You
be
have
doing that
not
anyway.
seen
I
my
have no
stream.
fucking
I don't know
idea if
why
that's
the fuck
happening
you're
or not.
subbed to
That's
me. You
never been what
definitely
I've
have
been
not
concerned
ever
with.
checked out
I've
my
been concerned
Twitter.
with people's behavior.
If you think
in
I'm
public,
some
and I've been
Destiny
concerned with how
sycophant,
people
you're a
vote. Those are the
you're
only two things I
dumbass.
care
All
about.
right,
I
I
don't give
almost
a
said some
fuck about
gamer
what people
words
do in
right
their
there.
private time.
Get the
As long
fuck
as it
out of my
doesn't bleed
chat
over
and
to public shit. If it does
unsub
bleed
me
over to
right
public
now.
shit,
You
then
don't
we'll
need to be
talk about
subbed to
it.
me if
That's
you have that
the point.
dumbass
That's
fucking take,
happening.
right?
Okay,
No,
so-
you're a
so-
public. Sorry, don't Kormantine. Go on.
I'm saying back to the point. This is all hypothetical anyway. Like none of this makes a difference to you because you're not the kind of person that actually.
None of it makes a difference to me because I'm fucking white. Of course it doesn't make a difference to me. What do you mean?
Well, now the truth comes out. Holy smokes. Okay. All right.
What do you mean now the truth comes out? Obviously, I'm not intrinsically affected by the N-word. You expect me to say anything different?
The issue of you using the N-word in private is that it bleeds out into public, and not
Only
just
when I get
this
grilled.
conversation. No, not just this conversation. The need for you to elaborate that you use the N-word is not a new thing. You said it yourself. You've been talking about this for a very long time. So
Yeah, but
obviously, you are the
usually-
one who originally brought it up
No.
at some point.
Usually, when it gets brought up, it's in a conversation with conservatives about what's acceptable behavior, and it's usually used in a way that brings conservatives over to a left side. Because usually what somebody says is, should we be allowed to say, are you going to police our jokes, blah, blah, blah? And usually what I say in response is, no, I think that you can tell jokes privately that wouldn't be accepted in a public manner. And that's usually where that argument stops. It isn't until I've started arguing with ass-paying socialists and fucking commies that try to hold over this weird id-pol bullshit over me about like, oh, you should never, ever say this, blah, blah, blah.
I mean,
It's the
you
N-word.
tried to
It's the N-word.
cancel
And
me
that's
for-
literally the only
Come on,
thing
dude.
that
Don't-
literally,
You call it
wait,
leftist
wait,
a class reductionist,
notice
and
how,
then you
notice
sit
how,
around and
notice
act
how,
like an edgy
notice,
gamer.
yeah,
Come on.
okay. All of you guys are focusing literally on just the N-word too. It's not even the fact that it could
Yeah.
encompass other races. That's your one
No, I
razor
wasn't
focus,
focusing-
and it's
okay, but I
obviously
wasn't-
why it's razor focus here is because this is you don't care about making an actual argument. You're just trying to
How are you-
slam dunk because it looks really fucking stupid and bad when a white guy is trying to defend to multiple black people whether or not you should be able to say the N-word in private. You just like the
Well,
optics. I understand
I'm-
that. I'll play the
Actually
game.
true.
It's funny for me.
Regardless
It's
of
funny
that,
for
I'm
me,
glad
but
you
that's
still have
all
the
that's happening.
integrity to
At the
defend
end
your
of the
right to
day,
say the
at the
N-word.
end of the day,
Why
okay,
are
you
you questioning
who have defended dumb shit you've said by saying English is your
people's
second language when you're more
motives?
fluent in English than
When
fucking
I was
99% of the
asked
immigrants
to
in this
be in
country,
this
okay?
conversation,
All you guys are doing is
I
trying to
was
get
asked to be
slam
here.
dunk fucking optics. That's the only thing that's happening here. Don't
I have
bullshit
nothing
yourself into
to gain
thinking
by this. I
anything
was
else is
asked to
going
be in
on.
this conversation.
My
I had
criticisms
nothing
of
to do with
American
this
foreign
topic.
policy that you have also mirrored, and most
Kormantine,
people
don't
are
act like
not
you didn't have
offended
anything
by.
to do with this topic, dude. Come on.
My criticisms of American foreign
why don't
policy
you- why
that
don't
you
you
have
tell me-
literally
why don't you tell
mirrored
me about-
are exactly the same
Hold on,
as
Ian,
all the time.
Hassan, can you stop? I want to talk to my brother here for a second.
Yeah, what's up?
What do you what do you mean by that?
Well, from my understanding, both you and your buddy Cole were like contriving up some plan to like how to like tackle the subject. Am I wrong?
No.
Okay,
No,
well
Well, you
that's
said you talked about it before the
Cole
stream.
said Cole said that you wanted to talk about it, and he told me about that. We didn't contrive anything.
okay.
that's
All right,
contriving
so
what
you
you
so
just
you
said.
knew
He
it was
told
going to be
you that
talked
you
about, and you
wanted
wanted to be okay. Yeah, so there we go.
Okay,
That proves
I'm
my
having a
point.
conversation. I'm having a conversation
So-
with my brother. Okay, so
I didn't
Ian,
know it was
please,
going to be
Ian,
talked
Ian.
about.
Ian.
What? What,
The
buddy?
thing I gotta understand from you, because we've had a conversation about this before, right? Not on this particular topic. We've had a conversation before. We had to clear some stuff up, and here's why I kind of had that problem with you to clear this stuff up in the first place. I kind of feel like, and that's why I asked you, are you getting what you wanted out of this? I kind of feel like you having us on this spot to have this conversation and everyone kind of freaking out over what Destiny wants to say in this private time, it benefits you. I'm saying, fam, like this is why I keep bringing it back to people who are watching this right now. What kind of movement on the left do we think that we're building? Like I heard, Bad Bunny, i.e. Nicole's name brought up.
God.
Stop.
No, you're gonna question how left I am because I want to have
No,
this
I'm not
conversation on
questioning
a platform,
the
and
words
you're gonna
come
make
out
the
of my-
argument that I'm profiting off
Why
of
are
it,
you
right?
yelling?
That's the
Why are you
argument.
yelling at? Why are
No
you
shame
yelling
in
at me?
profit.
I haven't
Because-
said
It
anything
makes
yet.
things possible.
I haven't said anything yet. Why are you yelling at me? Stop it.
Because
please.
like I don't know, where do you want to take this conversation? What do you want to talk about, dude?
You haven't heard what I'm going to ask you yet. What I'm saying to you is, what kind of movement do we want to build where this ends up becoming the norm is what I'm trying to ask you. I didn't say anything about whether you're left enough. I'm saying this conversation right now, do you think that this is actually productive to building a movement?
Do you think I'm trying to build a movement with this fucking dumbass podcast, dude?
Well, what are you trying to do here exactly? That's my question. What are you trying to do here?
We're talking about compelling.
I don't know. What are you trying to do here? I thought we were all here for the fucking podcast, for the memes, for the conversations.
Okay,
I don't know.
okay.
No,
Can we get back to this topic instead of like just random stuff that we're talking about now? Whether the two black people he brought on, or the three black people he brought on, two of them were conspiring against like destroying Destiny or something.
Well, no. It's not a conspiring. No. He said
No, it wasn't about that. They both
is acting like, where did this come from? And they clearly agreed to have the
They
conversation.
knew what was going to happen when they came on the podcast. They knew it was going to be a topic, and I don't want you to pretend like that wasn't known.
Do Cole and I fucking mind meld? Do we share a brain? Like, what are you talking about?
Why are you being so obtuse about this? Wait, what the fuck is wrong with you?
He literally said to you what happened. He told me that he asked you about this conversation. I said, cool, what do you want to say? He says, okay, well, this is what I feel like saying. And that was it. There was no collusion to
So you were being reductive when you refused.
No collusion, ladies and gentlemen. No collusion.
No, it's just really I don't know, kind of weird to me how like the people who are taking the opposition, or the people who feel very strongly about this because this is the life that we've had to live through, and are in agreement on the topic. You think that we're like, I don't know, like conspiring together to do what exactly?
I wasn't saying that. You're pretending like we're talking about this subject out of nowhere when you knew this was going to be a subject, Kormantine. All right, you can't feign ignorance about this whole entire thing. All right?
Who's feigning ignorance?
You.
I'm not feigning anything.
He's being so obtuse. I don't know. I think he's arguing about it.
Silly. Destiny, is there any scenario in which you can see? Is there any scenario in which you can see your private use of the N-word bleeding into the public that would damage your brand or your reputation, and therefore not allow you to maximize your own personal pleasure or whatever you're interested in?
Of course, it's possible, sure. But I value my right to say things privately more. Like, this is literally why I don't carry sponsors. I really value my independence to be able to say or do what I want to, of course.
No, I understand that. Yeah. But the main point that I was making, and I will make it again because it keeps getting convoluted with other shit, is that you censor yourself regardless in public because you don't want racists to weaponize it. Can you not see racists weaponizing your defenses right now of your right to use it in private?
The same way that I could see a rapist saying women want it because a lot of women like rape fantasies, the same way that a rapist could weaponize that, like a racist could weaponize what I say. No, I'm not willing to make sacrifices in what I do in my personal private time that shouldn't have an impact. I'm not saying it to another person.
I'm not even talking about what you do in your private time.
That's what you are talking about.
No, I'm talking about your defense of what you do. Yeah, I'm talking about.
I'm not going to lie about my views. I'm not going to lie about my views.
I'm talking about your defense of what you do in your private time.
Hasan, it's real rich that you're focusing on what Destiny does in his private time, when in your public time you literally fetishize the murderous symbology of the Soviet Union. You've got hammers and sickles all over your channel, but you're picking on him. True, meaning
I'm not even communist, but you're really not going to make the argument that, like, I don't know, the sickle is the same thing as, I don't know, a freaking Nazi symbol. Like,
he's right. It's worse. Fucking true.
Fucking true. It's death on a mass scale. Millions dead.
I know.
And hey, it's just
no, you're wrong. Tens of millions.
Hey, Bastiat, just like when you fly that American flag, you're supporting all of the fucking genocides and all the fucking innocent lives lost overseas in our wars and imperialistic fucking nonsense. Yeah,
you know what? America does shitty stuff too. That's okay, brother. You can admit it.
You guys, okay. You guys do understand that, like, Nazism, right? It's an ideology, like, based on, like, fascism and, like, at the core tenet,
we do.
like,
Bastiat was just being an idiot. Don't even give him any credence because Destiny is just trolling.
I'm not trolling,
dude. That was the truest thing I've
heard. Don't even entertain it. Don't even entertain it. It's a really silly.
Hey, ignore it if you want.
reactionary
Ignore it if you want. Keep on trying to get those clips. Pick it on Destiny for the 10,000th time.
Okay. Good one. All right.
Fucking true is this guy?
It's total hypocrisy.
Okay. What was it called? Neoliberalism?
I mean, honestly, just
I'm being very nice right now. I'm trying to.
I don't get it.
Look, I'm raising the presence of dildos like this fucking reactionary dipshit that you guys brought on.
Well,
So
what is that? See, you got
trying to
nothing
be-
because
I'm trying to be as nice as possible.
You're sticking by your symbol.
Hold on,
I'm
Desi.
trying to be as
I'll
nice
hear
as
him out for a
possible
second.
while we have this conversation. Okay. Ahrelevant, you were going to make a point, and I really want to hear what you had to say about the usage of the N-word in private merging into the public, especially when we continuously have this conversation. Because one way to stop it, or at least from my end, would be Destiny holding on to the same principles that he holds on to, which is not using the word in public by just saying that he doesn't say it in private anymore.
Okay. So the problem that I have with lying about it is, if you lie about the fact that you say it in private and in public, you say that you don't say it in private. I mean, you can kind of see what happened to Bad Bunny in that situation, right? Like, if it leaks, you look like a piece of shit who was talking about how your shit doesn't stink in private, but it does, right? However, if logs were to get leaked of Destiny, for instance, saying it in private, well, everybody already knew that. So that's not really that big of a deal, or at least as far as like everybody already knew that, right? So I mean, more damage can still be done, and that's perfectly is what it is.
Isn't that kind of an argument, though? Isn't the potential impact that it might have on your brand or the work that you've done and make you look like a hypocrite literally the reason why you probably shouldn't even say it in private either?
No, absolutely. I think because Destiny, look at how much Destiny has lost just saying that he says it in private. Like, this is like absolutely massive.
So don't you think that if you want to maximize your personal pleasure, that would probably be the best way to go about it then, to not say it at all?
It's because a lot of people won't think he's a grifter because of this.
Yeah, listen, if people want to think I'm racist, that's fine, but don't think I'm not consistent. I'd rather be thought of as a racist, fucking black-hating whatever, but don't call me inconsistent.
Hey, man, you're right. So if the Nazis are consistent within their own moral framework, then it's okay? Like, that's a really silly argument to make. I think moral consistency is only important for I don't know, other internet edgelords, I guess, if that's the audience.
So hold on, if you don't have any principles or values, of course.
All right, so Ahrelevant, go ahead. Yeah.
So one of your principles is to say the N-word.
Wait, Hasan, hold on.
Dude, how are you gonna talk about after talking about fucking a war vet in the face with a brave mujahideen dick? How are you gonna?
Oh my god.
All right, there we go. I muted Destiny. All right, Ahrelevant. You wanna have the floor on this, dude? There was a question posed to you and you didn't get to answer for the millionth time. So
okay, so not looking like a grifter is really important. It's one of the reasons why I don't fuck with Bad Bunny anymore at all. Like, I can't trust a damn thing that comes out of her mouth anymore because she acted like her shit didn't stink, and then it did, and then why would I ever give that person any credibility ever again? However, in the case of the logs getting leaked of Destiny now, of him saying the N-word in private, I'm not going to think that he's a fucking grifter and never trust anything he says anymore, and the amount that he stands to lose just by uttering it in public tells me that he's willing to go on the line to prove that he is not a grifter. He's willing to show that he is going to take, for instance, maybe this results in a negative to income or what have you, in order to prove and stay logically consistent. This shows me that, like, for instance, he's not some shadow lurker ready like Bad Bunny is to call me a tree swinger in private. Like, that's really fucking important to me.
So you're fine with him. So him saying the N-word in private, you're saying, and this is okay if this is your point of view, but
yeah,
like, saying the N-word in private is not as bad as like like Bad Bunny using racial slurs.
No. Like, let me give you a great example. Yeah, let me give you a great example. Because I'd say you like to believe that you stand up for POC people, right, Hasan?
Oh, yeah, sometimes.
Yeah, sure. Okay, so to some degree, if let's say I'm donating to you or what have you, right? And then I find out that you say that shit in private and you're acting like you didn't. That shit, I will never trust you again. That's fucked. But if you tell me ahead of time, but you still advocate for pro POC things, out in public and do all of the, activism, what have you, that you do charity work, all that good shit, then we break bread.
So is the damaging element that
you're lying to me?
It's the lying, okay, but like people consistently having this conversation about Destiny's usage of the N-word in private is already damaging his brand, as we have all admitted here,
correct?
Right? In one way or the other.
Do we know that?
Should people of color who might get offended by this or who might be upset by this, as they have already shown that they are, should they just not talk about it, considering that Destiny is already a good ally in the way that he is de-radicalizing certain gamers?
I'm not trying to make the claim that Destiny is morally perfect. Like morals aren't. I believe in moral subjectivity. So you can believe fucking Destiny's Hitler for all I fucking care. Like you, like legitimately. I just don't. I'm just making the comparison that if you believe that somebody is pro POC and they're selling the idea to you that you're pro POC, and then all of a sudden, and they're acting like their shit doesn't stink, and it leaks that they are not pro POC, or that at the very least they've been lying about their personal life of being entirely whatever. I don't ever say it in private, but turns out I do. Then
so what happens to the people who are upset, though? Like, what happens to the people who are upset or offended by Destiny's usage of the N-word then?
They have every right to be upset.
Okay.
Just like Destiny has every right to not.
They shouldn't talk about it.
Over and over again.
No,
They can talk about it. Who said they can't talk about it?
Over again, and what
No,
happens
but
then?
the whole point is that you guys are saying, oh no, like this conversation would be over with if people just didn't bring it up, if people just didn't talk about like how upset they were. But like, so basically the solution is, like suck it up and deal with it, right? Because that's what what I'm getting right here.
I wouldn't be here trying to argue the position if I thought we should just move on.
But when it comes to
then what is the solution?
Wait,
right?
The solution is either. Go ahead.
The solution is like, okay, we probably shouldn't use that N-word in private or whatever, because, or like say that we're using it in private, because like once we do that, it's already out in the public space. Everybody already knows. You're going to have a bunch of racists like hijacking the arguments and like using it for themselves and justifying themselves. Or then the other solution is, okay, we lie about it we lie about us like saying it in private or whatever, but then you're a hypocrite for doing so. You're actually a grifter, and if somebody brings it up again, then they should just suck it up, because they're the ones actually feeling the racist. There's literally a no-win situation.
Okay, so this has to do with, I guess, my personal experience. Personally, maybe Kormantine can attest to this. I've had a lot of people growing up trying to sell me things because I'm black, trying to act like I'm selling it to you because I'm an advocate for black people. Trust me, here, buy this thing. And then it turns out they're absolutely not. So I'm not really too keen to give money or platform or at all support anybody that's trying to act like they're pro POC, but in the dark isn't. Like, I absolutely prefer people that legitimately are straight with me all the time, because legitimately
in my life, about using the N-word in private.
Absolutely. But then at least I know where they stand.
But what? Okay, but I'm asking you guys, what is the
stand
solution?
Relevant?
Well,
where do they stand then? Like a person who says the N-word with a hard R in private, where do you think?
I like how you're going so hard, like the N-word with the hard R, and he says it, and there's a historical, like, it has to be so emotionally
we're
loaded.
just, because we're I mean, the topic is the N-word
obviously,
in
like,
private.
he's black and he disagrees with you. It must be fucking Candace Owens Jr.
All right, shut the fuck up, both of you. Both of you, shut the fuck. All right, Ahrelevant. The question was posed to you, Ahrelevant. Go ahead and respond, and then I think Ahrelevant. I think.
Just let the conversation proceed, Stephen. This is not your ministry, bro. Let the people talk this out. Holy shit!
Ahrelevant, go ahead and respond, and then I think.
Go ahead, Ahrelevant.
Okay, so context really does matter. So when talking about, like, for instance, the N-word with a hard R, for instance, I use it in private when referring to a lot of things. Personally, that has to do with a lot of reclamation stuff for me personally as a black person. All right. If you disagree with that, it is what it is. All right. But also, one of the things that I think should be noted is, I don't agree with people using black people using a hard R in private just because they're black. I think that stems from the idea that black people, on average, will have a dramatically higher percentage chance of knowing the ramifications of using the N-word in private and the context that is required to make sure that it's like not being used in a racist or derogatory manner, more than any other group. Right, that's because I think we can all agree JLP shouldn't be, or ABL shouldn't be using it in private, right? Probably, because they're probably just literally doing it with their white nationalist buddies. So it has to do more with the chance that they know the ramifications of the actions, right? So in the case of Destiny, right, if we're just targeting it at Destiny, let's disconnect it from Destiny because it constantly fucking throws us off base. If somebody understands, let's take Bernie Sanders, for example. I don't give a shit if he says it in private. I literally don't.
That's the thing. Yo, Rel, I would, and I'll tell you why.
Why?
For somebody to be able to stand next to civil rights marchers, for somebody who says that he was out there with SNCC, for somebody that says he was out there getting arrested, for him to use that word in private and to want to use that word in private automatically makes you not a comrade, bro. Like, how much Black liberation theology have you read? How much Black Power dialectic
Hold on.
to be able to come to that conclusion?
Wait, hold on.
Hang on. Please. I'll let you talk. You got to let me say what
I thought you were finished. Right? My bad.
Okay, so what I'm trying to say to you is the very people that he was walking next to and standing with those people would have had a problem with him if he was using that language, and he wouldn't have been able to stand next to the movement. So
You're making a lot of assumptions right now.
Well, I'm not
Because
making.
if I was standing next to him, if I was standing next to him, that wouldn't be true.
But you're not part of that movement. The thing is, I have actually read them. I have read
what?
I have read Stokely Carmichael. Okay, I have read Adam Clayton Powell.
And those are the only people that are allowed to stand next to him?
What I'm trying to say to you is that the people that he stood next to, if they wouldn't have accepted it, if it's not good enough for them, it's not good enough for me. Who are you to step over them and say, yeah, actually, it's cool with me? You know what I'm saying?
He's black.
Wait,
You don't respect. You're black. The thing is, your blackness does not make you answerable here, my brother.
What?
No, it's not your black. It's not your blackness. It's your.
Well, I mean,
social
Ahrelevant
location.
kind of admitted that too before when he said JLP probably shouldn't say the N-word either.
Yeah, but
so
Kormantine
obviously
over here has been saying that his blackness has been central to the whole conversation. But now when this guy's blackness disagrees with you, you toss him aside.
No. I think
Why is
the
everyone talking? Why
point
is
that
everyone talking
Kormantine was
over me? Because I'm trying to clarify myself. Why is everyone trying?
Go ahead. Sorry, Kormantine.
Let this
Sorry,
be
go ahead.
between Ahrelevant and Kormantine for a second, all right, guys?
Okay. What I'm trying to say to you is, you don't get to place yourself in front of them to say, okay, well, if it turns out that you were saying it back then to be cool with me. I mean, if it's cool with you, that's fine.
Yeah,
But
that's
don't
all I'm saying.
But hold up. Don't expect that you'd be cool with anybody else. And I would say that you'd probably be in the minority. The people that I care about is the people that he said that he stood next to and the purpose that he was standing next to them for. If they would have been cool with it, then it's not good enough for me either. So what I'm trying to say, the reason that I'm saying this is because I don't want anybody watching this to get the impression that, okay, well, if Ahrelevant says it, then it must be good enough for me. And I'm saying absolutely not. It doesn't work that way. It's not just your blackness that makes you answerable on this topic.
Yeah, I think Ahrelevant said that too when he said that JLP or Candace Owens using the N-word with a hard R is like worse off than even some other people. So like, yeah, I think that was
ask Andrew Young. Ask Andrew Young how he'd feel about it. His answer is what's good enough for this conversation, but he's not here to answer for himself, is he?
So that's the whole point, though, is that we judge the individual on the context and the content of their character based on whether or not they could say it.
No, I just say they can't say it because they might.
Okay.
Yeah, so I just want to get in here real quick because, like, let me ask you this. I guess Kormantine.
Is Ahrelevant giving Destiny a pass?
No, that's not what's going on.
It is so gross that like it's so important to be black for this conversation, and then as soon as like this guy disagrees, well now hold on, your blackness doesn't matter. Like this is unironically, and it makes me sick. It makes me sick to my stomach. Shut up! Hey! Apparently him being black didn't matter, so I can talk on this now. Okay, so fuck off, right?
No, but you have no standing here. You have no standing.
Yeah, and apparently he doesn't either because he didn't read what you read.
No, I explained to him.
Explain why he had no standing.
We can disagree, but the thing is, we both black. We can have that conversation. You don't belong in this conversation. You're not here, bro.
That's the point.
Oh my god, dude.
Because I'm being implicated like in half the fucking shit you're saying.
Right.
Why the fuck am I going to listen to you? Why should anybody listen?
Why the fuck are you talking? I'm glad you just admitted that you're not listening to me. That's great, okay? Because you admit that we've never been having a conversation here. It's been you talking at me the entire fucking time. I'm glad you had the fucking guts to finally say it.
This is a hypothetical conversation for you. Is what this.
That's great. I'm just glad you had the guts to say that you're not having a real conversation with me.
I'm saying that I'm having a conversation with my.
What is saying you a fuck ton of time? I gotta cut the stream. I went and fucking had a good ass fucking wank instead of sitting here.
And I want to ask you some more questions.
I just want to know what your solutions are.
I said to you that I'm having a conversation with my brother Ahrelevant. I wasn't having the conversation with you. I'm asking why you're in this back and forth that he and I are having. You don't have standing here, so you can butt the fuck out. All right, we'll talk about something else. This thing doesn't concern you.
All right.
Do we want to? We just steered it away from.
I'm gonna ask Ahrelevant. I'm gonna ask Kormantine. Do you guys just want to move on from the subject, or?
I don't. I really. This is like a massive point of contention because, like, unironically, people think that just because I've been saying this, I've gotten many DMs, many messages in my streams saying, "Hey, do you hear Destiny said the N-word?" And I said, "Yeah, I'm perfectly fine with certain people saying it in private." And then they immediately leave or call me very derogatory things, acting like I'm something I'm not just because I said that. Like this idea that I have to, because I have this position, I'm defending Destiny is pretty fucking racist, honestly.
No one should be asking you to do that. Yeah, no one should be asking you to do that. But
all right, hold on, Hasan. I'm gonna have to unmute you. Hold on 1 second. There you go.
Yeah, the thing is, the fact that you're black and on this platform, no one should be asking those questions.
What?
I wanted to ask Ahrelevant a question.
I'm saying that what Rel just said, that people are coming to him and asking him for comment and so forth. It's like, just because you're black and on this platform doesn't mean that people are entitled to your time and energy for you to have to comment on this. What I'm saying is that's also wrong. Nobody should be doing that shit to you.
Yeah, that's why I tell him to fuck off.
Yeah.
Yo, Ahrelevant. So we were talking about context. You said that in certain contexts it's appropriate. like it could be appropriate to say the N word.
Yeah.
Are there like contextually inappropriate times where someone could have
100%.
used the N word that would make you reconsider their opinion of them? Then
100%. Yeah.
So don't you think that that's still indicative that like saying the N word in private can still be damaging to your brand, especially if you're a person who advocates for progressive ideals and has POCs on his side?
Yeah, it can be damaging. It can be damaging to your brand, or it cannot be. I mean, it's literally in the eye of the interpreter. For instance, there's a lot of people that, for instance, are turned off to you because of your USSR iconography.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no,
So,
I mean, I don't
yeah.
really care about that, but
Well, yeah, I mean, Destiny
I don't
doesn't
care
about
either.
it. Exactly. Like, okay.
Okay, I want to say something
Well,
that's been bothering me for a little bit. That just
no,
like,
but
I
I
want
can.
to
The
get out
difference
of
is
my
like I can
chest.
Of course you don't
defend.
care. There's
I
no
can defend
clips in
having
that.
USSR iconography.
All right, what's up? What's up,
probably in a
Pxie?
better
What's up?
fashion
I don't
than
want
Destiny
to. I don't
can.
want to talk about USSR fucking bullshit. All right, that's not the topic here. Like, please save that for another meme. But yeah, Pxie.
Okay, it's been touched upon like before, but I just want to like kind of state it blatantly, right? Like this whole argument, like, oh well, it's in private and you're not like affecting public. Like that's kind of fallacious, right? Like people's like private lives definitely affect their public lives and like vice versa, right? So like this whole idea of like, oh, you know, like, well, it's in private, like it's with my private friends, and like, you know, as long as people are doing it privately, I don't care what the fuck they do because it's not going to affect their public lives. That's absolutely false. We do know that people's like private opinions on things or like private like beliefs do affect them either in voting or in bias. So this whole idea, like, oh, it's private, it's not going to affect like the public sphere, that's not true.
How many racist jokes do I have to tell to get to be like being a Trump supporter? Can you give me the number so I can just say like one under it? Because I feel like I might be close and I don't even know it. Holy shit.
The point is, Destiny, maybe you are like the most logical person in the world and maybe you aren't racist, whatever. Like, as I said before, you can't control other people's thoughts, feelings, or subconscious like biasnesses,
Well, do
right?
you think that you
like,
wait? Well, I want to ask a question then. Do you think that you can account for that and make sure that like the people that you're telling these jokes with are like vetted to a point where there's a shared understanding that like what is being said isn't actually racist?
Well,
Yeah, I
no,
think
I don't think that's possible.
Okay,
Yeah, of
so
course
then,
she doesn't, but that's not-
hold on. Do you approve of race play and misogynistic words and things like that when having sex? Consensual informed sex?
Why do
Okay.
you keep asking this question?
Well, it's because it's literally
good enough.
Well, okay, then answer the question.
Right.
No,
Okay.
no.
When you do. Okay, I'm going to butcher my words, and maybe I'm not going to be like the most fluent here. Give me a break. Maybe who knows? In a week, I'll be able to answer like clearly. But here, like from the top of my head, and I apologize ahead of time if I butcher stuff or butcher. I don't know how to pronounce the word. Right, when it comes to like sex, right, that's a very consensual one-on-one thing that usually doesn't bleed out to other aspects of your life. We know here that like just like when it comes to like racist ideology or racist beliefs or like misogynistic thoughts, like it does bleed out. There's like study after study after study after study that talks about it.
Okay, so
Sorry, go ahead.
wouldn't that just be an argument for higher vetting processes amongst people that you have do jokes with?
Well, okay, here's the thing. There's like what type of vetting process are you even talking about?
What type of vetting process
do we realistic?
Okay, what kind of vetting process do we talk about when we have sex? Just copy it. By your own admission, you would just copy it. There you go.
Fucking true. God, fucking true. Holy shit. It's a fucking truths going on in here right now. God damn.
Okay.
This argument has floated a lot. This idea that like you can't have any idea of like what anybody thinks about you, I think is a ridiculously absurd bad faith made argument. Like when I go down to the dentist, okay, if I get put out to get my teeth
No one's
removed,
talking about any of that. No one's talking about any
are
of
you
that.
following the? I don't
been
think you're
saying the
educated
entire
enough to follow
time.
the conversation. So let the big boys talk, and then you can
It
come
really
back with
doesn't
your
matter
bullshit
what you-
afterwards. Okay? Like
Nigga, you
this is
were-
literally exactly what we were just talking about. I don't know how the fuck you missed it. All right.
Okay,
So,
alright, so
when
what
we're
I'm-
talking about
What I'm trying to say is that, but we're not talking about that. What we're talking about is who actually watches this platform and sees you saying that shit.
no,
and
that's
how they
not
can
what
then
we were
express it
talking
out to the
about.
rest of
Maybe
the
you
world.
missed the last 5 minutes of the conversation.
That's what
No,
opened the
it wasn't.
conversation
No,
to begin with, and that's
I
why
invite
Cole
you to
had the problem
rewind the
with you.
video
That's
and
how we got
rewatch.
here
Maybe
now.
you
If
can
you
pick
want to
some
have
up,
that
run it through Google
conversation, we already
Translate,
tried to
and get
have
your,
it, and that's
like-
fine. But like that wasn't what we were just talking about.
Ian,
I
stop
don't like.
fucking talking over me, dude. I'm really getting sick of this shit.
No, you've been
You're
talking
literally-
over everybody, dude. I'm trying to give you enough talk time. You've had the most talk
trying
time
to
out of
get-
anybody on here. So
Okay.
I don't know what you're like. What?
I've been quiet for like the last 10 minutes.
We're literally talking about how you vet people privately, okay?
Yeah.
And there are reasonable ways that we vet people to know what they may or may not do or may
I
or may
can't
not
believe
think.
I'm actually listening to you try to tell me this.
Okay, listen to me then. Holy
this guy
shit.
makes me
Listen
wanna
to me
fucking
then.
kill
dude. Holy. Okay.
You're
okay, just
one- Your one-on-one
Go ahead,
relationship with someone is radically different than like, you know, I guess like how do you call it? Like societal's like general.
And by the way,
Can I use edgy jokes in a one-on-one circumstance then? Is that okay?
The reason that you're calling me uneducated in this conversation is because it just, I don't know what it is that gets under your skin when I say to you, actually, hang on, here's a bunch of studies that show that what you're saying is not correct. Rather than try to refute anything those studies say or try to look them up and find contravening evidence, what you're trying to do is come after me.
It doesn't really. No, wait.
No, it's cool. It's cool. I got it.
The only reason I've returned ad homs is because no, dude.
It can't be that you're wrong.
Okay, let me know when he's done.
It can't be that you're wrong. It has to be that I'm stupid. I got it. I understand.
Okay, are you done? So I have not gone after you until you started questioning whether or not I'm educated enough to have the conversation. The fact, can I finish one sentence? Holy shit!
I questioned whether you had the education because I had to ask you. I asked you, do you understand where the phrase black comes from in relation to what we call black people?
First of all, you didn't ask me that. You answered a question with that. I asked you what black meant. You asked me what black meant. I gave you an answer. You didn't tell me why that answer was wrong. You asked me another question.
What is a black people? I said, what is a black people? God, you gave me a definition.
I didn't tell you. Didn't ask me what a black people was. You asked me what does black mean.
And the origin of it. Oh, sure. If you want to go back to the video, I don't really give a shit. What I'm saying to you is that you gave me an answer that was not correct, and I'm asking you. Okay, so how much?
You never gave me a different answer, by the way. Just letting you know, you still haven't.
I said to you.
Regardless of that, I did contradict your studies. You brought up studies where people were being explicitly because I didn't even finish the first thing I started talking about before you started talking over me.
Because you can't absorb
I can absorb information. You're the one that's missed half the fucking conversation, dude.
You just
okay?
talk over
You
people when you
explicitly. Oh no, dude, kick this dipshit. Oh my god, please. Oh my god, please just remove him. Please just fucking remove this dumb fuck, dude. Holy shit.
Oh, got it. So it's not.
There are more fucking people in this conversation than this guy has brain cells in his head. Please don't let him back in. Please don't let him back in.
Anybody can be correct. It's that everyone else has to be stupid. Got it. It's that every black dude that disagrees with you is fucking stupid.
Yeah, dude. It's all about the black dudes.
Wait,
the black dudes who are more educated than you in the topic.
Fucking high road me, dude. High road me harder, man. You look. God, I got a fucking tear, man. Oh my god. Give another great fucking speech about how horribly fucking racist I am, man. Oh, dude. Fucking clap, man. You're getting so much fucking social credit right now. Amen, brother. Keep going. Do you have anything else? You want to virtue signal anything else to us, dude?
The fact that you're like this right now tells me that you're possibly like this in your personal life.
I am, dude. You got it, man. You fucking dude. You know psychology too. You psychoanalyze me. Do you know? Like?
No. I'm just saying, if this is how you behave to a total stranger,
you like fucking read tarot cards as well?
Fucking life, and the fact that people look up to you is kind of scary.
Why did James come back? Hold on, I'm so confused.
He's gonna say the N-word after this conversation in private. Oh my god.
Good one, Hasan. So I did refute some of your studies. One of the problems I had with some of the stuff you were citing at me was that some of your
With what?
I'm literally telling you right now. Okay. One of the examples that you gave me, in one of these studies was the idea that a parent was saying things like, I don't remember the exact example, but it was something like, oh, I think that Mexicans are lazy or whatever. That's not a joke that I tell. That's not a joke.
That wasn't it. That wasn't actually it.
Tell me what it was.
That wasn't it. She thought the mother thought it was a joke. And what she said was when she was watching Fear Factor with her mom was watching a black woman contestant on the show that had to eat gross things like eyeballs, intestines, etc. And she said, well, she's probably used to that because she's black. The mom thought it was a total joke. She thought it was funny.
That's not a funny joke. That's just being racist.
She thought it was, is what I'm trying to say. It
okay, fine. Whether or not she's saying or not saying the joke, that's a racist person that thinks that whatever black people are Mexicans eat eyeballs. That's the problem. There isn't the fact that she made the joke. The problem is she's literally fucking racist, and the fact that it's a parent saying it to a kid. Do you think I make these jokes around my son? That I go to my kid and I'm like, oh, like I hate women and black people, and here's the N-word. LOL. What I'm
trying to say to you is that you also using the N-word around other people is the exact same paradigm. It's the same.
Not as a kid.
You think that all words, you think that in any context use the N-word, it's always the exact same?
I didn't say that though.
You're telling me it's the same paradigm.
I've been very clear about what I've been saying this entire time. You keep trying to steer me elsewhere to say
you're the one pivoting so hard.
No, but I've been saying this. This entire time.
Hold on, Destiny, let him finish.
What you're saying is, but I've never done that.
Okay, let's see if you can. Okay, sure. I'll just ask you a question.
Using that in private conversation reinforces social norms that then escapes those circles and then affects people of color in ways that you don't even see and aren't privy to, is what I've been saying this entire time. And the fact that you keep on trying to steer this elsewhere tells me that you actually don't have anything to refute that. And the reason I know you don't is because I've been studying this for literally years and I can't find anything that contravenes it.
Are you familiar with Jesse Lee Peterson? Do you know who that is?
Yes, I know who he is.
Okay, well, this is fucked now because of your, I guess, impression of me. But if you had to choose if one person was allowed to tell like an edgy racist joke involving, we'll say Mexicans, who do you think would you trust to tell it to a more responsible group of people? Me or Jesse Lee Peterson? If only one of us could do it.
I wouldn't trust either of you.
Yeah, you got to choose one, dude.
No, I don't. I really don't trust either.
Okay, yeah, okay. So you want to talk about like pivoting and dodging fucking questions?
That's
Well, there
not
it
a
is.
pivot.
Because
It's not a
there's a
pivot.
correct
It means
answer there, and you don't want to say it because it undermines every single fucking thing you've just said.
It means that I don't fucking trust you.
It's all right, dude.
I've only known you.
Okay, what about Bernie Sanders?
What about Bernie Sanders?
What about Bernie Sanders and JLP?
Okay, but the thing is, if it's either of them telling a joke about Mexicans, I wouldn't trust either of them either. You know why?
He won't answer, dude.
Because they're not Mexican people.
He won't answer. Okay, wait. What about black
This
people?
is-
Bernie
yeah,
Sanders
black.
or Jesse Lee Peterson? Who would you trust more to
What?
tell a joke? And
I
make it
wouldn't
like
trust it. I wouldn't
choose
trust
one. If
either.
you had to choose one.
No, I don't trust either.
Is that
The thing
even-
is, there's no. Oh my god.
So you
Oh, dude.
This is the difference in understanding that you simply don't have. I don't trust somebody like Jesse Lee Peterson because Jesse Lee Peterson performs actions that benefit him by reinforcing white supremacy. So no, I wouldn't trust him.
And what about
to
Bernie
tell the-
Sanders?
And I wouldn't trust Bernie Sanders either. You know why? Because if Bernie Sanders was to make a joke like that, then everything that I thought I knew about him would be wrong. So no, I wouldn't trust him to tell the joke, and I would hope that he wouldn't want to tell it. So I'm not sure why we're getting into this conversation because it's entirely ridiculous. It's like, is this what people sit around and talk to each other all day on the internet about?
This
Like,
is what, dude. You stop saying that when you talked with your friend before coming on here about talking events. Why are you so performative?
Because
Do you
I
believe in
have
anything? Do you have any
conversations
actual
with-
fucking values?
because I do organizational work with people out in real life that are affected
What does that
by
have
this
to do
shit.
with this?
And it just
that are
would never
affected by
occur to
whether
me-
or not white fucking
It would-
geeks say the N-word in private? That's what your activism is about? Holy shit!
No,
What movements do you march with? I'm super curious. The like, what, black people against harmful gamer words upstairs in their bedrooms? Like, what's the name of the fucking organization? Like, Jesus Christ!
Wow, actually, I started an organization to teach kids coding.
Yeah, his
So I'll
credentials
put-
speak for themselves.
Okay, well then
that's
don't
fine.
sit here and pretend like you've come on here and you've been ambushed by this topic when you clearly agreed to talk about it beforehand with your friend, and then try to back off into like, well, I talk about these issues
This is
all the
what I
time in
mean
real
when I
life.
say. This is what I mean when I say you don't listen. I've only known you a couple of hours, and I can tell you don't listen.
And this is what I mean when I say you're not
Okay,
educated.
so the reason I know you didn't listen to what I just said is because I can't believe this is what people sit around and talk about. Not that you actually sit around and have conversations, but that you have conversations such that you lead yourself to these kind of conclusions where it's like, okay, well, it's completely okay for me to say, and until you come up with an argument that can prove otherwise, I'm just going to continue to do it. You would rather accept that than accept somebody else's friendship. That is something that I just...
Is your
yeah,
contention?
of course.
Wait, hold on. Is your
wait,
is
yeah.
your contention?
Holy
Is your
shit, man.
contention? Because I've heard this. Is your contention that he's trying to like philosophize some sort of like justification for saying the N-word? Like,
What I'm trying to say is that if you actually cared about people, and somebody who was close to you came to you and said, this thing that you say actually hurts me, and the fact that you would say it on this very public platform that it hurts me, that you would stick closer to your guns and what you call your principles over accepting this person's friendship, to me is completely foreign. That's
What
what
about if
bothers
my parents come
say-
to me and tell me that it hurts them that I'm an atheist? What do I do
go
then?
ahead, Ahrelevant. What's up?
Yeah, sorry, I was just gonna go with a more extreme example. What
your
happens if
atheism
you-
doesn't. Your atheism doesn't.
Kormantine, I
Yeah,
handed it
wrong.
off to Ahrelevant. Hold
Hold
on.
on, Kormantine,
Hold
you're
on.
more-
Let Ahrelevant
Kormantine-
speak.
You
a
said
more
what if,
extreme-
and I told you the answer to what if. You're
Come on.
What about a more extreme example? What if you have a white friend, because you say you have white friends, comes forward and says, you know what, man, when you talk about black people being suppressed by the white supremacy, that really fucks with my head.
That probably should fuck with their head because they are participant in that system.
So this is called begging
it's
the
not
question.
so it's not intrinsically bad to have your friends say, yo, I don't like that.
Yep.
It is intrinsically bad when the reason that your friend feels like that is because they're already oppressed by a system that subordinates them, and then you saying that adds to their feeling of subordination. So yes, that's why it's bad. You're
So
trying to
with the
separate this from
feeling.
the-
What
you're
if
trying
white
to-
people
you're
feel
trying
like
to-
the system is
Oh my
suppressing
God!
them?
You're trying to separate how a person feels from the broader context of society, and that's just not possible. Like, we're not automatons. We're not programmed.
Okay,
Like, maybe
so
we can't flip our feelings on and off.
correct.
And the fact that oh my gosh, I really wish you would like read Joy DeGrue's post-traumatic slavery syndrome, because this is explained entirely. Is that within a system that already beats you down and already psychologically traumatizes you, when you get that from somebody who you consider a friend and is close to you, that adds to that trauma. That's what hurts. So you can't say this is the same as some of these parents coming to you and saying, hey, you saying that your atheist hurts me, because it's not part of a dominant system that oppresses people. You understand what I'm saying?
Okay, so you understand that when you originally came out him with that argument, you were making the argument that he shouldn't do it because his friend said so. Now we have an extra premise to work with.
That's an additional reason why.
Yeah, an extra premise.
The original reason why I came out and said this in the first place, once it was brought up and Cole came into the conversation, was because when people are watching this platform, and that's the reason that I even agreed to have this conversation in the first place. If people are watching this platform and seeing a conversation like this happen, then people who could add to the conversation, people who could be part of the movement, people who could also be content creators, end up feeling very unwelcome because this is an incredibly toxic atmosphere to operate from. That's what I've been saying the whole time.
I think it's an incredibly toxic atmosphere for everybody to expect me to hate Destiny just because he says the N-word in private. Does that mean I shouldn't?
Who asked you to do that? Did I say that?
No, literally people. There are people that do this. So wait. Hold on. I'm going to use your argument. So should I just not speak up?
What do you mean?
Should I just not speak up about the fact that everybody thinks that I should fall in line and just say that the N-word in private is therefore I should feel offended by this?
I didn't say that.
Okay, so I should
I think
speak
you have
up.
a
So I
unique
should be talking
perspective.
about
I
it.
think you have a unique opinion, which is why I keep asking you about certain things, and I'm just simply trying to understand like what you would consider to be unacceptable and what you don't consider to be unacceptable.
Well, I think that's a good question. Let me ask Ahrelevant that. Like, so when do you think?
And when I asked you last time, you pivoted to like me wearing fucking commie hammer and sickle.
Yeah,
or some shit,
I can
which
go
is a
back
weird
over.
pivot.
I can go back over that
yeah,
if you don't
let's just
explain
go
the
back to
or
that.
if you don't
Well,
understand
I
the
wanted to ask
analogy.
you if you want to touch on that. That's fine. But I wanted to ask you. So like, fuck, I totally forgot. Just go ahead. Go ahead and answer.
Okay,
Never mind.
so the reason I made the analogy to the USSR iconography is people will necessarily think because you just simply by the very fact that you have that kind of iconography around, there are many people that will be turned off to your ideas and have a negative opinion of you, correct? Whether it be misguided or not. They'll think that you're pro-Stalin.
But the problem isn't people thinking that I'm pro-Stalin, or at least in this case, when we're talking about the N-word, the problem is like I'm public with that. I'm public with the socialist iconography, as you guys have said, and I've had numerous conversations about this. I hammer and sickle is widely adopted by active political parties all around the world, and I think that having a conversation around that is always going to be more informative than having a conversation as to why saying the N-word in private is good. Do you see what I'm saying? Like, there's no utility to the N-word, but there is a utility to destigmatizing the hammer and sickle, and maybe even the xenophobia that is associated
There is
with
no
it, or
utility
maybe
to
even
destigmatizing mass murder.
Well, wait, who was?
There's nothing. There's nothing to
You literally have an
just
American
I wanna
flag
be
behind
clear.
you, dude. It's
Yeah.
completely irrelevant because you're a giant hypocrite. Okay, if you
Okay, you can go on about that if you want, but you're talking about harms in public versus harms in private. You're conceding that there's a harm in public there. That's it. That's everybody here agrees that is more harmful than the harm in private.
No,
Yet
I'm not.
you're
I've never
beating
conceded
the dead
that there's
horse
a harm.
over and over.
Go off,
and
Pxie. Yeah,
You're too stupid to understand what I'm saying. I'm saying
going
there's no
off.
harm to the Soviet iconography or the hammer.
I disagree. Do you think people from the Ukraine think that there isn't any kind of like negative shit with that? Like the Holodomor, people who like might have had people that like grew up or were descendants of those people might not hate you for having that kind of iconography?
Do you think black people feel some type of way about the American flag? Is the same exact question.
Yeah, sure, yeah.
Yeah.
No, we do it. We do that with the Confederate flag. We do that with the
Assigning a
Confederate
normative
flag.
position
Yeah.
to a political,
Do
assigning
you
a
defend
normative
people
position to a
using the
political icon, with the exception of literally Nazi Germany, is usually really silly.
Do you defend the Confederate flag?
Wait, yeah, the
Do you defend
Confederate
the Confederate
flag.
flag?
Oh, sorry, and the Confederate flag as well. Sorry.
Do you
Because
defend the
those are,
Confederate flag?
Explicitly.
No.
No. Those are
I guess
the
that's
two.
a
You're right.
bastard.
The Nazi iconography and the Confederate flag. Those are the two. Slavery and the Holocaust.
So you
Those
think
are the
it's
two things that everyone widely agrees is bad. Okay, and I agree it's bad as well. There are plenty of elements of the Soviet era that I also disagree with, and I talk about it quite frequently. There's plenty of things that the Chinese government does that I fucking absolutely abhor and criticize all the time. I'm literally wearing a Trump hat right now as well. So my point is, I'm doing this publicly, and I can have a conversation about it. But when we're talking about the N-word, there is literally no utility or no political message behind like using the N-word. There's no positive conversation.
Or maybe wait, that's for you to determine.
Do you agree with that,
is
Ahrelevant?
insane.
Well, I want to ask Ahrelevant. Ahrelevant, do you agree with that?
Wait, hold on. So then make your case as to why saying the N-word is good then, and then follow that up by why won't you say it in public then?
Okay,
Ahrelevant,
so
do you
well,
agree?
I mean,
Yeah.
So, I mean, I think there's a lot of utility, but I think that you were being a little bit hyperbolic because I imagine you would agree to the idea that, for instance, the N-word shouldn't be stripped away from like movies like 12 Years a Slave or anything like that are historical.
No, of course not. But we're not talking
Okay,
about
so
that. We're talking about a public figure who understands that he has a responsibility to his own audience, defending his use of the N-word in private, and that is literally the what he does in the private leaking into the public. Like,
well, I mean, you could stop that by not asking him questions on it anymore.
Or he could stop that by not
then
saying
we
it,
go
or
back
at
to
least
the same
then
point
he won't say it, or he won't
right?
say it again.
Okay, and then no, here's
Like
the problem.
here, sorry,
Like, this is turning into a conversation about integrity, and it's really shocking to me because the integrity of what? It's like saying, "Oh, well, we're
The
fighting for
integrity of
states'
you.
rights." Okay, states'
Wait,
rights
what
for
is
what?
Pxie-
To own
let
slaves?
Pxie-
The
let Pxie
integrity
talk.
to say the N-word?
Yeah, what's
Yeah,
up,
let
Pxie?
Pxie talk.
Wait, I'm sorry, but it's just like I know that there's no real solution, but I just like I didn't get like a clear answer from you guys. I feel like right because it's either this right. You either, as like I said before, you either you say like, oh yeah, I say the N word in private, like deal with it. But it's already, by saying that you already have it out in public, people already know, and people are going to use your arguments to defend their fucking racist beliefs or whatever. Or you lie about it and you're like, oh no, I don't say it anymore, and you actually continue to use it in private, and then that makes you like a grifter or a fake or whatever. So, then the other solution that was proposed is just telling, like, I guess, like black people or people who don't like it, just deal with it, stop asking questions about it, which doesn't sound very right either. So how do you get out of like this moral conundrum or predicament that
it doesn't sound right because you've already begged the conclusion that it's wrong. Because I would argue it sounds just as strange to me for you to make a demand about asking what I do in my private time. That's really fucking weird to me. That you're gonna come up to me like, "What do you say in your private time? Tell me what kind of jokes you say, so I can tell you whether or not they offend me or not." What the fuck? No way, dude. That is so
I'm not even
irrelevant.
I just
no one
know
has
like,
anything.
it's
The
already
thing
been
is,
Oh,
the thing is-
Lance, go ahead. Hold on, Lance had
No,
something
I
to
was
say.
just gonna say it's because I think you're painting the fact that leftists are trying to get you to stop saying in your private life, and we're trying to like control your speech. Or
Nobody cares. That's the thing. Nobody
yeah,
actually cares.
I don't give two fucks what you do. You can scream it at all the chairs you want, or scream it at cats, just like H.P. Lovecraft used to do. At the end of the day, though, it's because you said it publicly on your show that is going to normalize it for other people.
I disagree. I don't think that just saying that I say
You can
edgy
disagree
humor-
all you like. I cited you information that shows
You didn't cite shit. You have no fucking idea what the fuck you're
Oh
citing.
my
You're too
God.
stupid to read the
You
fucking cited
caught-
or even
you
citing
caught
at me,
up to
dog.
one
So no,
Wait,
fuck
one
that.
example.
Kormantine.
Jesus Christ.
You caught one example and you latched onto it
Because you gish gallop like 7 fucking studies at me because
And
you're
then
not
I
interested in a
gave-
conversation. You're just trying to
I
fucking
gave you-
steamroll me with a
I
bunch of
gave you
dumb
evidence.
random
Okay,
shit.
fine. If you'd like to look up a study, all right, you can go ahead and look up Greenberg and Pszczynski's "The Effect of an Overheard Ethnic Slur on Evaluations of the Target: How to Spread a Social Disease." Because I talk about this stuff quite a bit, I actually have quite a bit of information. So if it feels like gish galloping to you, it's because you haven't actually got the information that I've got. But
And I can tell
giving
just
you
by
what-
what you're saying that you don't have the education to say it. Look at that.
That's fair.
Wow.
That's fair to say, Kormantine. But like, I know I've talked to you before, and as an educator, you've said that like it doesn't really do much good to come in and just cite a bunch of studies and shit like that, right? It's much easier to talk about like appeal to like values and broader concepts and stuff.
But that's
like
the problem.
Right?
How can you appeal to values but somebody doesn't have any?
You have no. You're so
that's
fucking
not
stupid,
that's not
dude.
true.
Like, no, like,
though.
again, that's
Just
why
be,
I
wait,
know
hold
this
on.
guy's
Just because his
One of them is
Jesus
saying the
Christ,
N-word in
man.
private.
This guy's gonna
If it
fucking brain cells to
maximizes
rub
his-
together.
Okay.
This is like character
Steven,
assassination 101, and you
Steven,
expect me to
we
sit here and
all-
listen to you, dude?
Why are you
Fuck out of
yelling
here,
all the
man.
time? Why do you yell all the time? Like, is this how you
Because you're
behave
dumb
with
as
people and
fuck, and
shit?
it's upsetting to me, and I like yelling. It's
Well,
fun.
it comes across as dumb to you because you can't admit that you're wrong on shit. So
No, it comes across as dumb to me because it's pretty fucking stupid.
instead of admitting the possibility that you're wrong, you just want
I
to
already admitted the possibility that I could be wrong. What would it take to convince you that you're wrong?
Well, Kormantine, you agree that by citing those studies, it doesn't really do much to further the conversation,
Ian,
right?
You didn't. Neither of you let me answer, and I said I can't appeal to values for somebody that doesn't have any. So what I'm trying to say to you is this:
Why?
when I say that he doesn't have any values, this is not something that he actually values. I don't really care what he believes because it's not actually about him. And I've been saying the whole time it's not actually about him. If he wants to do that in his private time and he thinks that's okay, then whatever, I can't stop him. But what I'm saying though is that it's irresponsible to come on a public platform and be like, okay, well, this is something I do all the time, and not add any provisos that this actually can cause harm because he doesn't think that it causes harm. What I'm saying to him is that it actually does, and there are reams of evidence that prove that.
Well, let me ask Destiny then. In certain contexts, you would agree, or would you agree? I guess that like saying the N-word in private does have some harm in certain.
Yeah, of
contexts,
course,
right?
absolutely, it could. Yeah, of course, you could misjudge somebody's character. You might be stupid and you're overheard by somebody, which is totally on you. Yeah, sure.
And so like I want to ask the question then, like at what point, like what At what point does it become problematic to say the N word in private? Like, what would qualify that?
I mean, for any behavior that we have when we interact with personal, when we have like personal relationships, it's kind of up to us to figure out like what we're comfortable with or what we're comfortable with not saying or doing with other people. So for instance, like there are certain people, I'll use the sex example again because we were on that earlier, right? If we talk about like rape play, there are certain people that have histories that I would never be comfortable having that type of interaction with, just because I know they might have like some engagement with it that I consider to be not healthy, or they might take that and they might move outside of like a personal environment with it, the same way that we would with some type of private language. And to pretend that this is even a solved thing, like, isn't even necessarily true. Like, even people that do this kind of stuff performatively, publicly, have issues with knowing whether or not they should do it. Chris Rock has walked back on certain stuff he said publicly. Dave Chappelle has wondered about some skits that he's done publicly, whether or not they're good or bad. So I mean, like, it's the idea that there's some like hard and clear line of like you should never do this or you should do this is I think ridiculous. And to mark it all off as like valueless and racist and act like there's some clear like line that separates right and wrong, I think is absolutely ridiculous for this conversation.
What would you say irrelevant to that question, to the same question?
I mean, more or less, I think it's the exact more or less. I
find something really interesting. Is that
let Ahrelevant speak, Kormantine, please.
I just want to say one thing. Is that he names comedians often, but doesn't actually name any black.
I'm sorry.
He names like.
There, I muted Kormantine. Okay, go ahead,
so
Ahrelevant.
More or less, I just wanted to go through and I wanted to talk to each person point by point on the same argument that I gave Pxie and that same argument that I've given every single time about justifying the use of it in sexual relationships instead of justifying it when it comes to jokes, because more or less we're arguing over bullshit instead of actually getting to the point, right? So, like, for instance, Hasan, do you agree or disagree with the idea or with the use of race play, rape play, or BDSM, or humiliation or cuckoldry in sexual acts? Do you believe that it should not be done?
Consensually? No, I don't have a problem with it. No, okay, but I also think that, like, I mean, and if you're asking me, like, if Destiny can say the N-word when he's doing, like, I don't know, kinky rape play with like a black girl, I don't know. I don't think there's a. If she consents to it, then go right ahead, go off.
Okay. So why?
But the difference. But the difference here is, again, the difference is not what someone does in the privacy of his own home. The difference here is what someone is defending when they're like the N-word.
So I couldn't talk about
the N-word on its own is entirely different. And when you leave it up to context, and when you open it up and say, I use the N-word all the time in private, is entirely different than a very specific case that you're referencing right now.
Okay, hold on.
That's why I'm trying to narrow it down to like what's acceptable and what's not acceptable.
Hasan just defended the private use of the N-word. I love that. Thank you.
Okay, yeah. So like, hold on.
What do you mean? I already said that before. I literally have been saying that from the beginning of this conversation. I'm sorry if you're.
Amen, brother. Between consenting parties, if it doesn't leak, it's good. Thank you.
No, that's come on, Destiny.
That's what you just said. I love it.
I'm trying to be as nice as
Bullshit,
nice as
you're trying to be as nice. Coming in here saying, "Oh, I just want to argue to say the N-word." Fuck out of here, dude.
Everybody is trying to be really nice to you.
I literally said it's contextually. It could be contextually appropriate, which is precisely why I asked Ahrelevant, like, what are the contexts that he would consider it to be inappropriate? It's so fucked up that you're like totally walking over my original point. My point is harm reduction in a similar sense that you engage in harm reduction when you don't say the N-word in public. Okay, that's literally the Serfs point as well. That's what we've been trying to get across.
Stop gaslighting me. The first thing that you said was I belittle black people in private. Don't try to fucking gaslight me about what you have or haven't said in this conversation.
Wait. What are you talking about?
Steven, like when you come in here,
you belittle black people in public? I mean, in private?
That's literally what you said in terms of like using the N-word. That I'm like,
are you just talking to your fan base now so they can
does this make a difference?
Or did you hear anything I said?
Let me do my one quick spiel and then I'm done. Okay,
uncharitable, dude.
This
come
is
on.
why I'm being uncharitable when you're saying I'm just trying to argue just to say the N-word, dude. Come on. Okay, so somebody linked me. Hold on. So no, I'm not. You don't. Do you really not understand? Can you tell me what argument I'm making? Actually, hold on.
Okay.
What do you think my argument is?
The argument that you're making right now is that one should be under specific circumstances with consenting adults should be able to say the N-word in private.
No,
and that's
no.
Is that not what the argument is?
It's about edgy jokes. So you wouldn't say in private versus public. It's not just the N-word.
Expand that to edgy humor. Look,
no, I'm not expanding that to edgy humor. That's what it's always been about. You're the one that wants to make it specifically about the N-word.
I know, but we're working off of the soundbite where you literally said I say the N-word all
That's
the time.
one
in
soundbite.
private.
I've made public posts talking about my stance on language. If you want to focus on the one soundbite, you can focus on that, but that's not what the broader conversation is about.
Okay. All right. I understand the defense of edgy jokes in private. I also listen to edgy podcasts and make edgy jokes myself. The N-word is it literally says topic N-word in private underneath us.
Wait.
On the
You
fucking
just
Big
said
Brain
that
podcast.
you make edgy jokes in private that you wouldn't make publicly?
Oh no, I make them publicly. No, I make edgy jokes in public that I make in
Wait,
private.
when you say you make edgy jokes publicly, you mean when you say edgy jokes, my specific use is like jokes that could be damaging towards certain minorities. You make those
like
types of jokes
Italians.
publicly.
Like Italians.
What? Wait, so what the fuck? Wait, so why? So is it okay? So actually, you know what? That's a whole other conversation that I don't even want to go into.
Okay.
Wait, real quick. I really want to do this real quick with quarantine.
Already exposed me for my bradophobia.
With quarantine, with quarantine, like, so he threw like a bunch of studies at me, and I responded to the last one
My name
because
is
it sounded bullshit. Okay, with Andre, and it sounded like bullshit to me. Somebody linked me, okay, the study that he told me to look up about how overhearing slurs impacts how you view people. So this experiment had to do with 4 Confederates that were having a debate with a black person, and when that black person's performance was evaluated after, one person evaluated the performance using a racial slur and one person didn't. I can't believe you would present to me this study with 4 people so disingenuously that you and this is the whole point. No, shut the fuck up. I can't believe that you would cite. I can't believe that you would gish gallop the fuck. I can't believe that you would gish gallop the fuck out of me with studies and expect me not to look a single one of them up. And then when I do, I find out that you're throwing some bullshit at me like this to try to make your fucking argument.
That's not how you read journals. You read the footnotes and then get the underlying references that they use to come to their conclusions. So I'm not just citing this study. I'm citing this study plus the other studies that are behind it.
Then why wouldn't you just cite the studies behind it?
Okay, all right. So here's another one.
No. You already fucked up. I don't give a fuck what you're going to cite me. No, I'm done with you, dude. I'm done. You're a bad faith actor. You're just trying to fucking machine gun out your bullshit ass NPC talking. I don't give a fuck, dude.
Why are you yelling at me?
Because you're about to say a whole bunch of shit I don't fucking care
You're yelling
about.
at me. You're yelling at me because
I don't need the psychoanalysis, my man. It's all good. Don't worry. I don't need it. It's okay.
You're yelling at me because you don't do this work in your own private life.
That's right, man.
I don't
engage in any of this work, okay? I have no background.
Hold on, Destiny.
You're so
Hold
right,
on.
dude. Mr. teaches children how to code. Tell me that I have no background in any of this. Thank you, dude.
I'm just saying, but this is writing work that I do for a living. So when I read
you said
studies,
you teach children to code.
Why are you yelling at me? You asked me what kind of activism I do in real life. I gave you one example. Like, why are you upset about that?
Why wouldn't you give me an example that maybe supports your appeal to authority a little better than you teaching children to code?
Because that's one that came to mind. I've done many activisms in my life. That's one that I'm very proud of. Like, you asked me what I do in activism, I gave you an example. Holy shit. Do I need to give you one that's good enough to make you like me? I don't really care whether you do or not.
It's not about liking me. It's about the fact that you cited the activism.
But I don't have
some sort of authoritative thing that lets you... No, don't tell me that I'm telling you to prove shit. You cited this to me. Don't blame me for your dumb fuck mistake that you cited some irrelevant bullshit and got called out on it.
All right, hold on. Go ahead and respond. Okay. Go ahead and respond, Quarantine, and just make it quick, okay?
No, Ian. You know what? It's cool. I think I'm kind of at my limit here. Like, I've been yelled at for probably about 3 hours now, and this is.
I'm literally being called racial slurs right now for literally I can leak. You want me to leak you logs right now?
I mean,
like,
what guys, we're on the internet. Stop being fucking babies. Literally, everyone's getting death threats. Okay, shut the fuck up. Like,
I already had fucking tweets at me. It's fucking insane.
All right, come on. I am too. Okay, Mandy, you know what the fuck's going on?
I barely said a word. Somebody said they literally wanted.
I wouldn't say this to random people. It's because I know Ahrelevant and I know Destiny and I know that they have they're bigger than this.
What's the next topic, guys?
Hold on. Wait. I'm sorry, Pxie. Yeah, go ahead. You get the. Go ahead, Pxie. Yeah.
Okay, so just like earlier.
What I had to say before everyone yelled over me, or what?
I asked you, and you said you weren't interested, dude. Come on.
I
asked you to speak, and you said no.
He was just signaling, dude. You didn't actually mean that.
Oh my god. No, Kormantine, you missed your chance. Pxie, go ahead.
Are you sure? Like, I don't mind
I was
waiting.
literally just trying to say goodbye to you. That's it. Like,
Oh, now he's fucking guilt tripping you so hard, my dude.
Can we go back to what we were talking about originally, or?
Okay, I just wanna say one thing that like what people were talking about before about like the whole like race play.
Hold on,
or
wait,
rape
before
play.
you go, hold on. I'm sorry, Pxie. Kormantine, look.
Yep.
I respect you, dude. I'm sorry that this ended up in a shit show. I thought this would go a lot better than it did, but do you want to go ahead and shout yourself out before you go?
No, I don't really feel like shouting myself right now. I'm actually not like proud of anything that happened here, and I really hope that in the future, if we want to have these kinds of conversations, it doesn't look anything like this. I think this is actually.
I'd love to have you on the podcast, or not podcast, on my show.
No, it's just let's talk about this offline, dude. Let's talk about this offline. All right, okay, all right, you take it easy.
Yep.
You have a good one.
Can we go back to the
Wait,
sex
let
play now?
Pxie talk what she was saying. Literally every person is talking.
Yeah,
about
I want Pxie to go
White
ahead. 'Cause
knight.
I had to interrupt her there.
Okay, if you guys like, I just wanted to like bring up what people were talking about earlier about like race play and rape play. For me personally, yeah, no, I actually do think race play is like very sketch. And although it's not going to be like, oh, I'm going to like freaking crucify somebody for doing something else with like a consensual adult, where they're technically both like subjects like, and objects at the same time, whatever. At least like, you know, I still think it's like fucking sketch, right? Like, I don't think it's necessarily like a right thing to do because you're still fetishizing somebody over their race. And when it comes to like rape play itself, you know, you can't equate rape play to like actual rape at all, right? Because the whole point of rape play is that there's still consent there, right? There's still an underlying consent. It's more like, you know, acting whatever about it. But
I mean, there's consent between two consenting adults when they're saying the N-word amongst one another as well.
Right. Yeah.
Pxie.
I'm gonna head out too,
Ahrelevant,
everybody.
but don't you think that there's consent there too?
It's been
no,
a
but
weird
what?
place, but I'm
Okay.
gonna leave as well. Okay.
Yeah, you want to go ahead and shout yourself out, dude?
Yeah. I think everyone knows already. Twitch.tv/theserfstv. And I gotta say, I agree with Kormantine. Like this, I don't think this is the way to have these kind of discussions. This whole
I agree,
format is
100%. Kormantine shouldn't be here. He can't have the talk.
a whole bunch of people screaming at each other.
Come on,
And
Destiny.
man, what happened?
This guy tweeted right before he came on Tuesday, October 22nd, 7 p.m. PST. Cole James Cash and Andre whatever versus Destiny. No, dude, this guy is 100%
I do
a fucking
agree.
grifter. I don't know if this guy has a single fucking spine in his body. What a
Look,
piece of
I
shit.
do want to say that like I agree that if it's gonna just end up like this, it probably shouldn't have been talked about. But Kormantine and Cole James Cash and like everybody that participated and knew that this was gonna be a topic, like literally agreed to it. So I don't know, like the fact that Kormantine and Cole James Cash came on and weren't able to like adequately advocate for their ideas is actually really disappointing because I really do agree with a huge.
He was so calm.
All right, white guy. All right, white
Dude,
guy.
he's literally
fucking
ad hominem.
upset that
Wait,
black people are mad at
no,
us
the
right
thing
now.
is,
Can I ask the Serfs a question? I'm super curious because even though like you talk shit about me, whatever, I do respect you. I think you're cool. Okay, even if you fucking talk shit about me, right? Do you really think that guy like randomly interjecting? You don't have the education to talk about this. You don't know what you're talking about. I don't think you think that that's like a good faith way to approach a conversation.
I think a bad faith way was just to constantly tell him that he was dumb and stupid.
You know, I
over and
only
over.
did that
think
after
that's
he was
so
literally
condescending.
telling
That's
me.
unbelievably
He was
condescending,
literally.
man.
So you're not going to call him out on it, but you are going to call me out on doing it after he was doing it to me.
After he was doing it to you. I was here for the whole 3 hours. Like
And you didn't hear him do that to me at all?
Over and over.
You didn't hear him do that to me at all.
He might have said it once at the start. No, sorry.
All
Okay.
right, dude.
What
Get fucked. Never mind. I'm done. I don't care. I don't care. I don't give a fuck. I don't care about this guy. Fucking, I don't care.
Back to the combo because like there's a significant difference between what Ahrelevant was saying and what we were talking about in regards to like something that you can defend publicly. Your like kink stuff that you do in the bedroom is acceptable and you can absolutely defend it. People might not like it, but you can absolutely defend it in public. Just opening it up in that way, though, as far as like I say the N-word, I know we're going back to the same clip, but saying that you say the N-word in private all the time is entirely different than that. That's my point. That's always been my point.
Okay, so is it if I mean the clip is out there?
Well defined.
So.
Like what you're talking about is not an unacceptable thing at all. Does that make sense?
Didn't he
Destiny.
say- Destiny, I don't know if he's
can't
still
hear him.
listening or he's just screaming at his audience, but he said that you're uneducated on the subject. He didn't say that you yourself are stupid. That's the difference.
Oh, that's the
But
one
I mean,
muted
we
me
could-
to shit talk me. That's nice.
Well,
No, I was shit talking. I was shit talking like 3 or 4 of you, not just
so
your time, don't worry.
this is what I agree with Kormantine on. I agree. Most people here, myself included, probably haven't studied this to the degree that Kormantine has, and Kormantine actually has a lot of really good like information on the subject. He's really well learned on it, and
disagree.
that's why I really no. I mean, it's true. That's why I respect his opinion.
He
But no, hold on, Destiny, hold on.
God.
Just because he wasn't able to engage in this sort of conversation in like a conducive manner, that like doesn't mean that he's like not smart. I'm not trying to say that he's not smart or doesn't know what he's talking about. I'm just saying that the way that he tried to like conduct his conversations in here when talking about it wasn't really a good way to have a conversation about this issue. It didn't really add anything to the conversation, but like to appeal to your authority or how much knowledge or how read you are or how if you don't read a book you can't talk about the subject or try to like when people were like trying to discredit Ahrelevant's blackness, which has happened like multiple times now, is like really insulting. And that's the only issue I really have with Kormantine at the end of the day. But and especially that fucking cold James, I don't know, dude. Like that guy just didn't add anything to this conversation. That was really disappointing.
Okay, Serfs, before you leave, can I just ask one quick, real quick. Is your main point of contention that Destiny or other people in general say that they say it in private on a public platform, not that they say it in private at all?
The first one. Because
cool.
It normalizes it.
Gotcha. All
right, bye everybody.
Yep.
Bye, guys.
And Hasan, is that your position as well?
What was the position? I wasn't listening. I was reading how hard Destiny's audience was mauling at me, saying I'm bad faith. But what's up?
Honestly, at this point, I don't know if I want to have this conversation anymore. Irrelevant, especially
Oh,
you're the only black dude to like really represent.
Hey,
everyone.
wait, can we do this link right here? Because people have gassed the fuck out of me so hard. Everybody can click and listen to that. Literally, as soon as you came in, you said I was belittling black people. I have never been gaslit in a conversation harder in my entire fucking life. Even when debating alt-writers and race realists. Fucking holy shit.
Are you talking about saying the N-word? Because like saying the N-word and why people would get upset about it in that context is literally belittling two black.
Then why did you just deny saying that when you came in earlier? You're doing it again.
Because using the N-word and defending your
wait, we're not talking about that.
Use the N-word is of course going to be belittling to black people.
So then just say that. Then don't deny saying that you said I was belittling black people.
No,
and now when
because
I
the
show
way you made it seem
now
like
trying to justify what you did say.
Destiny is just busy belittling black people.
Hold on, follow this, okay? I don't know if this is hard for you, okay?
Okay.
So earlier, wait, I'm gonna walk you through this. I'm gonna
give you guys a minute to settle this, and then we're fucking done, okay? You guys got 60 seconds. I'm counting down right now.
Okay, listen, it's okay. Dude, I have an 8-year-old. I can walk you through this real slow. Earlier, I said when you came in here, you told me immediately that I was belittling black people. And then you said, I didn't say that. Now I just showed you did say that. And you're saying, well, the reason I said that was because you are. Do you understand the problem there?
You were bullying black people in public, okay? I never said that you were bullying black people in public. I'm saying that black people can feel belittled when you are talking about your usage of the N-word in private when you're defending that in public, okay? But you understand that. Why are you bringing this, dude?
That is true.
No, you guys have just been gaslighting like fucking crazy in here.
Come
it's like
on,
insane, dude. That irrelevant. That the Kormantine or whatever guy is going to sit here and like ad hom the fuck at me over and over again, and then the Serfs are like, I didn't hear him saying it at all.
He's gone. Stop crying. He's gone. Let's have a real conversation about this.
A real conversation. Okay, let's talk about how Destiny just wants to say the N-word over and over again in private. That's what you're here for, right?
I mean, that's what you said. And if that's not your position, at all,
right, you guys get 10 seconds.
If you wanna change that conversation to, hey, that's not what I meant at all.
All I want to say is I love black people. That's what I got. My man Jesse Lee Peterson was right. I love black people. That's all I should fucking say. That's all I'm gonna say on it. Okay.
All right, we're gonna go to the next subject. Is everybody down to move on to the next subject?
I'm down to move on to the next subject. Can I hear Destiny's
another
position on this?
last word in? What? I love black people. That's what I said.
Come on, dude.
You don't think I do?
I don't know anymore.
There you go. Well, then you better not tell any of those edgy jokes to me. Don't say Fredo or whatever, because I might hate Italians too. Okay, be consistent.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay.
All right.
Listen, that's your moral position. So
I don't have morals. Remember, that's what Kormantine or whatever.
Okay,
the fuck
but
said.
am I No, but I'm not him. So why are you arguing against the literal fucking straw man? Like he's not even here. Stop crying about it. Let's have this conversation that we were meant to have originally, which is. If your position is no longer, I say the N-word in private all the time, and it's simply, I make edgy jokes sometimes in private, then of course I'm not going to have a fucking problem with that.
You literally cry to journalists about being taken out of context.
All right, I'm done. All right, so I muted Destiny and muted Hasan. You guys can handle this on your own stream, all right? I know there's like, I don't know. You guys can make up on your own stream. All right. We're going to go to the next subject. Let me unmute you guys. All right, we're good now? All right, cool. We're good. All right, so let's talk about, God, Jesus Christ. How do I even fucking follow this?
What are we following that one up with?
I don't know. I have no fucking clue what to follow this
I
up.
heard you were a sexist.
We're not going to talk about that. We've had enough fucking drama here.
The two pro private language people were the only ones that let the girl talk a single fucking time, and that Kormantine and fucking Hassan were railing over
you
her
fucking
like
love
a million
identity
fucking
politics
times.
so much.
Hey, you like it when it defends
are
you? I'm
such a
just pointing it out.
fucking cuck. Oh, you're
pointing it
You're
out.
so hypocritical, dude.
I'm not hypocritical.
You
I love
literally
women
sound
too.
like
I love
fucking
women and black
fucking
people.
Fool, dude. God damn. Oh,
All right.
booty
All
judge,
right.
right? Oh my god.
All right, so
I'm
I know this next subject is probably
fucking
on.
cuck.
All right. So we're gonna talk about the Democratic primary. All right, guys, you guys want to talk about this? This is actually
Hell yeah,
important.
Warren for life. Amen.
Okay, hashtag Warren. Okay, got you. Yeah. So recently there was the Democratic debates about like a week or so ago, and
Am I
there's been
unmuted?
some-
I don't know.
Yeah, you're unmuted, dude.
Oh,
You're
okay.
good.
Sorry.
Yeah, you're fine.
Destiny's only nice to girls when he's questing them, is what I wanted to say. But let's talk
That's
about
what
the
I am. I've already DM'd her. Actually.
All right.
You got it, dude. Look at those. Look at those good. Look at these good faith arguments.
Hey,
Oh,
you can play that game, right?
All right, we're talking about the Democratic primary, guys. So some memes have come out since the Dem debates.
I'm gonna be.
all
Wait,
right?
can I say something? Can I say something about Elizabeth Warren? Honestly,
You
the
need to
only
hurry-
reason that
hurry
I
up.
support her is because I'm questioning her, baby. Amen. I can't wait to get into that.
Oh, that was
75-year-old.
nice.
Oh, that's it,
That was
Hassan. You got me,
Yikes,
dude.
dude. That was
Apparently, she's into
good
some
one.
kinky shit. So I don't know. Maybe the
Yeah.
sex is
I
good.
like Elizabeth
That it's
Warren.
consensual. I don't
Don't
raise
be a
like
person of color.
Hey, man,
All
who
right,
doesn't
so
support her?
I'm gonna
Who
go ahead
doesn't
and just
support that?
I'm gonna throw out the question and just leave it broad for the. What's your guys' takeaway from these Dem debates? Like, who's the winner? Who's the loser? How's it looking? I don't know.
I just don't understand why Elizabeth Warren wouldn't own up to the fact that she was going to increase middle class taxes to make healthcare more affordable. I mean, Bernie made the point. Anybody can understand the logic there. So I don't know why she was so insistent on trying to dodge it.
It's because you lose support as a result of saying any increase in taxes will occur.
I think that's true, but I think Warren should just own it. Bernie's answer to that
Yeah, for
question was
sure.
so much better. Bernie owned the fuck out of it, and then when it is talking points, when Elizabeth Warren talks like that, it makes her sound like just another politician.
Yeah,
I
and
agree. But yeah,
It's
that's
such
why.
an eminently understandable point. It just seemed like it made her seem more sketchy than she had to look.
I
Really
also
makes it
feel
seem
like there is
expensive.
a likelihood that she might change her revenue strategies and try to potentially even like act like she has a different kind of Medicare for all, or at least like a different funding vehicle for Medicare for all. And I think that's part of the reason why she won't like sign off on middle class taxes. I don't believe that there is any way that we could fund Medicare for all without a modest tax increase.
Yeah.
But I'm excited to find out if she can figure something out.
Yeah, that'll be good.
Fucking true. What's the next topic? I don't know why you're playing into this as the second topic of the podcast. You should have saved this for the end, dude. Jesus.
Well, all right. So
Hey,
So,
MindWaves, thanks again for the monitoring you've been doing. I mean, I know that was difficult.
it's
it's
never
true,
enough,
yeah.
dude. Don't praise me. All right? Everybody disagrees with you, so don't worry about it. All right, so Hillary Clinton was throwing out some fucking some memes towards some heavy accusations towards Tulsi. Did you guys hear about this?
Yeah.
Yeah, did she drop any like evidence beyond just that inference, or just her saying it? I mean,
Well,
I
go ahead.
There's
Daisy, go
actually
ahead.
a very
I think it's highly
interesting Reddit
suspicious
post
that
about
Hillary
it.
Clinton
Can you
came out
say
with this information literally a day after Ronan Farrow went on national television and talked about, while he was doing his book tour for Catch and Release, talked about how the Clinton administration openly tried to stop him from pursuing Harvey Weinstein. And I think that was like an easy dodge. I think she was just trying to fucking get the scent off of that. And she did it effectively. No one talked about the fact that Hillary Clinton and her team were not happy with Ronan Farrow investigating Harvey Weinstein before all of that stuff was revealed.
yeah, and it probably didn't hurt that she had a book come out recently too that's got her in the news now. So
Yeah. So I mean, this is like she's pretty good at obviously like not colluding with the media, I guess, but just demanding media attention or changing the conversation. A lot of like old school politicians are good at that sort of stuff. So I don't know, but I don't really like Tulsi. I don't know. Are there Tulsels in here? We can debate on that. Maybe we can have a conversation about that.
what? Well, I mean, I guess I'm not really, but what do you not like about her? Just out of curiosity.
What do I not like about Tulsi?
Yeah. Because Bernie
main-
and I know Yang and them tweeted out support for her, so I'm
Yeah,
just
I don't care. I mean, Bernie sometimes says stuff that I don't agree with. Like I'm a big Bernie bro, but there are disagreements that I have with Bernie. So the thing I don't like about Tulsi Gabbard is honestly the fact that she claims to be anti-imperialist, but then will follow that up with, I'm for reasonable wars. Like I'm a war hawk when it comes to justifiable war versus unjustifiable regime change wars.
Sure.
And I think that designation left alone to, or left up to the American military industrial complex is going to be really damaging. And for someone who claims to be anti-imperialist, she sure does like to hype up the fact that she is a part of the military, and that's a big part of her campaign. So I think that that's a little weird. It just makes me very suspicious of her.
Well, I get what you're saying, but I mean, the idea of people who were in the military then speaking out against imperialism has a respectable tradition in this country. Like the man who wrote that book, that War is a Racket, and talked about a lot of America's terrible interventions in the banana the banana republics, as it were, in the 20s and 30s. Smedley Butler, he was a military guy, and I mean, being able to drop those credentials did help bring some respectability to his message that it might not have otherwise had. So I do think it helps. I feel like
it's idpol. It is identity politics. But also, I mean, Pat Tillman is a perfect example of a anti-imperialist military veteran. There are plenty of military veterans that I work with as well, and talk to quite frequently. I agree. I don't think Tulsi Gabbard is genuine in her anti-interventionist stance, is what I was saying. I don't think she's an isolationist. I don't think that she is even an anti-interventionist. And that's precisely why I have a problem with her. I think it's hypocritical.
What makes you think that exactly?
What makes me think that
about Tulsi? Yeah, like why she's not like, why she's putting up, or why do you think that she's like putting out like a fake image of like anti-interventionism or whatever?
I think it works well with the leftists. Like she has a very interesting base of supporters, some from the right and some from the left. There are plenty of people who are anti-interventionists on the right as well. I'm sure Bastiat would could further clarify. Like there are isolationist right-wingers now that rail against the neocons, that sometimes for anti-Semitic reasons, other times for legitimate reasons, want to stop funding the state of Israel as it continues to do crimes against humanity in Palestine. So I think that she's just been able to maintain that like very interesting coalition of left-wing and right-wing voters.
Yeah, I am curious about her in part because I know, at least on my channel, a lot of folks will say, who see the red tie and conclude, oh, you must be a Trump supporter, will say stuff like, hey, the Democrat I'm pulling for is Tulsi. Otherwise, I'm voting Trump. And it is kind of an interesting phenomenon. I've noticed it a lot. I think I haven't noticed that with any other Democratic candidates either. So,
yeah. Yeah, I don't know why people don't think that like Bernie Sanders, who has had a consistent anti-war message throughout his entire political career, is not getting the same kind of like anti-imperialist love that Tulsi Gabbard is getting. But
I think we know why.
Well, yeah.
Wait, why?
But I think making yourself a single issue voter like that, I mean, like a single issue candidate like that, also is harmful or might have damaging consequences during a campaign. And I think with Tulsi, like, her support for Modi is another example of this. Like what's happening in Kashmir is also pretty terrible. So her support for Hindu nationalism, Modi, is also damaging to her her opinion that she's anti-war.
Yeah.
My guess, and I could be wrong, is because it probably feels like Tulsi. I actually, because I haven't researched it specifically, I don't know a lot of Bernie's anti-imperialist views. And I've listened to like a lot of Bernie media. I don't think he talks about it much. Whereas Tulsi seems to have made foreign policy like a literal, like it's the only, every time she opens her mouth, it's about how I'm a soldier and this is my foreign policy views.
Right.
So if you are like a voter that like that's like your big issue, and you don't follow a ton of like non-mainstream media, it's probably hard to know like what Bernie's foreign policy positions are versus Tulsi, who literally makes foreign policy like a focal point of what she talks about.
I think that'd be my guess. I think that's why they said like, well, we know why in regards to why like Bernie Sanders doesn't get that rep. But that's why I said throughout his entire career, like, I mean, he has been.
I'm not saying who is better or who's worse. I'm just saying that's probably why people know Tulsi more.
No, you're 100% right. And by the way, like he's been criticized for his support for groups that America has literally participated in the genocide of, like.
I think Bernie's been like pro-Palestine, like he's come out like anti-Israeli, right?
Yeah,
right. Yep.
Yeah. I think he was the only one. He was the only presidential candidate that went to, I forget what it was called, but it was like okay, whatever. I don't remember the exact name, but it was a conference for Palestine.
Well, so since we're talking about this, what do we think? Because like it seems like Warren's kind of the front runner right now, as the polling's kind of showing. How do we feel about her views on like foreign intervention and shit like that? Like, are we?
I mean, I feel like it's kind of like what Destiny said about Bernie Sanders. I don't really know much about them. I mean, I think you're right. That's why Tulsi stands out. I don't really. Does anybody in here know much about it?
Honestly,
I mean,
Well, Bernie has a pretty isolationist policy, just generally speaking. No, everything I've read has like pointed out to like Bernie just like not being interested in like handling with other countries in general, or at least like the only thing that Trump and Bernie really had in common when it came to the last election cycle was just disliking the current trade deals that we had going on. So I guess like if you consider that like foreign meddling, then I guess they have similarities there. But when it comes to like usually war and stuff, Bernie has a very like strong record of being against like most wars in general.
Yeah, he has his like the broadest way that I can summarize his opinion is building a global democratic movement to counter authoritarianism. So he wants to do the exact opposite of what we've been doing in the way that we deal with foreign nations, and instead build valuable partnerships with these nations and help them out rather than destroy them.
I would say after the last debate, the surprising answers that I heard was actually between Tulsi and Pete, where Pete actually gave a refreshingly nuanced view of American foreign policy. That a lot of the times, out of the insanely like anti-interventionalism is nice in theory, but like if Russia or other countries are going to be supporting agents on the other side, it becomes a lot harder when you look at situations like Iraq to just say, okay, well, we need to pull out everything and leave. And Pete actually nailed that. I don't know how much like nuanced foreign policy views are actually cared about by Americans, but Pete actually nailed that really well when he talked about how it was pretty fucked that we just kind of like piece the fuck out of certain areas and just like basically abandon people, whether it's the Iraqi government, whether it's the Peshmerga in Iraq, whether it's the Kurds in Turkey or northern Syria. Like we can't just have a strictly like, oh, we're not going to intervene anywhere policy. It needs to be a little bit more nuanced than that, I think. And Pete did a good job of saying that.
Yeah, and we're seeing that right now with what's going on in Syria.
Yeah,
it's easy to say like end the forever wars. I mean, I know I've said that before, but then I mean, Trump does it, and of course his reasons why seem crooked and hard to understand at best. But I mean, this is, I guess, an example of what happens with an instant withdrawal. People.
Well, Trump's reasons.
Well, I mean,
Trump hasn't contributed at all to a positive environment in Syria. Yeah. All he did was he bombed an airport because he thought he would get good coverage on the media from it. Trump has been foreign policy blunder after foreign policy blunder. Yeah. If you want to talk about a nuanced approach to foreign policy, you don't begin that conversation by legitimizing a North Korean dictator and by withdrawing from one of the most successfully negotiated nuclear treaties of all time, which was the agreement that we had with Iran to prevent them from acquiring nuclear weapons. So Trump doesn't get any credit for foreign policy in the Middle East. It's been incredibly destructive. And what really is the worst part of it all is that he always wants to do it all alone. He doesn't even want to get any kind of coalition going for the kind of disastrous ideas he has. Like rather than go after Chinese trade, like as part of a multinational coalition, a trans-Pacific partnership, as you might think about it, he just goes it alone after alienating every other country in the world. So.
This is just like a random comment when it comes to like foreign policy and stuff like that. Although I'm not like a very like pro-interventionist person. I mean, like, Puerto Rican, hello, like I've seen like basically the effects of like colonialism firsthand. I do think that at least like in today's like modern day and time, it's fucked up that we do go to these places, we fuck shit up, and then we leave without really fixing anything. And that's how you end up having power vacuums, and that's how you end up having things like ISIS form, right? Because we basically like leave these places in like complete like distraught and chaos. So though like ideally, like as I said before, like it's easy to think like we should just pull out and stuff. I think realistically doing that can lead to like a lot of like shitty problems if we're not careful about it,
Mm-hmm.
My 2 cents.
Yeah, I think that's fair. Well, so fuck, I don't know.
Yeah, Pxie, can I ask you a Puerto Rico question?
Go for it. I love Puerto Rico questions.
All right. Statehood or independence?
Holy fuck. Okay. I don't want to like bore you guys with like 30 minutes of conversation. So I'll try to put this in a couple of sentences.
Okay.
So, ideally, I would like statehood, right? It's like a nice dream. I don't think it's ever going to happen. And even if it does happen, I don't think we're going to have enough political power to take away like the federal laws that are really fucking us over. So that only really leaves independence as an option, which we're probably not going to get either way. And even if we do get, our economy is going to be fucked a lot for like the short term. So, you know, for me personally, yeah, I would say independence, but that is not the common Puerto Rican sentiment.
Gotcha. What is the
Right.
common one? I don't know. I'm personally.
Okay, so there's like this is like the complicated thing about Puerto Rico. Like a lot of people do not feel as if they're Americans first. They feel like they're Puerto Ricans first,
Yeah.
right? But a lot of them have been like really brainwashed, like hardcore since they were young, to think like if you ever become independent, you're gonna be like Cuba or Venezuela. So you can never do that, like ever. So a lot of them are like terrified of it, and that's why they want to like go to statehood, because they're just terrified of independence. But it's basically like 50-50, right? Like here 50% want to be like a state, and the other 50% like want to stay how we are now, even though they agree how we are now is not sustainable, but they're like afraid of losing their culture. So yeah, that's the key.
I appreciate it.
Nice. I actually don't know anything about Puerto Rico. It'd be nice to have a conversation with you, like in depth, about like the issues and politics of that. It'd be actually like a really interesting conversation.
Yeah.
Literally, if any of you guys ever want to talk about it, I will like gush about it, because I'm very passionate about it.
It's super interesting because you're right. Like there are colonial kind of dynamics there, but it's a little more complex than just like straight oppression too. So.
So I think we talked about this a little bit on the last podcast, but recently Bernie had his rally, and he had AOC show up and kind of like endorse him. Do we feel like this really does anything for his campaign? Like I don't know. How do we feel about this endorsement? Is it gonna help him win the polls or no?
I think the biggest problem impacting Bernie Sanders right now is the fact that he's not getting enough media coverage. There have been studies conducted on the amount of media coverage that Bernie Sanders has gotten in comparison to other candidates. I can't pull them up right now. I don't know. I don't remember the exact numbers, but there is still that disparity. Maybe not to the same extent that there was one in 2016. But this is a really good move because AOC is someone that liberals genuinely enjoy seeing on television. And if she starts delivering stump speeches alongside Bernie, then I think that's going to yield at least positive coverage from the mainstream outlets, which we know will end up swaying public opinion.
Nice. Does anybody disagree? Like, do you think this is like
I
substantial
don't think
for
it's going to
Bernie?
make a
or-
significant difference at this point.
Yeah, I don't think it's gonna matter like in the grand scheme. Like I don't think it's gonna make any kind of sensible difference, but maybe it'll bump them up a little bit. Yeah.
Yeah, we'll
It's
see.
still
I mean,
really
I don't know.
early.
I
Like we're
don't
still
think,
months
like-
away from Iowa, so maybe something changes. But I don't know. It seems like this would have been a good momentum push early on. Like Warren has all the momentum right now, but that might change come February.
Yeah, I think Warren is a really solid Iowa team. She has the same exact team that Barack Obama did, and that was really impactful for the Obama campaign, as some will recall. So people in my chat are saying Iowa polls don't matter at all. That's fucking absolutely incorrect. The Iowa polls are incredibly important. The Nevada polls are incredibly important as well, which Bernie is leading in, and has a solid, reliable lead in. Shocker, big union state, but I think, I think like depending on the groundwork that Bernie's campaign is going to do in Iowa, and potentially New Hampshire, we shall see what happens. But that's in order for him to turn this around, he definitely needs to get positive media coverage or media coverage that centers around his policies even, and not just like his heart attack or not media coverage that says Elizabeth Warren is really good in this debate or Joe Biden is really good in this debate, and then just like glance over Bernie Sanders' performance when he does have some good one-liners. So we shall see. But I'm not saying like Bernie's definitely for sure going to win. I'm not saying that at all. I've never maintained that position.
Hasan, can I ask you a question about Bernie?
Oh yeah, go ahead, Bastiat.
Yeah. So one of the things I've been reading, and I'm curious, as a self-described Bernie bro, what you think about this? I've heard people say that he needs to go after Elizabeth Warren more actively. Like, how do you feel about that? Do you think that's
disagree.
true, or why so?
Well, because Elizabeth Warren is doing a really good job captivating some of the more moderate progressives, but she's doing an even better job, in my opinion, getting favorable media coverage and winning over the professional managerial class. If you look at like the independent donor details that were released recently, like there are a lot of people who are she's now securing small donors as well. Not to the extent that Bernie Sanders is, but like Elizabeth Warren has been able to captivate the liberal audiences, and I think that's incredibly valuable. And Bernie Sanders attacking her is only going to is only going to destroy that coalition that they've had right now. And I think it's better for him to maintain solidarity, at least for the time being.
Okay.
Yeah, I feel
Makes
like
sense.
as things stand now.
Plus, he's a huge pussy. So, not to use misogynistic terms. Well, I am using misogynistic terms, but yeah, I'm edgy sometimes. Sorry.
I mean, his style has got him this far. So I mean, I understand.
I
that.
don't-
I mean,
respect what you
everything that's on the stage right now, it's something that kind of like originated from Bernie a couple of years ago that he brought to the forefront. And right now, like as things stand, like I also agree that Bernie like being more aggressive towards Elizabeth Warren doesn't make much sense, especially like taking into consideration that I feel like there's like a common consensus that like, okay, if you're for Elizabeth Warren first, but Bernie gets a nomination, you'll vote for him. But like, you know, if Bernie gets if it's the other way around, same thing. You'll vote for Elizabeth Warren. So
The
trying to
problem
like
is-
attack that and create a rift, I feel like is not the smartest move for either of them.
It felt like Bernie supporters were originally saying that, but it felt like they didn't mean it. It felt like now that Warren has like passed Bernie in the polls or is on the verge of doing so, now like all of the crazy conservative attacks are coming out. Like if you've watched Kalinsky's Twitter about like Warren, holy shit! Like you've seen like a bunch of like really dumb shit. Like I've seen people attack her over like the Pocahontas stuff, like literally using those words. Like it's pretty crazy.
Yeah.
Well,
I think
isn't it
what
fair?
independent commentators do is entirely separate from what the campaign does, though. And like as I have also admitted and have demonstrated, like different political commentators who support Bernie Sanders have different opinions on the matter.
Well, I was gonna say, isn't it fair to talk about the people that are like leading in the polls, like since they're like more and more relevant? Like I don't know, like there is an uptick about people like trying to like criticize Warren, but isn't that just kind of like because she's like
Criticizing Warren is fine, but when you're starting to jump onto like the really cheap attacks, it feels a little dirty to me. But,
Well,
I
what
mean,
would you consider like
we'll
cheap
talk about
attacks
that.
then?
like calling her
Pocahontas.
Pocahontas, I think is a cheap attack. Yeah.
Wait,
Yeah.
well, I don't know
Especially
about
when most
people-
Democrats don't even care about or understand anything about like the Native American issues anyway. Yeah, it feels pretty tasteless.
Unfortunately, yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
Well,
I agree. I don't think I like Elizabeth Warren, so I don't want her to, and I'm biased. I don't want her to damage her reputation, and I don't want people to damage her reputation because ultimately, like, if the Bernie thing doesn't work out, like Elizabeth Warren, I think is light years ahead of any of the other candidates with her consistent track record and advocacy for consumer protection. So, again. I don't appreciate people like saying Pocahontas or whatever, especially because it's still somewhat racially charged or definitely racially charged. But as far as like criticizing her background for being like or for presenting herself as Native American, that's definitely going to be an issue that comes up regardless, no matter what.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I know that. Let me actually. I have one more question for you guys. I'm curious about when we're talking about Democratic primaries. So I know that I have my candidate. I like Andrew Yang. I want him to win, but I feel like I'm going to vote for whoever the Democratic nominee is because I mean that's. They're all infinitely better than who we've got now, right? But one thing I've seen that I'm curious what y'all think about is how do you feel about the idea that conflict in the Democratic primary is setting Democrats back in the general election? Do you feel like that's fair to say?
I mean, if we had unity behind one person, it would definitely work out better. Yeah, but like, is the conflict justified for some of the political candidates? For sure. Like, definitely, like for Biden and Warren or Bernie, I don't care about the conflict. I definitely think there needs to be done. Yeah.
Oh
So,
God, Biden is if Biden gets the nomination, I strongly believe Trump is going to win. I don't think there's going to be any way about that.
Even if Warren gets it, Trump could still win. Anything could happen.
Yeah, anything could happen, but
The most vitriolic stuff that I remember in my lifetime in terms of like infighting during primaries, like people think that it's bad now, and maybe I just misremember, but man, Obama versus Clinton, that shit was fucking brutal.
Yeah,
and Obama still like landslid like that election, and he's black, so like he had a lot to overcome there, and he still did it.
She brought out the birth certificate, I think, didn't she?
Yeah, I don't know if she did exactly, but it wouldn't surprise me if people in the Clinton camp were pointing towards it, or Clinton supporters were like, that was a crazy vitriolic campaign.
They did bring out a photo of him wearing like traditional garb.
Oh,
and,
whatever.
I remember that.
They did do that.
Yeah. Yeah.
So I mean, after that, like people seem to chill. Like fucking Clinton was his Secretary of State. I mean, like they got back together afterwards. So
Yeah.
I think that like Trump is such a strong. If the Republican Party were united, I think this would be legitimate. But like Trump has caused quite the schism. We haven't seen those undercurrents as much, although it's starting to resurface a little bit with this Ukraine stuff. Trump has caused quite the schism in the Republican Party. So I don't think the Democrats have anything to be worried about being really toxic in the primaries.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, I feel that way too. I was just curious because I've been, again, been reading a lot about that.
Hey,
I
do you
don't,
guys
I don't
not
mind.
feel?
I don't mind polarization in the primaries. Oh, sorry, Pixie. Go ahead.
Do you guys wait? I'm honestly curious. Do you guys not feel like Biden's Hillary 2.0? Because like at least
Biden's worse than Hillary.
Yeah, exactly.
Really?
Yeah.
I don't.
Biden's worse than Hillary.
I
feel
don't
like
know.
Hillary-
I think Hillary is really bad to me.
Yeah, like her or
Hillary
hate her,
Biden.
Hillary was at least sharp. Like I feel like you could have like a foreign policy debate with Hillary Clinton, and the amount of times a record player would be brought up would be zero. I think Hillary Clinton is like a pretty sharp person. Fuck, man, Biden has like managed to stave off like the huge like dives in the polls, but god damn, sometimes like mentally he seems like he's on his last fucking leg. I don't know.
Destiny, I heard you say something like to the tune of the like Bernie blackout or whatever is almost as bad as like saying that there's like a Jewish conspiracy. Don't you feel like the media is, and this is not like a gotcha or anything, I genuinely want to hear your point of view on this because we haven't talked in a while. Don't you feel like Biden does get like an insane amount of support from the media, or did, especially in the aftermath of debates when people are paying attention to it?
I feel like it's easier to explain all of this by saying the media wants to make a lot of money, so they're going to show the most popular candidate. And since Biden is the most popular candidate, they're going to give him a fuck ton of airtime. The idea that like Bernie is being like, maybe there's some bias on the part of like individual reporters. I don't know where you heard me talking about this. If you were listening to me talking about Trihex, Trihex specifically said that he thought that Bezos was pressuring the Washington Post not to publish articles like that. That's an insane level of conspiracy. When we start to think that like, the CEOs of media companies are pressuring.
Wait, why is that extreme?
Manufacturing consent rather
that's
than
extreme.
like forcible.
I would say that's extreme because like that's just not how media works. Like media is like one of the most like leaky industries, and the amount of journalists that would be frothing at the mouth to write a hit piece on WAPO for engaging in that type of like journalistic disintegrity or unintegrity would be insane. Like there's no way that stuff like that is happening. There like I totally admit there could be like biases on like the individual reporters, sure, but I don't think there's some like top-down pressure to not report on.
Well,
Bernie.
I was going to say, don't you
industry can handle that.
don't you think the people that make the hiring decisions? Well, I was going to say, don't you think the people that make the hiring decisions in these corporations like account for that? They like hire people that have these biases that support their capital interest, right? At the end of the day.
Yeah,
I want capital interest insofar as like they support like reporting on the popular candidates. Like it's undeniable that Biden isn't the most popular because of some big media conspiracy. He's popular because he was Obama's vice president, and because Obama is still really popular in the Democratic Party. Maybe not on Twitter, but like especially like in the South where a lot of Black people live, and especially among poorer communities that don't have access to like online Twitter. That's where like Biden was pulling a lot of his major early support. And people the media will show people what they want to see, which is the more likely reason why he's got so much airtime compared to like Bernie, in my opinion.
But like, don't you think like there's a possibility that, or you like, okay, all I can think about is like in the last election, so when it was Hillary Clinton versus like Bernie Sanders, when the polls came after the debates, a lot of them were saying that like, oh, Bernie Sanders did better in the debating than Hillary Clinton. And then a bunch of them got wiped off and were replaced with like internal analysis polls or whatever, like from CNN or whatever, where like the public couldn't really vote on it. Really sketchy shit, right?
So I don't want to like, and I'm not going to accuse you of anything because I don't know, but like the thing that I would caution here is that like for me to believe that, I would need to very carefully sift through stories to see if this actually happened. And I understand this is going to be an upsetting analogy, but like this is the exact same type of questions that are usually posed by Jewish conspiracy theory people. That there's like a massive top-down conspiracy that's rewriting news stories, that's pressuring from the top, like some shadowy corporate agency that's like making all like you have to, just because of how dude, I fucking had lunch with a Huffington Post writer the other day. Wait, like there's like a very fundamental level of misunderstanding that you have to think that there could be top-down pressure from either the DNC or from CEOs on journalistic outlets and actually like influence every single writer. Like these are some of the most powerful unions in the country. I don't think that kind of stuff.
Wait, what's the most powerful unions in the country?
Some of the journalistic unions.
Okay, one that's not correct, but hold on. It's not about like what MindWaves was saying. It's not about that at all. It's more so about the hiring practices. It doesn't start from the top down with like people literally saying, "Oh, if you write about Bernie, I'm gonna fucking shit can you." That can happen, but those would usually be like total one-off instances, and they get a little bit of coverage here and there, and then people forget about it. What does actually end up happening is people know to play by the rules. Cenk has, I mean, this is an anecdote, but Cenk has personal experience with this. There is definitely it's not even a conspiracy, and Noam Chomsky has written extensively on this as well in a book, in his famous work, Manufacturing Consent. Networkers hire reporters that they know are going to play ball with their capital interests, and that's how it goes.
Yeah, I agree with that. I just think that capital interest means reporting on who's popular, not that, like, for instance, if Bernie were to become more popular,
it could take other forms. Don't you agree that it could take other forms than just reporting on like whoever's popular?
Maybe the people I've talked to have just been too biased, but I'd be super interested in hearing other conversations from journalists, not like people that work at The Intercept, but people that like work like in industry, like New York Times or WAPA writers, or maybe you would say
People
those
that work in
people are already like
are people that work in the industry, though. I mean, they started off in the Guardian and stuff, like Glenn Greenwald, who I disagree with all the time on certain issues. Like literally all like fucking mainstream media reporters, every single one of them. But hold on, the thing I wanted to ask you is, so then why do you think that there was an overwhelming amount of positive coverage on Elizabeth Warren for such a long time, and it centered around how she had a policy for things, and then as soon as she picked up in the polls as a consequence of that, then the coverage is still pretty positive, to the tune, like I would even consider it to be like puff pieces. The coverage is now still pretty positive, but like whenever Bernie Sanders comes out with progressive policies, I've literally heard commentators on television say, "Oh, he's coming out with another program. Oh, who's he attacking next?"
For the exact same reason you just said that, like, online people might be commenting more on Warren than they did before, because Warren is becoming more popular. She's starting to draw support from a whole bunch of different coalitions, and now they're reporting on it more.
But this started the Frederick Douglass stuff. Like all of this started.
Wait, what do you mean it started before?
Elizabeth Warren. So Elizabeth Warren was beloved almost universally by the media class.
Well, wait. Elizabeth Warren was loved by the media class because the only issue, and now I might be politically ignorant here, but from what I remember, pretty much the only thing Elizabeth Warren was known for was like massive, it was education reform that she wanted to do to student loan forgiveness, and the Consumer Protection Bureau, whatever, that she wrote. Those are, and I could be wrong, but those are the only two things that I remember ever being reported on. Nobody disagreed with those.
They covered her like the famous "She has a plan for that." That was covered pretty extensively.
I'm talking prior to the election season. These were like the two big things.
Yeah, the only other thing I can think of prior to the election was the "nevertheless she persisted" bit with Mitch McConnell. I don't know if you guys remember that, but
I'm talking the election season when she was sometimes in like fourth place or third place, and the matchups would literally avoid Bernie Sanders, and it would say what's going to happen in the next debate between Elizabeth Warren and Joe Biden. And then as soon as she got to second place, and even in the first place in some polls, they now had a valid reason not to cover Bernie Sanders. But before that, they didn't. And yet they still didn't really engage in much Bernie coverage, and instead constantly praise Elizabeth Warren for...
So, like, I don't even know if I agree with that. Like, and this is something like I wish I need to spend more time like digging into the data, because like I really try to stay away from this like super conspiratorial stuff. But like Bernie has had a ton of engagement with media. Like the idea that like there's like a Bernie media blackout, I could do more research into this. I threw a link in chat for like an Axios thing that I guess like analyzes like headlines for media, but like the idea that Bernie is like hidden from the media, I don't think that's true. Maybe we can go deeper and say, well, does Bernie get bad coverage versus good coverage? Although, I mean, I would argue like any coverage is probably good in this media environment, as we saw with Trump. I don't know. I feel like people are paying more attention to Elizabeth Warren now. They're more critical, because when Warren came in, Warren was a bottom tier shitter stuck in with all the other candidates, and she couldn't break out. She was at like 6%, I think, when she came in, and then she very slowly has been peeling away and has now come to like almost front runner status. And now people are talking about her more. I don't think there's anything super unnatural about that for for-profit driven media companies that are just trying to show people who they support already.
So there's just
I mean, again, like I said, then it avoids the... I guess you need to look into it a little bit more, and I'll try to find some evidence for you as well. But that doesn't cover why there was so much positive media coverage on Warren for such a long time when she wasn't the most popular candidate.
Well, don't a lot of the times, a lot of people like new faces when it comes to politics as well. New faces, especially those that are platforming, because Elizabeth Warren.
Yeah, remember when Pete got jerked off? Like, he could speak 20 languages. Like, people jerked off Pete a lot when he was initially there as well. But I don't think it was because there was some like I don't think it was a big conspiracy about anti-whatever interest. I think it's just a new face, and people just want to show people new things.
Yeah. You were saying Ahrelevant?
Yeah, so it's a new face platforming off of a winning strategy for the most part, right? Recognition that Bernie Sanders' strategy more or less was a winner, and that it was a new face propping up that same ideology. Why not give that face time? That seems to hit numbers pretty well.
So I just wanted to make like a quick comment about like the thing that you linked. I only was able to like skim it right now very quickly. But yeah, Bernie Sanders has a lot of social media interaction because like a lot of his followers and supporters are grassroots, right? And part of that is like tweeting extensively and like sending as many Facebook requests as you can and like Instagram everywhere. So it wouldn't be like surprising to say that he does have a lot of social like media
never mind. Hold
interaction
on.
in that
Yeah, no.
sense.
Wait, I want to walk this back completely. I'm so sorry. I didn't realize this was just social media engagement. No, you're right. This has nothing to do with mainstream media. I shouldn't have been like this. That was my bad. I should have checked this first. You're right.
Yeah, and then I guess like the other point, like I also am like trying not to be like too like crazy conspiracy theorist person, but also just like I just can't help looking at like sites like Fox News, right, which are like super obvious and biased and like have like no regard for the truth, and will just put like whatever candidate like brings them like the most views ideologically or whatever, which aligns with their like profit and interest. And like we know like these major corporations or like these major news outlets, they're not independent, right? They're owned like by bigger companies that would probably be like fucking terrified if like a Bernie Sanders like actually won. So yeah, like I do agree with you that I would have to do like more exact research about it and like make sure I have like the exact numbers. But I guess what I'm trying to say is that like to me it's just like not this super far-fetched like conspiracy theory idea, especially when we see it like already happening with other like news sources. Yeah, that they will put like a candidate forward and like freaking preach it if it benefits their corporate interests.
What do you think about this, Bastiat?
Yeah, I guess I've worked on political campaigns before, and recently, and I think that I have seen that large corporations, especially corporations with some kind of monopoly market power, do have the ability to twist a certain amount of news coverage in some ways. I'm skeptical that they're able to do so with respect to traditional mainstream, quote unquote, mainstream media outlets like the Washington Post, New York Times, Wall Street Journal, with respect to, and so on and so forth. With respect to a political like a presidential campaign, I just think that the scale is just so different.
Too many people involved.
Yeah. So, but I do think that on the smaller scale, like for example, a lot of towns in the United States, and this is one of the problems with the rise of the internet. A lot of cities in the United States now have one hometown newspaper or like none, and that one hometown newspaper depends on advertising revenue, and so in a way, they're very, very subject to to corporate influences. So I think that kind of thing is possible. I'm just skeptical that it and.
Oh shit! Is it
Hello?
I think Discord's acting up.
Is that me?
Uh-oh.
Gotta go pee real quick.
Holy shit! Okay.
Oh,
all right.
Shit. Sorry, what's up? Are we back? My bad.
Yeah, we're back. Holy shit! Yeah.
Right.
I think Discord just glitched or whatever the fuck. But yeah.
Yeah, Pxie, that link you just posted about Sinclair's script for stations, that is such a good one with respect to
for local media shit.
Yeah.
Fucking terrifying.
Yeah. I mean, and that is I think an example of a little bit of what I was talking about. Too, and it's for folks who haven't seen that before. I think it's worth pasting in the chat because it's definitely worth a watch.
All right. I actually kind of want to like, since we're talking about journalism, I think we're like the only other topic that's kind of like relevant to that we could segue to is the Mark Zuckerberg one. With all of these sort of like meetings that he's had and like all the testimony he's done in front of Congress and all that shit. So apparently there's been some stories coming out that he's been having some secretive meetings, I guess in his own home in some instances with people like Lindsey Graham and Tucker Carlson and the like. And there's been this huge controversy about like how Facebook's being managed, how like Facebook is allowing people to just like run blatantly false political ads on their shit. And there's been some concern about like, well, should we be like regulating social media like Facebook and like how they allow political ads on their platforms. Are we concerned that there's like possibly any bias here with Mark Zuckerberg and like whether or not he allows these sort of like false ads, as they're being called, on Facebook?
I think he's just trying to avoid getting regulated, and it seems like he's figured out the easiest way to do it is probably convince a few powerful Republicans that he's fair and balanced, and therefore he can stave off the threat of maybe an investigation from the FCC or the so on and so forth. So it seems like he's trying to cover his bases.
I'm kind of curious, like, and I don't know the answer to this, but like, is this really abnormal behavior? So as an example to this, like a lot of people talk about how, follow me for 1 second, like FOIA requests, Freedom of Information Act requests, people say like, well, these kinds of requests, they're just a rubber stamp because like 99% of them get approved. But the reason why most of them get approved is because like the legislators and like the police like work really close with each other or federal authorities to make sure that like, hey, this is going to be in the up and up before we even put it in. So like my question is like, is this normal behavior that like really wealthy like media people probably regularly have meetings with people in Congress so that everything isn't like legislated like publicly beforehand, or is this actually like super abnormal? Because it doesn't surprise me at all that like the owner of a platform like that large would also be talking to like people in Congress and shit who are regularly like investigating or like talking about the effects that these things are having publicly.
Oh yeah.
I mean, it's nothing new in the sense of like, private companies like going to basically like the government, like trying to like low-key lobby in like different ways to pass legislation in their favor. I just feel like this has become like a bigger story because we know how like Facebook has like influenced the election. We know like Russian interference, and we know like how how dangerous the social media platform is and like how much of a threat it can actually be to democracy. So even though it's like technically nothing new in the sense of like, oh yeah, it's a company going over and like trying to like influence like Congress, it is something new in the sense that like, oh my God, this company is like theoretically a threat to democracy if things got bad enough,
I agree. I wonder if this would even be a story if it wasn't about all the Cambridge Analytica stuff. If that story and everything hadn't gotten big, maybe we wouldn't even care about this. I'm not sure.
Also, like, quick side comment or whatever, like, Yang had, like, a 3-head IQ take when it came to that stuff. Like, do you guys know what he tweeted? Do you remember? He was, like, he sent a tweet in response to that being all, like, I think it's good that any, like, social media or CEO talks to different people with different points of views or whatever. And it was referring to the whole Facebook scandal. And it was, like, come on, Mark Zuckerberg is not meeting with, like, I don't know, like Burr or other high-profile Republicans to learn about different types of views, right? He's doing it to save his own ass.
Well, hey, whatever his reason for doing it. I mean, ultimately, I think that probably Republicans took it that way, as though he's trying to understand their point of view and make them feel heard. And ultimately, that may not mean much objectively, but to him, it means a lot because that makes them that much less likely to regulate. So.
Well, do you think
you just got to
like,
make these handful of powerful Republicans feel better, and they'll hold back?
True. Like, how do we feel about like the political ramifications of allowing Facebook to host these political ads, which can contain like blatant misinformation? Though, like, should this be regulated or not?
I don't know that you could. I mean, with the First Amendment,
for advertisements, I imagine you probably could. Yeah.
It's false advertising.
Yeah,
right?
I mean, it would depend though. Like if it's in any way subjectively false, I just don't know.
Sure, yeah, subjectively false, yeah, but I don't know what misinformation is being referred to. I don't use fucking Facebook because I'm not, 50 years old. But
well, like if it were something that might be slanderous or libelous or some kind of violent incitement, but I think for the most part, Facebook is probably screening most at least the violent stuff out, and the falsehoods there would be falsehoods that I think would just be like climate change denial, which bad, but I don't know that you could ever regulate it out of existence.
Well, Destiny or Hasan, like, what do you guys think about like regulating these sorts of like political ads on social media that like have blatant misinformation, like blatant lies?
Hasn't Facebook already started like trying to do like misinformation or like
I think it was just on Instagram.
No, they've stated like publicly that they're basically okay with campaign advertisements that are misinformed. That's why Elizabeth Warren launched like a whole like anti-campaign to that and has started putting like false advertisements about like Mark Zuckerberg and shit like that.
Well, like the scary part about regulating that is if you get like some sort of chilling effect that essentially bans all political advertisements. So like when you start talking about like misinformation, we're gonna have to like, in order to talk about that, we're gonna have to reconcile the different worlds that Republicans and Democrats inhabit right now. So like for instance, like a climate change political ad is going to be challenged by conservatives that are going to say, oh well, climate change isn't real,
Right.
you know, or like an ad showing like the downsides of like single payer healthcare might be challenged by the Democrats, saying like, oh well, these claims are hysterical, these aren't real. That would be really hard to regulate. I'm not sure.
What do you,
I mean,
what do
I
you
guess
think
you
are
could-
relevant? Or go ahead, Pxie. Yeah.
I was gonna say, I guess you could like draw the line when it becomes like slanderous to like a political candidate, right? Like Elizabeth Warren is for late-term abortions. Which,
Oh, even on that, you actually you can actually. It's almost impossible to get somebody on
Yeah.
slander or defamation of public
Right.
figures.
Yeah.
Yeah, they
Political
have a
ads.
much higher
Political
legal
ads. You can
standard.
literally lie. It's fair
Yep.
game.
You can say that, and because they would, because there's a standard called the actual malice standard. In order for them to prosecute you for slander or defamation, not only do they have to prove that what you wrote was false, they have to prove that you knew it was false when you wrote it. It's very, very, very hard to successfully sue for defamation or slander for public figures. Almost impossible,
Right.
intentionally so.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, I imagine, like, I don't like misinformation, but it seems pretty fucking impossible to probably regulate it away very practically without, like, top to bottom, massive amounts of information reform in our country. So,
To be fair, for me, I wouldn't mind that. I think that'd be interesting to see some kind of like fucking call it the Ministry of Truth, even just for fucking memes. To see some kind of like huge reform, because I do genuinely believe that the path that we're on right now, with the way that we handle media, is self-destructive. That our democracy right now is dysfunctional at like the most fundamental level because we can't evaluate like what's real and what's false. And part of what contributes to that are corporations that have a lot of technology and a lot of financial incentive to lie to people.
Well, I mean, I think that's true. I don't think the government could do much about it, but I know Facebook is like trying to set up a Supreme Court internally where they're going to do a lot of what we've been, they're going to try and do a lot of what we've been discussing. Like,
yeah, but Facebook has no financial incentive to actually show us truth. Facebook just has enough financial incentive to keep the government off their back. That's all they're incentivized to do.
I think that counts for a lot, though. I mean, I think you're right, but that counts for a lot with the way that they are, people on both sides are taking high level.
Look at where we're at right now, though. I don't think it's helped. We haven't gotten.
I mean,
we don't have time, though. That's the problem.
Well, I mean, I
like,
may be there with you, but
yeah,
I mean,
like,
one of the
in the sense that we could just like lower. Sorry for interrupting. We can
No,
just like
it's all right.
lower the bar for when it comes to, I guess, like not public corporations, right? Like Facebook, or for example, like allowing ads on there instead of like having to prove like, oh, you knew it was like malicious or whatever. We can just like lower the bar to like, you know, blatantly false, right? Things that we like can kind of like use like almost common sense to know. What do you guys feel about that?
Well, everyone's going to argue. There is no such thing as common sense, right? Not when you're talking to political shit. Like, people are going to fight to the death over every single thing you try to bring in a show.
I was going to pass that off to Bastiat because he's the lawyer here. What do you think about the lawyer?
Well, I was just going to say, I mean, to get to that point earlier, I mean, I know that Elizabeth, she is, I guess at the moment we're thinking consensus here, at least, she's the likeliest Democrat to win. And she is talking about breaking Facebook apart. So, I mean, the political process is slow, but I mean, I think they really are feeling the heat. And so,
yeah. Let's see. What else were we? Oh, because like, fuck, where was I in my notes?
Hasan, are you okay? What's going on?
No, he's trying to milk Twitch Primes over on his channel, I think.
mad respect.
Yeah, because there was some I guess after the media was like calling out some like false ads that were appearing on Facebook, Warren also made like an ad that apparently contained like some false information. People were saying it was like somewhat of a clapback. I posted a link with the article about it in the topics list, but I don't know. What do you guys think about that?
I didn't see it actually.
Yeah, which one were you referencing?
I think that's the CNET link.
Okay. Oh, Elizabeth Warren runs a false Facebook ad.
Yeah, that one.
Yeah, I mean, I think you could argue that's a political statement itself, right?
Yeah. I mean, if everybody else is doing it and it seems to be working, right? Like maybe you could do it just to increase exposure, what have you.
she's like trying to do it to make a point, right?
Yeah, I think
Mm,
so.
Yeah.
I mean, you can just do a double whammy there, show to prove a point, and also to get your name out there. So if anything, that's actually just good marketing.
Sure.
Can I ask like a question that's a little bit like not related to this, but related to this at the same time?
Sure.
Okay. So when it comes to like the topic of censorship, do you guys believe that the government should like basically censor or get rid of like echo chambers, like of like, let's say, I don't know, neo-Nazis or shit like that? Are you guys in favor for that, against that? Like, what do you think?
Well, I'm gonna go ahead and jump in and throw my 2 cents in. I usually try to like stay somewhat objective on this, but like this topic specifically, I don't know. I'm even uncomfortable with like the government being able to like label who is or is not like a terrorist organization, because oftentimes that's used for like political purposes to like snuff out any sort of like I don't know, like
Yeah, like
movement.
black identity extremists versus white supremacist terror, right?
Right. So like I don't know, like I don't know how you would really like tackle that. You have to ask the question like, well, how do we identify these groups, and like do we really trust the government to like identify these groups accurately?
Yeah. Nah, yeah, I think it's dangerous.
Fuck that shit. I go full in the other direction. So I don't care about like hate speech and all that shit. I don't think people should do it, but I don't think it should be illegal. What should be illegal is engaging in gross misinformation. Whether you are doing disinformation campaigns intentionally or you're engaging with the subject matter in such an irresponsible manner that you contribute to the spread of misinformation. I think that one of the biggest threats to the foundation of our democracy is people's inability to like exist in the real world. And I think that online disinformation contributes to that greatly. So people like Alex Jones, people like Sargon of Akkad, people like every single motherfucker at Fox News, like these types of people that whose whole purpose is to just sell bullshit and to lie and to misrepresent things. Everybody that spreads shit about Pizzagate, Uranium One, like this type of shit, fuck all that shit.
How do you combat that though?
And put a fucking literal Ministry of Truth together and say, hey, you're banned from this shit or else we're going to shut down your company. It's like, it's really aggressive. I know that it's really bad, but like, I literally think that like we are on the precipice of like different realities, physical realities emerging from where we live today in the United States, because so many people are so fucking out there in terms of what they think is real or not. Like I have talked to so many people who live in entirely different, like these are people like imagine like, imagine like the conservatives' mythical Mexican immigrant. This is a guy that comes to the United States, steals 3 white jobs, manages to like also steal welfare simultaneously, all while not having a social security number, and then like he moonlights as an MS-13 rapist. Like there's no possible way to have like reasonable conversations with these people, and the people that contribute to like disinformation are destroying our ability to have a conversation. It's absolutely fucking insane.
Well, you know, I mean, I just want to say 2 points about that. One, I do feel like what we're going through is definitely unique in American history, but I do think it's a phase that's going to pass as people, you know, get a better handle on the internet and
wait, why do you think
mesh it in with our society? I think that I mean, the internet seems to be driving a lot of this stuff, and I think it's a generational shift in understanding it. I mean, I feel like a lot of this stuff, a lot of the conspiracies that you're talking about, are especially circulated by, you know, boomer types who are. Now, this is a real new communication medium for
no way.
You know, not
when you look at like the Charlottesville rally, those are young people.
No, you're right, but I think that's a relative minority, and I feel like
it's a dangerous minority.
I agree, it is dangerous. But imagine if you have this Ministry of Truth in the federal government, and you've got Donald Trump in charge of it. I mean, it feels like a real danger. I mean, any legal considerations aside, because of course unconstitutional. But that aside, just imagining President Trump with an organization like that, it's spooky.
This is my 2 cents on it, right? Everybody like freaks out about like, oh, but the government drawing the line, but I feel like that line is pretty much like drawn by itself. People advocating for mass violence, period.
Sure, but that's you're absolutely right. But I think, I mean, advocacy of violence is already incitement to violence is already a crime.
Exactly. So why if we know that like these echo chambers do actually like lead to greater violence and do lead to like mass shootings and do actually incite violence, even though it's just online, it should be prosecuted as such. So the question is like, why aren't we doing that? You know,
it just feels so subjective to me. I mean, look at the discussion that I was having earlier with Hasan. I mean,
I was almost moved to violence in a video game.
We're like, we were having a real disagreement about like communism, for example, and the issues of that aside. I mean, is the Ministry of Truth going to make a call on that? And I mean, if it is, it's making a serious, it's seriously involving itself in American politics in ways that I feel like just can't help but be destructive. Maybe helpful at first, but long term, government agencies have a very long lifetime, and I feel like the arc of that kind of agency would be toward injustice.
I mean, there's a very big difference between arguing for and against an economic system and somebody saying, I want to kill all Jews and black people. Like, you see, there is a line.
Sure.
I mean, I think it's easy to draw that line for now, but I think that that's a line that will not be easy to draw in practice. You know.
I do want to say, because Destiny brought up the whole Ministry of Truth thing. The thing is I'm so I don't know, how would we even form this? Would it be democratic, and how do we make sure that the government doesn't use this to snuff out any opposition, right? Or,
I mean, you'd have to have it agreed
purposes.
upon. It would be you'd nominate judges from both sides, and then the judges would come together to nominate. Maybe you have both sides nominate 3 judges, and then those 6 judges nominate 3 more, and then you make a decision. I don't know how you'd do it, but even if it was less good than what we had now, I would be okay with trying to move in that direction, because I think that what we have right now will lead to the destruction of the first world. I think that our inability to process what is actually happening is so fucking bad that shit is fucked.
Do you think that there's any way we could combat this with education, at
No.
all? No?
You're fighting against capital interest, right? The problem is that large corporations that control a lot of fucking money have unprecedented power and tools to show you information that makes them money. That the profit incentive is there. There's no possible way you're going to fight against that with education. That has to be a government intervention approach. It's the clearest example of a market failure I can ever see. The externality of people not understanding what is real or fake is absolutely real. You don't get punished in a financial sense for it. So the government has to step in and do something about it. Otherwise, capital interest there will drive the country into fucking ruin.
Marxist Leninist.
I was gonna say we got a new arc.
Do you think maybe if you could just break down maybe the size of some of these companies? I mean, Facebook and Google and so on are really unique also in just how large and all pervasive they are. So maybe that's the problem that needs to be addressed.
The problem is you would assume. So the goal there is you would assume that competing firms in a market would be competing on their truth or honesty, and that through market forces would dictate a success or restaurant. Sure. But the problem is you're not rewarded for telling the truth in this market when it comes to media. Media is not really journalism; it's entertainment. And what you get rewarded for is showing the most entertaining stories. So if I can show you a nuanced view of why we may or may not have a good presence into the Syria versus showing you a story about how Hillary sold all of our uranium to Russia, I'm running into that with the Russia story 10 out of 10 times, and every single outlet will do it. Nobody wants to see fair and balanced media. Everybody makes fun of NPR. Nobody cares about that shit. They want to see fucking Trump screaming at a camera. They want to see Bernie saying, I wrote the damn bill. That's what they want to say, over anything else. That's why anytime somebody else from another country watches American media, their first comment is dude, this is fucking pro wrestling. Holy shit, your guys' shit is amped up to fucking 12. It's crazy.
I guess I just feel that I don't know how new that is in the United States. The big difference seems to be that now with the internet, anybody can chime in. But I mean,
it's not that it's new. The problem is capital has aligned with unprecedented power to shape your reality. Here's what happened before. If I'm Jane and I think that the world is flat and I walk outside, every single person I talk to is going to call me a dumb fuck. And that view is going to be real fucking hard to hold on to. If I believe some crazy conspiracy shit, if I'm Tom and I walk around and I say I think blah, 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 that's going to be real hard to hold on to unless my whole community believes it. But nowadays on the internet, I can believe whatever the fuck I want, and I can find some community. Not only can I personally find a community that will accept me and reinforce my belief, there is actual capital interest that's aligned with siphoning me into that community to maximize the amount of time my eyes are glued onto a terminal so that they can force feed as many advertisements and Nike commercials down my fucking brain as possible. That technology and capital combination combined with that, I don't know if you call it a moral hazard or whatever, is fucked, and it's only getting worse and worse. And we've all seen this, right? You accidentally click on maybe one of my debate videos mentioning Ben Shapiro. The next 15 YouTube comments: Ben Shapiro eviscerates disabled war veteran. Stefan Molyneux absolutely fucking annihilate. You'll get sucked into those holes for 20 hours. Or how many times people in this fucking call, I guarantee you, at least half the people in this call have been awake at night, have opened their fucking phone at 2:30 a.m. and then clicked on one Reddit post, and then 3 hours later you're what the fuck am I doing on my phone? Holy shit. Well, how have I been on Reddit for 3 hours, right? Technology is just driving us in such a negative way that I don't see it going backwards without significant government intervention. Sorry, that's my spiel on that.
I can't even say anything. You've already made every leftist position possible on this. It's I mean, this is literally the same argument that we were making before. Wait, what happened? Hello?
I think my stream's getting cucked right now. Actually.
Oh. Okay, this is literally what we were talking about in
Jesus.
regards to manufacturing consent and why like Bernie doesn't get the same amount of coverage that other people get, or like favorable coverage. And then they took out your stream.
The what are
Fucking
they called?
Bezos is after you.
The War on Warriors. They're out, dude.
Oh no.
Okay. Well, how much longer do we have? Because I gotta go back.
Yeah, I'm gonna wrap this up right now. I don't even think I'm gonna open up chat for questions. Let me try to hold on. I'm picking a different server right now, and I'm gonna try to go live again because I think I don't know what the fuck's happening.
Yet another instance of Bernie discussion being cut down.
Can you use the restroom real quick while you're
By
doing it?
liberal
Censor.
media.
All right.
True.
All right. I think yeah. Yeah,
I think it
anybody that fucking got cucked on the stream, just refresh. All right, guys. Holy shit.
It'd be like that.
It'd be like that sometimes.
Jeff
Dude, I was
Bezos
supposed to have
doesn't
3
like-
conservatives on here today. One of them fucking dipped out for pussy. The other one fucking like fucking like had internet issues, which is like really unfortunate. And then like I don't know, none of them ended up coming through. It was like really unfortunate.
It happens.
It fucking happens, dude.
Damn. I wonder what they would think about the N-word debate.
I know. One of them was a black conservative, so I don't know.
True, Senator Sykes didn't even fucking
yeah.
message me, dude. Feels bad.
Yeah. I am pretty happy wasn't associated with many of those takes, possibly. I don't know.
Dude, I
don't know
am
where
so
they sit.
sorry, Irrelevant, for how shitty you got treated today. Like, that was actually
Oh, no,
really
no,
fucked.
no, it's not on you, dude. It's not on you, dude.
I mean, it kind of is. I kind of have to, like, moderate this shit, but holy shit, I did not expect the fireworks that we got tonight, but I guess, I don't know, maybe I should have.
I don't know where Bastiat went.
I think
Oh, but it's
his
cool, dude.
internet's getting cucked, too. All right. There he is.
I could have predicted
Hey,
that.
sorry about that, folks.
Well, no, the thing is that like I don't know. I thought the conversation could have been like a lot more productive than it actually was. I thought like the people that I had on were like more willing to engage with like good faith arguments rather than just I don't know,
Yeah.
screaming at each other.
MindWaves, do you mind if I responded to Destiny's point? I didn't hear all of it, Destiny, but I
Yeah, go ahead,
just wanted
buddy.
to
Yeah.
say. Sorry about that. I got knocked off. My local internet is provided by a monopoly that needs to be broken up into a competitive market.
True.
So, look, I get you that this is a real problem, and I do think that democracy is a threat. I just feel like the kind of organization that you're proposing, it just feels like more of a threat to democracy. I do feel like markets have had some impact on journalistic integrity. I do feel like we're seeing a lot more like fact-checking stories and stories about like, hey, here's what really went on. Here's the second layer. A lot more analysis that I think just wasn't there when facts were taken for granted. So I mean, I do think there's some positive steps in the right direction. But I mean, I do agree it's a tough problem now.
Wait, do you like Fox News?
No, but I mean,
But Fox News is Fox News is the walking embodiment of the market working in an ineffective fashion. If our goal for efficiency is truth.
Sure. I mean, I get what you're saying, and I mean, for the most part, you're right. But even there, I mean, Chris Wallace, Shepard Smith, back before he left. I mean, there are some, even at Fox News now, reporters who are
You just
pushing
named,
back
like,
on Trump
the-
administration officials.
Only 2 Fox News guys that did it.
I know, but
Like-
for what it's worth,
And look at
previously it was less than
the
that.
market. If the market dictated, they would have like when the market dictates who gets top billing, as it does currently over at Fox News. Tucker Carlson and Sean Hannity have top billing.
Yeah.
Shepard Smith is forced to do midday streams, midday coverage, and Chris Wallace as well on I think Sundays, right?
Look, I mean, I'm not trying to say it's perfect, but I'm saying one, that it's happening, and I think it's better than where it used to be, say, 2 years ago, and two, that I think it's better than the alternative that's proposed, some kind of government remediation.
Yeah, I don't know. I think state news is oftentimes just broadcasting propaganda, and I feel like the American state would 100% do like.
Not a big fan, not of state news, but of state-funded news. I think is okay. I think is a step in a better direction. I trust the BBC over like Fox News.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
For
as,
sure.
As tempted as I am to disagree with that, there is some, I think, argument that another big change is that now we get our news from an entity that has no government involvement, mostly the internet, or very limited government involvement, compared to in the past, where a lot of it was put out by 3 tightly regulated networks who were regulated because, the broadband spectrum only has so much space, so you had to have some form of regulation to get onto it. So, I mean, there is less kind of effective control by the government now than there was. I feel like that itself was kind of a unique exception in American history. Prior to that, I mean, news was unregulated too. So.
All right. Well, I think that pretty much wraps it up for today, guys. Unless anybody else has any fucking, I don't know, dude. This podcast is a fucking.
Did you have fun
show.
tonight, dude? What did you? Is this what you wanted, bro?
I don't know. I don't know what the fuck I wanted out of this fucking thing anymore. But
a lot of people wanted to talk about it, and I mean, I was kind of quiet during all that, but I definitely saw those views ticking up. I mean, they doubled. So
I mean,
it was
like
a lot
drama,
of people
dude.
Grift waves at it again. Just that's how it goes.
No, that's not a grift. I mean, you've got a platform here that allows us to talk to each other, and people can listen. It's compelling stuff. So it's not grift. I mean,
well, honestly, you had quite a bit of black people on. There was probably no better time to talk about it, really.
Mm-hmm. Actually,
most black people Twitch has ever had on at one point
on a podcast.
Probably
not wrong on that one, actually.
I really want to make like a fighting games like tournament joke, but I'm not.
Oh my god!
Holy shit! Not with my reputation, apparently.
I don't know, dude. The way that people came into this debate, I already knew it was going to be a shit show just from like the posturing and the way that people are like reacting with each other. I was like, holy shit, are we here for a conversation or like you guys actually just coming in for the dunks? Like, I don't know.
It might have been possible with the commandant. Is that the guy's name?
Kormantine, yeah.
Kormantine?
I think he was encouraged.
It might have
by
been
the other
possible.
dude.
Yeah, I think in a one-on-one scenario, I might be able to talk, or not a one-on-one, but like in a podcast with him, but with the other dude that he was kind of like, he had to like endorse. Dude, holy shit, there is no fucking way.
I agree. There's definitely something to that dynamic. I don't know what the fuck it was. And Kormantine usually doesn't act like that. It's like really out of character, but I don't know. It's whatever.
For the record, I just want to say something for everyone who's saying like, oh, Hasan just fucking came on just to like dunk on Destiny. 1, I asked MindWaves ahead of time so that he could ask Destiny if it was okay. And 2, no, my intention wasn't to just like fucking come in and dunk on Destiny, aside from like the obvious memes. But
I agree. That's not my perspective at all.
MindWaves never asked me about shit. What the fuck?
Wait, he didn't?
Shut the fuck up, you liar. Nice meme,
I was
okay.
like, hey, ask Destiny if he's okay with it before I come on. Like, I don't want
All right,
fucking...
Destiny, you want me to leak more logs? Is that what you want?
Oh no!
Oh,
Hey, don't even make those jokes. Yeah, yes,
dude.
It's all right, dude. Yeah, so I don't know. I want to thank everybody that came on today. Hasan, I do want to say you're an asshole, right? I've been trying to reach out to you for fucking weeks now, and then I get Destiny on.
Am I an asshole? What do you mean, bro? You use my self promo channel in Discord, okay? Apparently, it's okay.
Actually, great.
All right, buddy.
Oh, what's going on here?
I mean, come on. I got to dunk on someone, right?
Hey, I'm just saying it's hard to reach out to you, dude. I reached out to your mods, but that's another story. But thanks for coming on, Hasan. I really do mean that. And thanks for reaching out to me.
Yeah, it was good meeting you, Hasan.
Yeah, nice to meet you guys.
So yeah, we're gonna go ahead. I was gonna open it up to chat for questions, but fuck it, we've gone so long at this point, and it's been a shit show. So maybe next time. But yeah, I'm gonna let you guys do your shout out shit, and Ahrelevant, if you want to go ahead and take it away. You know. What to do.
All right. Twitch.tv/Ahrelevant. I like philosophy. I like talking about bullshit, just shooting the shit. I mean, I like a lot of the political stuff also, but like, I'm not gonna sit there and do like a study stream or go through anything like that. If you want to link me studies and stuff like that, that's something I can do for the most part of my own time. Nobody wants to see that on stream. So I mean, I'm just kind of kicked back, laid back. You know how it is. All right. So y'all have a good one. Y'all have a great one. See y'all later.
You don't have to leave. Hold on. Calm down.
Oh, okay.
It fucks up.
I thought this is.
No, just give yourself a shout out. We'll end it all together. I don't want you to fuck up all the tags I got going on here. So
That's why you don't want me to leave. Hold me prisoner. Right,
Bastiat, if you want to go ahead and shout yourself out, dude.
Yeah, of course. Twitch.tv/Bastiat. We have a whole lot of fun talking about law, politics, economics, history, and the occasional conspiracy theory call-in hour. So it's a whole lot of fun. Check us out. Look forward to talking to y'all soon.
Hell yeah. Pxie, go ahead.
So you can reach me at twitch./whatever Pxie Pixie. I like talking philosophy, politics, literally anything you want to ask me. I really don't have a life, and yeah, I'm glad I was here. I had fun, even if it was a mess. I had a lot of fun. So
I'm glad.
happy.
Hell yeah. Destiny, go ahead.
Hey, I'm Destiny. I don't do much politics or philosophy. I just play video games. So if you want to see good video games, my TV is twitch.tv/Destiny. That's me.
And Hasan.
Same as Destiny. I don't do any politics. I'm a big Trump supporter, and I love to watch Mormon dating shows. So if that's your cup of tea, then you can come find me at twitch.tv/Hasanabi.
Nice. Well, and me, I'm the host of the Big Brain Podcast. We're going to be doing this every week now. If you don't know, tune in next Tuesday, 9 p.m. Central. Hopefully, we're not canceled by then, but it is what it is. So yeah, thanks for everybody that came on and everybody that's not here still. But yeah, nonetheless, guys, I'll catch y'all later. But
I know. Have a good night, man. Thanks for having us.
Yeah, definitely.
Peace.
Are you guys happy? Was that good enough memes for you guys?